Abraham Lincoln that stated that the fact that others have achieved great success is proof that others can achieve it as well. So if people in those political dispensations could transform their nation, we need to learn what they did and apply the principles that can be applied to our own peculiarities. And
when you talked about those principles, some just came to my mind: love for one another, exactly. Sacrifice, and of course, patriotism. Exactly. Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel Chukwu. He's a legal practitioner and, of course, a public affairs analyst. Thank you for coming on Panorama.
Thank you for having me, and Nigeria will be great again.
Indeed. And at this point, let's ponder on those thoughts. Don't you think so? Let's take a break.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, we turn dark into light, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Education is unique, we are more than just a nation.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
Thank you for staying tuned to the dial. The National Orientation Agency is sensitizing the public, especially those in flood-prone areas, on precautionary measures to be taken against the impending flood alert warning by the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency. This is against the backdrop of the release of water from the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon. The advocacy was during a media and stakeholders engagement in Lafia. Belkisu Umar Gurku reports that the Director General of NOA was represented.
It could be recalled that the Cameroonian authorities informed Nigeria through the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency that the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon is overflowing and could cause significant flooding and environmental damage in the country. It is against that backdrop that the National Orientation Agency is creating awareness, alerting people, especially states on the front line, which include Nasarawa, on measures to be taken to avoid loss of lives and property.
The Lagdo Dam in Cameroon is increasing on a daily basis. So there is a need for us to go around and sensitize our people.
In her address, State Director of the agency, Priscilla Gondwalo, disclosed that in the year 2022, 145,000 people were displaced from 95 communities in 11 local government areas of the state. For that reason, the agency will continue to sensitize the citizens of the state with the urgency it requires to avoid such reoccurrence. Areas prone to flood in Nasarawa state include Tunga, Rukubi, Loko, Udenigida, Umasha, among others. The theme is Flood Safety Alert. In Lafia, Belkisu Umar Gurku, NTA News.
Speaker, House of Representatives Tajuddin Abbas has requested well-wishers to refrain from placing congratulatory adverts to him on the pages of newspapers, TV stations or any other paid platform for his birthday on October 1st. The Speaker enjoins anyone planning to do so to channel the resources towards other causes in the society, such as assisting the needy. He calls for prudent management of scarce resources, considering the current socio-economic situation in the country. Let's look at issues around inclusivity. The Beyond Disability project is set to transform Nigeria, creating over 36,000 job opportunities for persons with disabilities and fostering an inclusive society where everyone thrives. Gufan Shaji Ongwai reports that the initiative will bring economic empowerment social integration, and equal access to opportunities.
Project is all about movement, it's all about skills development, create talent among persons with disability. And we are going to create 36,551 job opportunity across the state. So you have a very strong mandate to deliver. And we are optimistic, we have confidence in you that you are going to deliver.
Appointed state coordinators will spearhead this transformation and oversee talent development initiatives, connect persons with disabilities with opportunities, and ensure project initiatives are executed with precision.
That we are 100% behind you. The Beyond Disability project is not just a state project. It's actually a national project and as well as international project.
I was so happy that there will be a lot of talent, a lot of skill acquisitions that will elevate these persons with disability from the state so that they will have a sense of belonging.
Through collaboration, transparency, and accountability, the Beyond Disability project paves the way for a brighter future, ensuring no one is left behind. And talking about leaving no one behind, across Nigeria, a vibrant community of over 3 million deaf individuals strive for equal access and opportunity. For them, sign language is more than just a means of communication. It is a lifeline to education, employment, and social inclusion. Gofan Shaji Ngwai sheds light on this community's quest for awareness and recognition.
Sign language has a rich history tracing back to ancient civilizations. With over 300 distinct sign languages worldwide, Nigerian Sign Language emerged in the 1960s, blending local gestures and American Sign Language elements. Nigerian Sign Language is integral to deaf identity, self-expression, and cultural heritage. However, Nigerians' deaf community faces daunting challenges. Limited access to education, healthcare, and employment restricts their participation. Scarcity of trained interpreters and inadequate resources worsens isolation and marginalization.
When I go to the hospital as a mother who is pregnant and wants to deliver, I need to communicate with the doctor. How will I do that? It's a challenge for me. I will need an interpreter, and hospitals doesn't really have interpreters. Many televisions that are talking about news and happenings in the society, you don't have captions. And that excludes the deaf people from the society. And it is important for us to be able to really recognize the deaf people in society and bring everyone along. Our hope is on access to jobs, access to health.
Sign language interpreters, we are also demanding that the government should recognize sign language interpreters as professionals because the work is a professional work and it demands a lot of responsibility on sign language interpreters. Interpreters in the court, for example, if you are not well trained or certified and you go to the court system and the deaf person is jailed because of wrong interpretation, you can see how that can have effects.
And by recognizing Nigerian Sign Language as a valuable asset, it will unlock deaf citizens' potential, foster inclusivity, diversity, and social cohesion. In Abuja, Gofan Shaji Ugwanyi, NTA News.
Let us continue to work together to promote inclusivity for everyone. I wish I can do that in sign language, actually. But that's Panorama. Thank you for your time. I'm Ruth Agowele.
Lens on Africa.
Welcome to Lens on Africa, the program that literally brings you closer to the heart of the continent. Every week, we bring you vibrant cultures, dynamic tourist locations, and rich histories that make Africa unique. From learning about delicious and easy-to-make African recipes, we'll dive straight into insightful conversations that touch on issues affecting the African continent. The task before us today is to show you Africa in all of its beauty. My name is Ijoma Njemanze, and of course, I'm not doing this alone.
I am Uju Ohiri Mwachiku. Welcome. We'll be starting off today's episode of Lens on Africa with African tribes, and today we're going all the way to Ethiopia to learn all about the Bana tribe. Take a look.
The Bana people, also referred to as Banya, an Omothic ethnic group in Ethiopia, inhabiting the lower Omo Valley, primarily between the Weito and Omo rivers. They live in an area between the towns of Giza and Dimeka, within the traditional area of the Bana. Most Bana are speakers of the Bana variety of the Ama Bana language, a member of the putative southern branch of the Omotic languages. The Bana people live in symbiosis with nature, relying on subsistence farming and pastoralism. Most of the people breed cattle, with some breeding sheep and goats. Camels are used for riding and as pack animals. Majority of them plant fields of sorghum at the beginning of the rainy season before leaving on their annual nomadic journey. Some households also plant sesame and beans. In dry seasons, honey collection is the major economic activity of the Bana people. They live in camps that consist of several related families. The families live in tents arranged in a circle, and the cattle are brought into the center of the camp at night. When the campsite is being set up, beds for the women and young children are built first. Then the tent frame is built around it. Men and older boys usually sleep on cots in the center of the camp, near the cattle. In order for young Bana tribesmen to qualify for marriage, own cattle, and have children, they must face up to a unique veil known as the bull leaping ceremony. It's also a rite of passage to mark the boy's coming of age. Men may marry as many women as they like, but only within their own tribe. A bride price of cattle and other goods is provided by the prospective husband and his near relatives. Marriage celebrations include feasting and dancing. Young girls as well as boys are circumcised. A well-dressed man will wear a toga-like cloth and carry a spear and a stool. Women also commonly wear colorful toga-like garments. Both the men and women wear long garments and paint their bodies with white chalk. Women of the tribe wear beads in their hair that is held together with botha. Another interesting thing about the Bana tribe is their rich history that continues to intrigue the world in the 24th century. That is, the Beshitas, a local name referring to stilt workers. Stilt working is a long-standing cultural tradition among community members. Unmarried young men are the carriers of this tradition, which is popular during community festivals and rituals. Amazingly, young men pull it off with amazing elegance and dexterity. They captivate the audience with their dexterous movement as they perform complicated footwork, dance-like motions, and acrobatic performances. Bana tribe's stilt-walking custom has numerous cultural and societal significance. For young males, it represents a transition from youth to maturity and is a rite of passage. Striking a balance on the pose and walking gracefully sends a strong message to the tribe that the boy is responsible, independent-minded, and strong-willed, and is confident to take on life with the temerity of a lion. Moreover, this shows up to preserve cultural history while fostering a sense of pride and identity among the tribe. Just like most of the indigenous tribes in the lower Omo Valley, the Bana also practice ritual dancing and singing.
You know, what I found particularly intriguing there was, the stilt walking.
Right. Sounds really cool, but I just foresee myself landing on my face a couple of times before I get it right.
You can say that again. So we'll go right next to tourism, and today we're looking at the Hex River Valley. It's a beautiful sight to behold and quite an enchanting valley, worth a spot on your bucket list. Take a look.
Exactly.
This is the breathtaking Hex River Valley, nestled in the heart of South Africa's Western Cape province. This fertile valley, carved by the Hex River, is a heaven for farmers, nature lovers, and those seeking tranquility. The valley stretches from southwest to northeast. It's 25 kilometers long and only 4 kilometers wide, at its widest point, and to the north and to the Kwadu mountain range create a spectacular and rugged landscape. The valley's unique geography creates a microclimate ideal for agriculture. The region's Mediterranean climate, with cold winters and warm summers, allows for diverse farming practices. For centuries, the Hex River Valley has been renowned for its agricultural prowess. From wheat and barley to table grapes and wine, the valley's fertile soil and favorable climate make it a farmer's paradise. Beyond its agricultural significance, the Hex River Valley boasts stunning natural beauty. The valley is home to numerous bird species, game reserves, and hiking trails. The valley's rich history is reflected in its well-preserved architecture, museums, and cultural festivals. From Khoisan and Africa's heritage to contemporary art, the Hex River Valley tells a story of diversity and resilience. As tourism grows, the Hex River Valley offers an array of experiences, which include horseback riding and stargazing. Infrastructure development balances progress with preservation, among others. Hex River Valley is inextricably linked to the majestic Hex River Mountains. These mountains not only provide a breathtaking backdrop to the valley, but also play a crucial role in shaping its geography, climate, and ecosystem. The Hex River Mountains form the northern boundary of the Hex River Valley, influencing the valley's unique microclimate and fertile soil. The Hex River, which flows through the valley, originates from the Hex River Mountains, providing a lifeline for agriculture and wildlife. The Hex River Mountains support a diverse range of flora and fauna, many of which are endemic to the region and provide a habitat for wildlife that roam the valley. The Hex River Mountains and Valley are intertwined economically, with agriculture, tourism, and mining activities relying on the region's natural resources. Hence, they are an inseparable duo, woven together by geography, history, and nature's splendor.
such jaw-dropping beauty, the Hex River Valley and Mountain in South Africa. It's now time for us to let you know that we'd love for you to follow, subscribe, like, and engage with us on social media, on YouTube and Facebook. It's at Lens on Africa NTA International. On Instagram, it's at Lens on Africa NTA, and on X at Lens on Africa.
This week in African history. 22nd September 1960. Following Senegal's withdrawal from the Mali Federation, the Sudanese Republic was renamed Mali and declared its independence from France. (24th September 1995). This day was declared Heritage Day in South Africa. It is a public holiday to celebrate the cultural diversity of the country. 25th September 1962. The People's Democratic Republic of Algeria was officially created with Ferhat Abbas as the elected president of the provisional government. (26th September 1936). Winnie Madikizela Mandela, a key figure in the South African anti-apartheid movement, was born.
Welcome back. You're still tuned to Lens on Africa. And now it's time for our conversation. And the interview segment this week will examine the policies and personalities of the frontline candidates in the U.S. elections 2024 as they affect Africans in the USA and the African continent. But first, the backgrounder.
The United States of America is the most powerful nation in the world. This ascendancy was attained with the defeat of Imperial Spain over Cuba and the Philippines in 1898, the victory in the World War II in 1945, and the Cold War in 1991. As a nation referred by many as the melting pot of the world, the U.S. has a huge population of blacks numbering about 47.9 million people, some of whom are descendants of black slaves and black migrants from the African continent. The country also boasts a huge population of other races from various continents. The United States democracy has remained a beacon for other nations of the world because of its features such as respect for human rights, rule of law, freedom of speech, and free enterprise, all of which it exports to other countries. As we approach the U.S. election for 2024, the contest is drawing a lot of concerns among Americans on who is the best candidate to lead the American people for the next 4 years. The major contest is between two frontline candidates, the current Vice President Kamala Harris, who happens to be the first woman, the first black American, and the first South Asian woman to be elected Vice President of the United States of America, and former President Donald Trump, who ruled America from 2017 to 2021. Both candidates from the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, respectively, have been campaigning assiduously before Americans to get their votes so as to occupy the White House and lead the world. Today's Lens on Africa will examine the policies and personalities of these frontline candidates as they affect Africans in the USA and the African continent. It promises to be incisive and intellectual. Stay tuned.
this is the part of the conversation where we introduce our guests. And today we have a very, very special guest. It's Professor Toyin Falola. He's a professor of history, a university distinguished teaching professor, and the Jacob and Sanger Massacre Chair in the Humanities at the University of Texas, Austin. Welcome to Lens on Africa, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, great to have you. Okay, so we already hinted you that today's conversation is going to be more of a chat because we intend to have a wide range of issues sorted out in this conversation. I would like to start with how you would rate the US 2024 elections, the campaign specifically, comparing it to our style of campaigning here in Africa.
Well, it's very intense. It involves a lot of spending money, presentation of policies, presentation of your ideas, and there are differences between the two candidates in relation to appealing for votes. On the side of Trump, it's about America First policies, immigration, is approach. Different approaches, two different strategies, and two different ways of getting the electoral college, which counts more than the popular votes. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
All right, all right, so how would you say the campaign style, and personalities of these candidates, would affect the voting behavior of Africans in the U.S.?
Thank you. Let's start with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So, economic policies make America first. In other words, make deals that will favor American businesses. In that context, there will be less focus on trade agreements with Africa. Second is immigration policies, travel bans, which he did before, restricting several African countries, which he did before, and the tone is do not come here. The third that will affect Africa. Remember during his presidency, some relations were strained because he was making derogatory remarks. And those derogatory remarks were so bad to us.
Okay.
And African countries are dealing with China and Wagner, Russia, is going to be opposed to those two. With respect to Kamala Harris, so he wants a more progressive agenda, diplomatic engagement that will strengthen ties with Africa. He was in Ghana promoting Africa in terms of inclusion.
Okay.
With respect to immigration, the policy of his political party is welcoming. And they are going to talk more about multilateralism, global partnership. Biden is going to Angola before he finishes his presidency. So the differences are very clear. The outcome too are not going to be the same. Thank you for the question.
Okay, sir. I'd like to chip in something there about migration and the concerns that Africans have. Africans are not just the only ones who actually migrate to the U.S., correct? We have Asians and others. So I'd like to ask, should that be enough to tilt vote in favor of Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris? Just the immigration laws that she's proposing? Because she's warmer towards migrants than Trump is. Do you think that's enough to tilt the African community in the U.S. in her favor?
So, if politics is about interests and block voting because of interests, So African Americans tend to vote for Democrats.
Okay.
And African immigrants tend to vote for Democrats. So if you see it that way, the two parties are playing politics, but with different emphasis.
Right.
Trump and the Republicans are saying, if for Democrats, and if blacks tend to vote for Democrats, the more you bring more people for Africans from Africa, the more you are getting votes for Democrats. That is basic politics. And the Democratic Party is structured around clusters of different interest groups. Hispanic, Latinos, Latina, black people, and those clusters, their interest must be recognized. But if you throw in conversation in Sweden, in France, in England, you will realize that immigration is a big issue in all Western countries today. A month ago, Sweden announced, if you want to leave the country, I'll give you $35,000 to do so. The Conservative Party in France said they don't want immigrants anymore. Remember, when Britain left the European Union, it's because of immigration issues, Indians and Africans. So, and in the US, it's also becoming an issue. These have not been resolved, and there are serious problems in the case of the US. First of all, you know, it's a huge continent, but with a small population of 400 million people. The US is just twice the population of Nigeria, with resources 1,000 times over. But they have not resolved what is going to be the optimum population. Second, since the 50s, the economy has been doing so well. The millennia, they did so well that the white people are just reproducing middle class. They have 2 kids. Those 2 kids go to school and they have nice jobs. So who is going to do the menial job? So the US has 2 options. Either you create structural poverty in your country, in which you deliberately manufacture poor people so that you can push them to poor jobs, as in the case of African Americans, 2 million in prison, 5 million incarcerated. Or you open your doors to immigrants that will do the poor jobs for you. Those issues have not been resolved. And what politicians do in all countries is that any issue that you have not resolved, you let it fester. In other words, you refuse to resolve it, so that as it festers, you bring it up in the next election. You keep bringing it up so that you use it as a strategy of winning votes. I'm very grateful for that question.
Okay. Now my next question. You already talked about differences in the policies of the Democratic candidate and the Republican Party candidate. Now let's talk about personalities. I mean, you mentioned earlier that former President Donald Trump made some derogatory remarks, you know, a couple of times about Africa, about Nigeria, etc., etc. The people of the U.S., I mean, during this campaign, have also made some observations about some certain comments being made by the current vice president. Where does the personality of a person or of a candidate, how much does it come to play? Let me use that expression. We've talked policy, now we're talking the individual. How much does it affect?
So, whenever a politician is talking and you don't agree with that politician, what it means is that the politician already knows you're not going to vote for him. So he's not addressing you. He's addressing those that will vote for him. Remember, you see the current polls, strong personality and character have not affected his rating. Remember, he lost the last election, but 75 million people voted for him. And 82 people voted for Biden. And the loss, if you look at Electoral College, if you combine the total loss, it is not up to 100,000 that cost him the presidency. So, don't let us exaggerate character issues. Because it's an exaggeration.
Okay.
Why is it that everybody has been saying doesn't affect you?
Right.
It is because he's doing two things. One, those things that sound bad are targeted to consolidate his own base. Like in saying Asians eat cats and rats. That looks so stupid. But it's a strategic comment about immigrants. Instead of saying, I hate people from Haiti, don't vote for them. Look for a dramatic way of saying it. If you say Africans are shitholes countries, it's a racialized statement that he puts in a way to relate to his own people. And if you say, how can you vote for somebody who is being convicted for 34 charges? Okay. You find his Christian supporters saying that God can use a bad person to govern a good country in a successful manner.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes. So what they're fighting for, whether one has good character or bad character, you must realize that what they're fighting for is just a small percentage of independent voters. That's what they're fighting for. So because you have your own 40%, have your own 40%, because there is no longer landslide in modern election.
Right.
Unless you read an election. In Nigerian election, there was no landslide. They all won 12 states each. So in the American election, you are praying for 51-49. You are praying for 52-48, 53-48. If you do very, very well, 54-46. Because if you slice the electorate, bear in mind that one of two, even as of today, will support one of two candidates. Number two, remember the American Civil War. The South supported slavery and kept slaves. The North said it's less supportive of slavery and did emancipation. That line, since the American Civil War, remains till today. The red state and the blue state. The red states and the blue states, they are consolidated sometimes in a permanent manner. If you put a dog forward in the state of Texas against a human being, and the dog is a Republican, the dog is going to win. So they already have their blue states and red states in their pockets.
Okay.
This entire election is just about 6 states. That's it. Where they are neither blue nor red.
Okay.
So they're fighting in a limited number of states. And they are also fighting just for between 5 and 8% of the population. A person like me or like you who say they are not declared. That's what this election is all about. And most of the elections is, how can I target people who are not solidly behind a party? And finally, remember, it's not like the Nigerian election, which is based on popular votes. When Trump defeated Hillary Clinton, Hillary had the popular votes, and Trump had the Electoral College. It is getting to 72 Electoral College that they are fighting for. So those character issues is not going to affect Trump in the state of Texas, and where the Republican states are in red states. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So let's bring it back home to Africa for a bit here. Now, how would you describe the policies of the candidates, in relation to the geopolitics in Africa? For example, under like democracy and human rights. How would these policies affect Africans?
Okay. Very good question. Trump, 2017-2021, he was president. So we can look at him from what he did as a former president. Harris, vice president. So we can look at her from what Biden did under her leadership. So let's start with Trump. Controversial relationship with Africa and with African Americans. You remember George Floyd, the guy who died,
Yes.
and Trump told the police, do more, do more, do more. So let me break it down for you far more clearly. Under Trump, you should expect that he's going to cut what they call foreign aid. Okay. Because he did it before, he cut the aids to USAID. Under him, he launched an alternative, Prosper Africa Initiative in 2018, if you remember.
Yeah.
He said he wanted to double the two-way trade investment between the US and Africa. Okay. But that did not yield significant consequences. Remember 2017, travel ban. If 2017, Somalia, Libya, Sudan, I don't want you to come in large numbers. 3 years later, he added your country, Nigeria, Eritrea, Sudan, Tanzania. I want you to reduce the number of visa you granted to those 4 countries. You remember?
Yes.
And you remember Dhaka, that why should you bring your parents? You started your question about his comments. 2018, it is a very, very painful comment. Cheat all countries. How can the president of a country call other countries cheat all countries? Okay. The African Union was angry, I was angry, all of us were angry. What about military engagement, counter-terrorism operations? He tackled some of that. Al-Shabaab in Somalia. He was looking for ways to check Boko Haram in Nigeria, Boko Haram in Chad, Boko Haram in Niger. And he supported the use of drone strikes in Somalia, special operations in Libya. And he reduced the number of US troops in Africa. His relations to some African countries were problematic. He said South Africa must not do land reform, as in that of Zimbabwe. And he said they're killing white farmers. Not true. And the South African government was very, very angry. Very angry. Sudan, well, the Sudanese were happy. He removed them from the list of terrorist sponsors. His relationship to people like me in the African diaspora was not good. He didn't engage us. Okay. And his response with respect to COVID as a global crisis was very, very, very bad, telling us to go and drink chemicals that we use to clean our houses. And Trump will fight China in Africa and will fight Wagner in Africa. What about Kamala Harris? Let's start with our record. 2023, March. If you remember, you went to Zambia, she went to Zambia, she went to Tanzania, she went to Ghana. Why? To talk about economic development, governance, and democracy. But he angered people in 2 countries. Our support for LGBTQ+, even approaching threatening Ghana, that if they pass a bill against gays, there will be consequences. So the anti-gay issues remain from the time of Obama to cause friction, especially with the Anglican Church and conservative people. So that lesbian policy may produce its own tension.
Okay. Wow.
There are issues around different economic initiatives.
Yeah.
The use of soft diplomacy, foreign policy. If there's time, I will explain all of them.
Okay. I don't know if we'll be able to do all of that in today's episode. However, there's a question that I have for you, sir, and that's about African leaders learning anything at all. Yes, we know the elections are still forthcoming. However, we know that at the beginning of the campaigns, if I may use that word, because when the campaigns began, when the whole talk about the next elections began, Joe Biden was running. President Joe Biden was running. And along the line, he stepped down and Kamala Harris, became the candidate. I would like to ask, do you think African leaders have a lesson to learn here about, getting out of the way so that for whatever reason, it's not exactly clear why Joe Biden stepped down. Some people said health, some people said, he wanted to give Kamala a chance. There were different reasons. But do you think African leaders have something to learn here about, getting out of the way?
And I know why you pose that question, because you have Bobia in Cameroon. If you're under 50, is the only president you've known.
Yeah.
And you have 6 of them like that who have refused to. And I also know why you ask a question. Why do you have leaders who don't deliver development? And I am not a mind reader, but I know you are looking for development, and you have people like Museveni in Uganda. And I know you also have corruption in mind when you pose that question. Why do they steal so much money? So it's not a difficult question to answer.
Okay.
But bear in mind that at one level, politicians are the same everywhere in the world. They have their interest in mind. They will do everything to win the election. And what check politicians is not behavior, as people tend to think in Africa. It is not about whether they behave well. It is about the power of the institutions you have to check them. Can they go to jail? If they can't go to jail, they will misbehave. Can you kill them, as in China? They will kill you in China. If you steal the amount of money they steal in Nigeria, you are dead. Will the public be so angry if they go back home? In Nigeria, they will welcome you with ashwebi. And if you return home and you kill 10 cows, it will not be enough. And if you go to your church, your priest, your pastor will pray for you. So we have a lot of work to do. As to the differences, campaign strategies are not the same. Because in Nigeria, you have to pay for people to vote for you. You cannot deceive. The market women are not being deceived. The taxi drivers are not being deceived. They know that once you come to power, you are not going to remember them. So give me the 10,000 naira now, I can make a pot of soup, and I will vote for you. And grassroots mobilization tends to be along ethnicity. I am Yoruba, vote for me. The Igbo own Lagos, the Yoruba own Abraka, those are the Hausa Muslims, the Ijaw people are Christian, we still deal with those issues, so that the political environment is not the same.
Right.
Now, political environments can be volatile, tied to what you want. American elections is not about basic issues any longer. Remember, they are not fighting over water. They are not fighting over light. They are not fighting over electricity. You see? Look, what they fight over, if you take them to Nigeria, we'll all be smiling. Should I do abortion? Should I do abortion? Should you not do abortion? Whom are you going to tell that in Abuja? You'll be smiling that you are not serious. We are still fighting over basic issues. And those basic issues tie to survival. If I give you 77 naira as a youth corper, or I give you 65,000 as minimum wage, is that enough to get to your office? If you are from Ibadan, you are working in Abuja, is that enough to go and greet your parents? That is what we are fighting over.
That's true.
So that what we are fighting over and what they are fighting over, it is not the same.
Okay.
And the money that politicians are looking for is not the same. The main business in Africa, the most lucrative business in Africa is politics. Become a governor, you are good for the rest of your life. Your children are good for the rest of your life. The money you have stolen is enough for your and great-grandkids. So that power is not about transparency. It connects to how much you can make, which is a big problem. And it connects to ethnic loyalties. What have you done to your people? What do you do for Yoruba people? What do you do for Fulani people? That is how we talk. And these differences we must make clear, bearing in mind that politicians are the same everywhere.
Fundamentally the same. All right. We have actually come to the end of our conversation, but before we let you go, I would like to ask if you have a word of, will I say advice now? Yeah, to other Africans in diaspora, specifically in the U.S., concerning the elections coming up next month in November.
Thank you. Let us not transfer electoral power as we do in Nigeria to the judges. Let us make sure we do elections so that the voice of the people is what counts.
All right.
As far as politicians are concerned now, the judiciary is far more powerful than the voters. And second, let the followers begin to demand accountability and transparency. Democracy without transparency is not going to deliver, and democracy without accountability is not going to deliver. So we have more things to do.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
We've been
you.
speaking with Professor Toyin Falola. He's a professor of history, a university distinguished teaching professor, and the Jacob and Sanger Massacre Chair in the Humanities at the University of Texas, Austin. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
It's my pleasure. Bye-bye now.
All right.
All right. That was very, very insightful conversation there. And it'll be interesting to see how all of this plays out. Vice President Kamala Harris with New Way Forward and former President Donald Trump with Make America Great Again. Very interesting to see how it plays out.
It doesn't put it, as far as I'm concerned, right? To Donald Trump, America's priority. Everybody else is secondary to
of course,
him.
yeah.
Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala is thinking about other people for America. But then again, we'll see how that pans out when the elections come up. Up next is entertainment segment, and it's all about keeping you updated on the top stories from the entertainment news. Take a look.
Bismillah, motide, motide.
On the entertainment scene, exciting news for fans of African literature. A TV series adaptation of Chinua Achebe's iconic novel, Things Fall Apart, is in development at the A24 studios, with Idris Elba not only starring as the lead, but also serving as executive producer. While no writer has been attached to the project yet, and it's not currently tied to any streaming service or network, the series is sure to be highly anticipated. We wish the team the best of luck on this ambitious project and can't wait to see how it unfolds. In music, Nigerian Afrobeat sensation Asake received a Brit Silver Play for his album Work of Art at his sold-out O2 Arena concert. This achievement adds to his growing success in the UK, where all 3 of his albums have topped the UK Apple Music album chart, making him the first Nigerian to achieve this remarkable feat. The event, part of his world tour following the release of his third album, Lungu Boy, was a star-studded affair, with Grammy winner Wizkid and actor Idris Elba attending. Idris presented Asake with both a sold-out plague and the Brit Silver Plague, cementing his status as one of Afrobeat's biggest stars. Asake now joins the ranks of Davido and Wizkid, becoming one of the few Nigerian artists to sell out the O2 Arena multiple times. We'll conclude with a comedy skit.
What on?
Good afternoon.
What thing carry you come?
I know well.
What thing they do you?
Run a Hainia.
Sabinus. Sir? What are you doing on my seat? I just finished doing a successful operation. Operation? Yes, sir. Since when did you start doing surgical operation? Hold up. My God, now. What God does not do does not exist. It doesn't exist today. Sabinus, we just employed you just yesterday as assistant lab technician. Yeah. And you're conducting an operation. You were not around now, so I came in. He said he's having hernia. She said, Sabinus, what did you do? I've removed the hernia from his left chest. Hernia from left chest? Now the hernia be this one come up. Sabinus, this is his heart now. Yeah. Wait up. My phone they ring. Jesus, my phone they ring inside here. Sabinus! This evening you will die. Sabinus, the young man is dead. You will explain, I just say heart in my right chest. My license, Sabinus. If you can call a pastor, let's call a pastor. And he's in the Lord's hand now. This one is waiting doctor. You cannot hear him. He's God. Hey!
Alright, welcome back.
That was hilarious.
These guys,
I hope that never happens in real life.
I need to get into their brains. On African Tribe, this week we spotlight the Bana. Are we an African tribe? Okay. Kingdoms and chiefdoms.
Sabine, see what you have done.
Kingdom of Damat is our spotlight, which existed many centuries ago, but its legacy continues to influence the people of Eritrea and Ethiopia. Take a look.
The crimson twilight of the Eritrean and northern Ethiopia highlands, where the winds whisper secret to the sands, lies the forgotten kingdom of Damat. It was a land of majestic beauty, where the ancient ones once dwelt, leaving behind a legacy etched in the stones of time. In the misty dawn of the 10th century, Damat arose like a phoenix from the ashes of a bygone era. Its people, a rich tapestry of Cushitic and Semitic cultures, wove a narrative of resilience and creativity. The kingdom was known for its skilled artisans who produced high-quality pottery, textiles, and metalwork, while agriculturally, the people of Damat were skilled farmers, cultivating crops such as barley, wheat, and millet. As the centuries unfolded, Damat flourished like a garden in the desert. Its merchants traversed the known world, exchanged frankincense and myrrh for the finest silks and spices. The kingdom was believed to have been a major power in the region, with trade connections to the ancient civilization of Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Yet, like all things mortal, Damat's radiance began to fade. The Aksumite Empire's ascendance, coupled with internal strife, slowly extinguished the flame of this ancient civilization. And yet, the essence of Damat endures. Its spirit, like the scent of frankincense, wafts through the annals of history, inspiring generations to come. In the whispering sands of Eritrea, we find the echoes of a forgotten kingdom, a testament to the indomitable human spirit. Indeed, the legacy of Damat lives on. Its culture, language, and traditions continue to influence the people of Eritrea and Ethiopia to this day.
Thank you so much for being a part of today's episode of Lens on Africa. We hope you enjoyed every bit of today's program as much as we did bringing it to you. Remember that life is a journey, so keep exploring.
Stay curious. And always embrace your unique self. Until next time, my name is Ijoman Jamanze.
And I am Uju Ohiri Mwachiku. Bye.
At home, my name remains Dr. Aminu Abdullahi Abdulkarim. I'm the GM of Greenland Natural Medicine. Greenland Natural Medicine, the Center for Alternative Therapy. We have brought you a lot, and in Greenland Natural Medicine is divided into 3 sections. You have a section that goes with pure eye treatment. If you have any kind of eye problem, eye-related problem, just give us a call on that very number you have on your screen. We also have the one that has to go with what we call the traditional physiotherapy. Most of you will say, well, what do you mean by traditional physiotherapy? This is an exceptional therapy that we do in Greenland Natural Medicine. This therapy takes care of most of your pains, the kind of pains you have been suffering from for years or ages, and you notice the pains are not going, they are rather getting worse and worse. And you notice your arthritis is getting severe pain. You are getting these pains through your arthritis, and the rheumatoid arthritis too is becoming worse and worse every day. Please, with this traditional physiotherapy and some of the drugs we'll give to you will help you a lot to take care of your pains. We also have the section that goes with what we call fertility area. If you have any kind of fertility issue, which is maybe you have been married for 2 years plus and no issues, please just try and give us a call on this number you displayed on your screen. The second one is, or let me say the last one is, the aged people, please. If you have prostate, any kind of prostate issue you have, be it is cancerous or is benign prostate or is just hyperplasia or there is prostatitis, please just give us a call. This number on your screen is available for you to have full details about Greenland Natural Medicine. Greenland Natural Medicine is widely. We have things that has to do with high blood pressure, that has to do with your insomnia, for those who cannot sleep very well, and for those who have any kind of health challenges. We only handle health issues here. We don't have anything that has to do with other things. And please, our products are well satisfied for your consumption. They are well NAFDAC approved, and if you have any kind of health challenges that has to do with your eye, just as I said earlier, if you have any kind of eye-related issue, be it your glaucoma, your cataract, your pterygium, all those things, we have specialists on this who are trained in India, and they are here to give us the best and the best in alternative medicine. Greenland Natural Medicine is a center for alternative therapy. And also, I would just like to talk a little about your prostate health today. If you have prostate as a health challenge, how do you know you have prostate? That's the first question. First and foremost, there are so many symptoms you noticed about your prostate health. Be it frequency, that is, you frequently pee or you try and visit the restroom with urgency. You notice you have to go very fast before you, if you are not there before then, it will come up. And you notice your body being stained all the time, you don't like it. You just get embarrassed and so on. And also, the second option is, if you notice you have prostate, you notice the kind of pain, sensation at times. It's not regular to everyone that has prostate, but you notice this regular sensation when you want to urinate. You notice some painful sensation that comes out. Sometimes you notice you get dehydrated easily because you are getting scared of taking much water. If you take much water, you notice your bladder fill up early. And what you notice is, after the urination, you notice as if the urine is not up. You cannot empty your bladder. That's what we call emptiness of the bladder. If you notice you are not emptying your bladder, it's another challenge generally. Please, don't let your prostate get worse to a level where your PSA will get up to 20 or 10 and above. Some people PSA can even get to 50, 100 and so on. But please, as much as possible, this prostate gland is something you need to be checking at age of 40 upward. Try and check your prostate health. Advisedly, a medical advice. Every man needs to know about his prostate health, please. This is a common issue in our environment, and this is a common issue in the world. It's not just within Nigeria. Please, if you have any kind of health challenges that has to do with your prostate, and you notice this, sometimes your prostate can be giving you severe waist pain, and sometimes you notice some pains through your labs or sensations through your labs. Please, if you have all these symptoms, don't hesitate.
Dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere.
This is the network service of the NTA.
64 years of nationhood, Nigerians reflect on the labor of the heroes past and the tasks ahead. Counting democracy's gains, the Federal Ministry of Information sensitizes Nigerians on government interventions so far. Plus, celebrating the beauty of unity in diversity, the National Institute of Cultural Orientation exposes children to cultural appreciation. I am pleased to welcome you to this edition of The Correspondence. It promises to be exciting and educative. Thanks a lot for joining us. I am Zenret Dingmun. In less than 24 hours, Nigerians will mark 64 years of existence. As part of activities to celebrate the event, some ministers have rolled out scorecards of achievements in the last year of the Tinubu administration. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, presided over a press conference in Abuja and urged Nigerians to leverage opportunities provided in various sectors to improve their living condition. Correspondent Kenneth Nanim was there.
Nigerians across board are represented in this hall. The leaders and the led, seated eyeball to eyeball. Call it a family meeting, you will not be wrong. Issues affecting the country in its 64-year journey to nationhood are on the table. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, is point blank on President Tinubu's concerns for the citizens.
This government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, His Excellency, GCFR, is very much aware of and deeply sympathizes with all Nigerians over the economic conditions we are passing through. These have been occasioned by unavoidable policy choices, including the removal of fuel subsidy that his administration has had to make.
Pointing to a number of projects and programs under implementation to cushion the impact of fuel subsidy removal, as well as those rolled out to put money in the pockets of Nigerians at a short-term basis. The SGF also enumerated other projects designed to achieve national prosperity at a long-term basis.
The President has similarly repositioned the National Social Investment Program to effectively address the challenges facing the poor, the vulnerable, underserved, and the elderly. Nigerian workers have also benefited from a newly improved national minimum wage. The presidential initiative is designed to expand across all geopolitical zones of the country and eventually to every state. The government has also commissioned the first retrofitted CNG train head for the Abuja-Kaduna track.
Political system. Under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we have initiated transformative policies and reforms aimed at correcting the missteps of the past and reposition Nigeria as an economic superpower in the near future. Despite global economic headwinds and the transitional pains accompanying some of the reforms, the President has remained focused in his efforts towards reviving our economy and returning the country to the path of prosperity and sustained growth.
It was interactive, as more voices are heard, raising questions, bugging minds. Other issues on some government policies needing clarifications are also on the front burner, and the ministers are handy to provide explanations.
In addition, Mr. President has implemented a major innovation in facilitating that domestic refiners can buy crude from NNPC in Naira. The savings there are obvious, and I think it is a matter of time when the various benefits of such a scheme will feed through. And in addition, we do have lower oil prices, which means we lose on exports, but we do gain in terms of the opportunity and the potential for lower petroleum product prices.
What do you do if you don't have enough revenue? Put policies in place that will impress international investors and people who hold capital to have confidence in your economy. Borrow sensibly so that you can put the infrastructure and support the productive enterprise in place that will yield more income tomorrow. And adopt policies locally that's where you that have been tested elsewhere.
A child is expected to enter school at the age of 6. But what has been happening is that our parents have been in a hurry. They frog jump their children, get them into school at the age of 4, skip level 6 at primary school, and also skip level 6 at secondary school. So they finish quite too young. Now what we have done is that with the type of curriculum that we have introduced, we need them to be in place as prescribed by the Act. We need them to be in place to learn and acquire knowledge and skills. And remember, these acts are not the ones prescribed by the government. They were not enacted during this government's time. This is an act which was established in 1993. All that the Minister of Education did is say, okay, we come back to implementing these policies so that students can remain in school and learn skills.
While the independence anniversary activities continue to unfold, an appeal goes to Nigerians to continue to support the current administration to deliver good governance to the Nigerian people.
Kenneth Nanim now joins us to speak further on the activities lined up to celebrate Nigeria at 64. Welcome to the program, Kenneth.
Thank you, Zeret. It's my pleasure to be part of the program.
Okay, so can you tell Nigerians some of the activities to expect as Nigeria celebrates her independence?
Yes, as Nigeria celebrates its 64th independence anniversary, there have been programs lined up for this event, and the major two programs that Nigerians should be expecting now are the national broadcast that the president will do on the 1st of October, which is Tuesday next week. Then after that, there will also be a parade, a mini parade that will take place at the State House. Meanwhile, the event started on the 26th of this month, and with World Press Conference at the Radio House.
So, honoring the past and inspiring the future is the theme for the celebration. What should this mean to ordinary Nigerians?
Okay, what this should mean to ordinary Nigerians is that is a kind of encouraging Nigerians to reflect on the labors of the heroes past, what the Nigerian leaders have done in the past, in building up Nigeria, in gaining independence for Nigeria. So Nigerians have been, enjoined to reflect on these sacrifices of our heroes in order to be inspired, also to continue to, give in their best, contribute their quota in nation building, in ensuring that we build a nation that every one of us will be proud of.
Okay, so you were at the briefing. What was your take-home from the ministerial briefing, and what are some of the key areas that need adjustment for the country?
Okay, yes, the World Press Conference was an opportunity for government functionaries, to be precise, the ministers, to talk to Nigerians, to tell Nigerians some of the things the federal government has done, some of the programs and activities, and policies of the federal government, especially as to cushion the effect of first subsidy removal, which has also had an adverse effect on the life of Nigerians. So they were able to tell Nigerians all the policies government has put in place. For instance, the presidential initiative on the CNG, that's ongoing now. They were able to tell Nigerians some of the things the government has done. For example, the student loan scheme that is ongoing now, that Nigerians should have access to education and other things the world government has been doing in agriculture, in fact in every segment of the society, every segment of the economy, in all the infrastructural development, all of that. So they are also, urging Nigerians to leverage on the opportunities, that the present administration has also provided, to better their lot, to better their self-reliance and all of that. So they're also encouraging Nigerians to key into these opportunities, especially in investment areas. The government has provided for Nigerians, for them, to also support government in ensuring that we revamp the economy and recover it for the better.
Okay, now, so as a reporter covering the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, what has been your experience so far with all the government interventions and initiatives and policies?
Well, my experience, I would say, has been worthwhile, and I've learned a lot. I have, expanded my horizon in the reportage of government policies. I've learned a lot in government, in coordination of government policies. I've learned, with ways that government, carry the people along, the ways government try to communicate its activities, policies to the government, and also to ensure that, the public or the citizens, key into these policies. And also, I have also, expanded my skills also in learning how government also collect feedback, the feedback mechanisms, from which government understands the feelings of the people. So covering the SGF, I have also met people, those that call the shots, how they carry about their work, administrative work, policy coordination, and also mixing up with people, knowing the mind of people, collecting information, collecting facts, collecting the feelings of the people, to take them to the government. So it's like, they say that the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation is the engine room of government. So I've been able to interact with some of the key officers, key functionaries of government. I've interviewed them. I've known some of the strategies, some of the the policy coordination and other things that they do to ensure that government as a machinery works for the people.
Thank you so much, Kenneth, for being part of the correspondence this week. We hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, Zered.
Now, still to come, nationwide sensitization on the dividends of democracy under President Bola Tinubu. Details in just a moment. Join us again.
Fellow Nigerians, this period may be hard on us, and there is no doubt that it's tough on us. But I urge you all to look beyond the present temporary pains and aim at the larger picture. All our good and helpful plans are in the works. More importantly, I know that they will work.
You are watching The Correspondence, and thanks for being there. Our next report is on the federal government interventions in various states of the Federation. The federal government in the last year initiated policies and reforms to build a sustainable and resilient economy, and also rolled out interventions side by side to mitigate the impact of some of the policies in the country. And the mouthpiece of the government, the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, embarked on a nationwide sensitization to enlighten citizens on these policies and interventions. Correspondent Joshua Ojito compiled reports from some states of the country on the sensitization campaign.
From Abakaliki to Jos, Abeokuta to Oka, Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation is engaging citizens, educating them on federal government interventions and how to assess them. Some of these interventions include student loan, Consumers Credit Scheme, Grant for Small and Medium-Scale Enterprises, Youth Empowerment Scheme, provision of palliatives and subsidized agricultural inputs, as well as Presidential CNG Initiative.
The President has removed oil subsidy, but he has created other avenues to give us understanding on how to approach our economic situation.
The critical appraisal of the outcome of this decision shows that at the long run, the average Nigerian citizen stands to benefit from this somewhat painful policy.
It has really enlightened the people the way forward. Most of us were ignorant what the government is saying.
It is committed to building a strong community of young people who are passionate about making a difference in Nigeria.
This initiative was designed to cut across every strata of the divide.
Thank the President for giving us this initiative. We can take this program home and to the marketplaces as well.
Also introduced by the present administration are Scale-Up Artisan Program, Mass Housing Project, Import Waiver for some imported goods, among others, which federal government says many Nigerians are not aware of the interventions, hence the need for the sensitization campaign.
There is anything that will bridge the gap and will make the masses understand what the top is doing, certainly that will gladden our heart.
The Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President is really working. I also want to tell you that we also have the second phase that is also coming up. That one is 50,000 housing units in each state of the Federation.
The ministry is planning, and we are going to move hinterlands to meet so that everybody will know what government is doing.
The aim is to reach the masses, the citizens.
They should keep their hope alive.
Government has plans to improve agriculture.
Really wonderful initiative coming from the government.
There are a lot of programs outlined for everyone. Market women, they have an initiative to credit facilities, several of them. And then part of them is the revolving loan, and there are grants, which we outline in our flyers where there is website they can access.
We realize there are a lot of problems. Problem accessing is that some argue that they apply but they will not get. But we said they should keep on doing, and we are going to refer to the authorities concerned.
Regardless of your political affiliation, if you are qualified to get an intervention, you applied. It is the duty of the state government through its relevant agencies to make a follow-up and see that the indigents of Sokoto State benefited from this gesture.
170 projects so far have been implemented under the NTA program, and these programs are touching very critical sectors of the state in terms of healthcare, education, social work.
With a message of renewed hope, the sensitization campaign is expected to reach Nigerians even at the grassroots.
Indeed, Joshua, information is power. There is need for Nigerians to have knowledge of government intervention programs to enable them enjoy the benefits therein. Thanks a lot. And still on sensitization, the National Institute of Cultural Orientation recently held its annual fiesta tagged Roots of Unity with target on young Nigerians, focusing on promoting cultural awareness, cross-cultural understanding, and peaceful coexistence. Correspondent Gufan Shaji Ugwayi reports that the event featured a vibrant display of Nigeria's rich cultural tapestry, which brought together students from diverse backgrounds to celebrate the beauty of unity in diversity.
Cultural diversity is Nigeria's greatest strength. By embracing our differences, we build bridges of understanding and tolerance. Our children are the future leaders, and it's essential they appreciate the beauty of our cultural tapestry. Through cultural education, the Nigerian Institute for Cultural Orientation believes it can empower young ones to celebrate their heritage and respect others.
trying to reactivate some of our cultural practices using the children as the target group. Because if you get the children, you are assured of the next generation. So we are trying to let them know that our culture is beautiful. Even whatever they learn from elsewhere, there's nothing like our culture. And our topic was diversity, the beauty of cultural diversity. In Nigeria, we have so many cultural affinities. So, but we believe that when we put them together, when we harness them, we make a formidable front. UNESCO has said that no culture is bad. We want to throw up all those cultural practices that are going into extinction, more especially our cuisines, traditional cuisines, our dress sense, our languages. Our language, according to them, according to their recent analysis, say that our languages are going into extinction in the next 40 to 50 years, more especially some part of the country who don't speak their languages very often. We in NICO Training School, we are trying to reactivate, to show the beauty of Nigerian culture, because Nigerian culture is very beautiful. Not that we don't have some harmful ones, and NICO is also trying to throw up some of those harmful ones, but not condemning them. They are our culture, but we are not condemning them. Why are we not condemning them? Because they say that, UNESCO said that every culture is unique and must be allowed to express itself. So, but it does not stop us from talking about female genital mutilation, which is bad, but we are still practicing it. We talk about widowhood. If you catch them young and tell them that it's not every man that dies that the wife kills, you know, and all those punishments that they meet on wives when they lose their husbands, that is not necessary. That there's natural death. People die of natural death. That is why we continue to preach to the younger generation to ensure that they accept. And I have told them today that to become culturally competent as a Nigerian, you must know other people's culture.
Government policy should be people-oriented. And who are the people? You can't separate people from their culture. And when you bring anything that is not part of the culture, people will resist. And that's the first thing we need to, in our developmental agenda, there's need for us to work on culture. Because culture is the bedrock of development. So if you remove culture from the development, you have not done anything. That's why it's like people are not interested in, most times, in government policy, because it does not even line. It does not align with their orientation, and it's very, very compulsory. It's very important. You carry them along. You look at their culture before you even implement the policy. If you look at the culture as you are implementing the policy, if it's in line with their policy, they will embrace it.
The event showcased the country's stunning cultural diversity, featuring traditional music and dance, delicious cuisines, intricate handmaking, and captivating activities.
I make afang soup, and afang is a traditional food, and we have family for Nkobi. That's for Igbos. It's very important for you to know your culture, your tradition, and also speak your language. It's very important.
I made ikokore, native of the Ijebu people, mainly Ogun State.
The Children's Cultural Fiesta serves as a powerful reminder that every culture has a story to tell, every tradition has a lesson to share, and every child has a voice to be heard.
Yes, indeed, Gufan, there is the need to catch them young to ensure that some of Nigeria's cultures do not go extinct. Thank you. That concludes this edition of The Correspondence. We hope to see you again next week. Thanks for always being there, and God bless Nigeria.
The Giza pyramid, also known as the Pyramid of Khufu, is one of the oldest of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and the only one to remain largely intact. It borders the present-day Giza in Greater Cairo, Egypt. The pyramid is the oldest and largest of the pyramids in the Giza pyramid complex. It is surrounded by a complex of several buildings including small pyramids. On the southern end of the east side are 4 subsidiary pyramids. The 3 that remain standing to nearly full height are popularly known as the Queen's Pyramids. Egyptologists conclude that the pyramid was built as a tomb for the 4th dynasty Egypt pharaoh Khufu and estimate that it was built in the 26th century BC during a period of around 27 years. History also has it that gangs of 100,000 laborers worked on the building in 3-month shifts for the number of years it took to build. The Great Pyramid remains a demonstration of architectural and engineering prowess of Africans as represented by Egypt. The pyramid as built consists of an estimated 2.3 million blocks, approximately 5.5 million tons of limestone, 8,000 tons of granite, and 500,000 tons of mortar. The accuracy of the pyramid's parameter is such that the 4 sides of the base have an average error of only 58 millimeters in length, and the finished base was squared to a mean corner error of only 12 seconds of arc. Initially standing at 146.5 meters, the Great Pyramid remained the tallest man-made structure in the world for more than 3,800 years, but as time went on, the majority of the smooth white limestone casing was removed, which lowered the pyramid's height to the present 138.5 meters. What is seen today is the underlying core structure. The base was measured to be about 230.3 meters square, giving a volume of roughly 2.6 million cubic meters, which includes an internal hillock. This magnificent ancient pyramid is today a major tourist destination, therefore receives hundreds of thousands of tourists from across the world. Indeed, the level of inquisitiveness of a tourist determines how much of this historic edifice he or she is able to explore. Apart from the exterior of the pyramid and its surroundings being wonderful enough to satisfy sightseeing desire, accessing the interior provides the tourists more stories to tell and more reasons for the urge to pay a continuous visit to the pyramid. To do that, the pyramid has a number of entrances. They include the original entrance, which is located on the north side, 7.29 meters east of the center line of the pyramid. There is also the north face corridor behind the entrance, which is at least 5 meters long, running horizontal or sloping upwards, thus not parallel to the descending passage. Today, tourists enter the Great Pyramid via the Robbers Tunnel, which was long ago cut straight through the masonry of the pyramid. The Giza pyramid comprises 3 main chambers, with the king's chamber being the
Hello, thanks for joining us. Here's the news update. I'm Ruth Aguwele. The newly approved Chief Justice of Nigeria, Kudirat Kekereekun, has been sworn in full capacity. She took oath of office before President Bola Tinubu at the Council Chamber of the State House. The new CJN, who was inaugurated in acting capacity on August 23rd, was approved by the National Assembly on September 25, 2024. President Bola Tinubu urged the new head of the Judiciary to continue to lead by example and uphold the sanctity of the arm of government. In other news, major floods and landslides in Nepal have killed at least 192 people and injured more than 100 across the Himalayan nation after relentless monsoon rains. Police say more than 50 people were still missing on Sunday after 2 days of intense rainfall that ravaged the valley around the capital, Kathmandu. Residents say they jumped from one roof to another to escape rising waters, which flooded thousands of homes, breaking water pipes and affecting telephone and power lines. Reports indicate that about 10,000 police officers as well as volunteers and members of the army have been mobilized as part of search and rescue efforts. About 3,600 people have been rescued so far. Brazil President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has arrived in Mexico ahead of Claudia Sheinbaum's swearing-in ceremony as Mexico president. Lula was greeted by Mexico's incoming Chief of Staff, Lázaro Cárdenas Batel, at the Philip Engels International Airport. Claudia Sheinbaum will be sworn in this Tuesday as Mexico's first woman president, taking charge of the Latin American nation at a time of mounting security, economic and diplomatic challenges. The 62-year-old former Mexico City mayor and ruling party heavyweight will face immediate tests from cartel violence, frictions with key international allies, and a backlash against controversial judicial reforms. NATO's next boss, Mark Rutte, will need all the coalition-building skills he honed as Dutch Prime Minister to hold the Western alliance together amid war in Ukraine. Fears over Moscow's next move and political uncertainty in Washington. Rutte takes over on Tuesday as Secretary General of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization from Norway's Jens Stoltenberg, the first time in decades that NATO's top job will change hands. NATO officials and diplomats expect Rutte to maintain Stoltenberg's priorities, rallying support for Kyiv, pushing NATO countries to spend more on defense and keeping the U.S. engaged in European security. Having governed for 14 years to become the Netherlands' longest-serving Prime Minister, Rutte, 57, is an experienced hand on the world stage. Those are the highlights. Thanks for your time.
This is a procession of colorful horses, indicative of joyful celebration from Dutse Emirate. Dutse is a local government council in Bauchi State, northeastern Nigeria, and Dutse Town is the headquarters of the local government council. It houses the palace of the Emir of Dutse, who is the traditional head of the emirate. The emirate has 11 districts. They are Bununu, Wadi, Bundot, Polchi, Lukshi, and Baraza. Others are Dot, Bajar, Bagal, Dur, as well as Zumpul. Dutse Emirate is a unique emirate.
The uniqueness of Dutse Emirate is very clear when it comes to we are multi-ethnic and multi-religious people. This diversity has become a source of unity and strength because of the diplomatic approach played by the Emirate under the leadership of the Emir. We are Muslims and Christians, and for more than 100 years, we have never had a single clash of, be it religious, tribal, or political. Thus has been one of the most outstanding peaceful emirates. That peaceful coexistence is one of our core values. Anywhere you meet those people, anywhere you see us, we are peace ambassadors. We have about 532 different communities with more than 10 languages, and the major religions are Muslims, dominant environment, community, and Christians. But even in the traditional institutions, equal opportunity is given to whosoever he deserves that has a proven integrity that will ensure that peaceful coexistence is being strengthened.
The traditional rulership of Dutse Emirate spans centuries. The first traditional ruler of Dutse was Mumini, who ruled from 1841 to 1844 with the title Sarkin Bononun Dutse. Subsequent rulers of this emirate, who also had the title Sarkin Bononun Dutse, were Mana, who ruled from 1844 to 1846, Mayaki, who ruled from 1847 to 1884, and Jabri, who was Sarkin Bononun Dutse from 1884 to 1887. Dukuma reigned as the Emir of Dutse from 1887 to 1927. Next to him was Alhaji Usman Malaika, who reigned from 1927 to 1977. He is so far the longest serving Emir of the Emirate, having ruled for 50 years. From 1977 to 2009, Dutse Emirate witnessed the reign of Alhaji Belyamin Osman. From the era of Dukuma to that of Belyamin Osman, who also began as a third-class Emir, the Emirs were all third-class Emirs. During his reign, however, the Emirate enjoyed different upgrades until they still became a first-class one in 2008. The present Emir of Dutse is Osman Belyamin Osman II. He was enthroned on 1st October 2009. He ascended the throne after his father, the immediate past Emir of the Emirate. He was born in 1971 and attended Dutse Central Primary School for his primary education. He proceeded to Government Science Secondary School Toro, Bauchi State. The young Osman also attended Bauchi State College of Agriculture for his OND in Agricultural Science before proceeding to Ahmadu Bello University Zaria for a higher national diploma in Agri-Extension and Management. He worked at the Bauchi State Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources and was seconded to the Bauchi State Agriculture Development Program, BSCDP. He moved to the banking industry and worked at the Jos and Maiduguri branches of the defunct Bank of the North until 2011. He served as a special assistant to former governors Adamu Azu and Isa Yukuda of Bauchi State. Today, he is the chairman Bauchi State Emirates Committee on Health, BASCO. In the traditional circle, he was the Churoma of the Dutse Emirate. Having acquired requisite experience in life, both as a public servant and a traditional title holder, especially also being very close to his late father, the immediate past Emir of Dutse, Bilyaminu I, His Royal Highness Osman Bilyaminu Osman was prepared for leadership. So, as he ascended the throne, he already had set objectives.
I intend to continue and build on the good works of my forefathers. Sustenance of peace and development of this community, Dutse community as a local government. Being one of the 20 local governments in the state, created as a local government far back 1976. And up to today, we have not been having any form of violence or crisis within the community, and as well with our neighbors. That is what I intend to continue and build upon, what our forefathers have done, inshallah, so that we see a very good development of this community. And I intend to, inshallah, see how we could have a very literate society.
The people of Dutse Emirate are predominantly farmers, and His Royal Highness Osman Bilyaminu II is himself a farmer and an agricultural scientist. Therefore, their quest for improved agricultural practice can only be better improved under him.
Being an agriculturalist, professionally, it has helped in so many ways in enabling me to make a very positive decision during my reign as the Emir of Dutse. The good aspect of it is that our people are predominantly farmers, and also this fertile land also enables the cultivation of all kinds of crops, both root tubers, cereals, and even tree crops are all grown in this community. We have palm trees, we have fruits, we go into dry season farming. All our fertile and rich land supports all this kind of cultivation, and also the rainy season farming activities. We also rear animals. So these are the basic and major occupation of our people. So by little experience that I have in the agricultural science, it accords me the opportunity to interact with my community people and advise them positively of how to improve their living standards.
Osman Bilyaminu Osman is an emir with special outstanding qualities. His love for his people is limitless. Hence, he is also loved by his subjects, just as they never regret having him as their emir.
He is somebody who is a dogged fighter. He is calm. He is respectable to all. He doesn't consider himself as from the royal family. If you were with him when he was then the Chiromo of Dutse, you would see that he was mingling with everybody. He was giving, if he sees an elderly man, he doesn't shake hands with him. He will go down and give him his due respect. And nobody even, so people were already submissive that they have got the right person for the throne. Everybody was clamoring. So when it came to his period, of selection, there were many of them, including from other places. They came in. Everybody wanted to contest. Fortunately, the homework was already done. So it was just a walkover.
Today, as the Emir of Das, he is one of the emirs in the state that is seen with great respect. He has great personality. He listens to his subjects. He consults with the Emirate Council before major decisions are taken. So people love him for different reasons. As the Emir, as our son, and as somebody that respects the rule of law. That's how we see him.
Osman Biliamin II recognizes contributions of all. Hence, various traditional title holders, both male and female, are allowed to make input in the running of the emirate in the interest of the generality of the people.
The Emir has the hierarchy from the Emir. Then within the system there are those that are Emirate Council staff. We call them, most of them, the king makers. They are there, and their responsibility is to always be in the palace to advise the Emir. And whenever there is any occasion that demands, he will summon the district heads. They come and meet, discuss common things. But most of those of us that have traditional title holdings, we come in the advisory capacity.
I'm one of the traditional holders of the emirate, and the Emir can call upon me at any time to represent him, anywhere he wants me to represent him.
His Royal Highness Biliamin II is an Emir who has continuous passion for peaceful coexistence and progress of his people. Ruling an emirate with the uniqueness of being peaceful despite multiplicity of tribes and religion is thus an opportunity to excel in love. He shares with us the key to achieving this feat.
Unity in diversity. According respect to each and every clan within the community. It is a community that is predominantly Jarawa tribe, like myself, and Jarawa by tribe. So we do have other tribes living alongside with us. And we've been living peacefully for decades and decades, due to the fact that we recognize and respect each and every clan and community. We are living in a society of people of different faiths. We have Muslims, we have Christians, considerable number of Christians. We have even the free thinkers. But just few of them, those that are neither Muslims nor Christians, few of them still exist within some of our rural areas. So respecting one another was key to the peaceful coexistence of this community.
As a royal father, Osman Biliamin Osman is a highly accommodated leader. He is a royal father whose palace is open to all without any level of segregation. As such, during festivities, especially during Muslim Eid festivals, performances are displayed by various groups of individuals to the joy of all. During special occasions, like the two Muslim Eid festivals, the royal father comes out of his palace, accompanied by thousands of his subjects, to attend the prayers. After the Eid prayers, more of his subjects get to have clear glimpses of their amiable royal father amid cheers and shows of respect. In the same mood of celebrations, and in recognition of the root of Das, the Emir often rides on horseback, again accompanied by other riders as well as other subjects, to the foot of Umbola Rock, the place where the people of Das first settled. There, homage are paid to the royal father, just as cultural displays are organized. This unique emirate is blessed with a current traditional ruler, supported by other hard-working traditional title holders, who together enjoy the respect, support and loyalty of their subject. Indeed, this loyalty is needed for further progress and development of the Dutse Emirate.
At all times, we enjoin our people to be loyal and obedient to constituted authority. Respect the do's and don'ts of our constitutions. Be also loyal to our traditional institutions. And at all times to come to the traditional institutions for fatherly advice in whatever they intend to undertake within the community, the domain, or within the state. This will further bring more and more peace.
Despite the task of leadership and the urge to further develop Dutse Emirate, His Royal Highness Osman Biliamin Osman pursues some of his hobbies.
Basically, the first hobby used to be reading. I read a lot and widely, both Western and Islamic books. And on the other hand, I also like to travel a lot. Traveling is also a hobby in those days, but now I can't do that.
Dutse Emirate's uniqueness in peace, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence are exemplary. The leadership qualities of Osman Biliamin II are inviting. Therefore, nothing short of prosperity of the ancient Dutse Emirate is envisaged. The sky is just a stepping stone for the growth and development of the Emirate, as His Royal Highness Osman Biliamin Osman II reigns.
Dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Life is a battle, and we human beings are the warriors, the soldiers on the battlefield. Now, as a soldier, you must defend yourself against the enemy. The enemies of life are so many things, seen and unseen, told and untold. Irene was a soldier on the battlefield that fought and fought and fought, and at the end of it all, she triumphed against all odds. Irene lived 2 decades of her life with a chronic lung disease, and finally it took her 2 legs off. But did she give up because her 2 legs were taken off? No, it was another turnaround for her. The story wasn't funny, but today it's interesting. Welcome to Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA. My name is Doshima Pius Ikirabe. This episode promises to be exciting, educative, informative, and very interesting too. I'd like you to just stay and let's roll this together.
This is Against All Odds.
There is nothing that's impossible. We are standing here only because you made a way.
In a world where adversity often overshadows hope, there are stories that shine through as beacon of resilience and courage. This is the story of Dr. Irene Olumise, a woman whose life journey has been marked by profound challenges and unwavering determination. A lung transplant survivor and bilateral amputee, Irene has transformed her trials into a powerful narrative of hope and inspiration.
It all started in 1993 when my doctors found that there was something in my chest. I had been coughing for quite a while and it was not responding to treatment. And then when they did the x-ray, they saw something at the University Teaching Hospital in Ibadan. They had to do a surgery to find out what that was. And it turned out to be a benign tumor. But after they brought it out, it was a major surgery to bring that out. It was between my heart and my lungs. The coughing did not stop, and I continued to cough non-stop every day for the next 20 years. In the midst of all of that, we were trying to find out what exactly was going on, because other things were happening along the side as the problem got progressively worse. In 1998, they made a diagnosis that it's a chronic disease of the lungs and also a debilitating neuromuscular disease, which means that there's a weakness in my muscles, and all of that made me to continue to cough, very bad, intense coughing. And the weaknesses in my muscles meant that, my hands can suddenly drop, and whatever is there will just drop off. My eyelids can just suddenly come down, and I will not be able to see, or my pupils dilate, or it can be so bad that I can't even lift up my hand to comb my hair. So because that disease is called myasthenia gravis.
For 20 years, Irene battled chronic respiratory disease known as bronchiectasis and a debilitating neurological muscular disorder. These conditions not only tested her physical endurance, but also her spirit.
And while I was working in the northern region of Ghana, in 2003, the lungs collapsed in the northern part, and there was no medical facility to take care of me, and so I couldn't be air freighted, air ambulanced to Accra, so I had to be placed in an ambulance at 10 plus hours on the road without oxygen and brought back to Accra. The doctors still don't know how I survived that trip with collapsed lungs. My lungs had become so tired that they could not hold enough oxygen for me to survive. So I needed to be on supplemental oxygen, meaning that I need to carry a bottle of oxygen with me 24 hours a day for me to be able to breathe. And then in 2010, the doctors told me that they had exhausted all medical options and that the only thing that was left is for me to have a lung transplant. And that meant that somebody has to die for me to live, because you can't buy lungs and you can't take lungs from a living person to give to another person. So it has to be from somebody who has accepted to be a donor. And as the person passes away, they keep the person and harvest the lungs and then take out my diseased lung and put that. So from 2010, I had to be on the waiting list because it just doesn't happen. All right, so it took 3 years. And by this time, the situation had gotten so bad that I had to be on a ventilator. So it was literally medicalizing my home. The ventilator that we talk about during the COVID period, yeah. So it was like having that in my home to help me to breathe so that my lungs would not forget to breathe while I was sleeping. 2013, when eventually they found a suitable donor for me, and then they called me to come and have the lung transplant.
In a life-defining moment, Irene underwent a lung transplant, a procedure that offered a lifetime but came with unforeseen complications. The battle wasn't over, it was just beginning.
Shortly after the surgery, I developed complications, and that I got very strong lungs. That was, to replace my own diseased lungs. So they had to put me in a medically induced coma. So I was in coma for about 5 weeks. In that period, I was on an oxygen, heart-lung machine. My systems were failing. I had to be on renal, I had a renal failure. I had to be on dialysis as well. So I was literally on 3 machines to keep me alive. And in that process, something went wrong. There was insufficient blood flow to my hands and to my legs. So by the time I was in coma for about 3 weeks, they knew that both lungs and legs were dying. And then they told my husband that they need to amputate both the hands and the legs to save my life. And for me at that point in time, that was more than any human being can handle. 20 years coughing nonstop, 7 years on oxygen, 3 years on ventilator, and then waking up from coma. I had strong lungs, I would not have hands and legs. I just told God, take me home, I'm done, I'm not doing this, But you see, when you have gone in a very long journey, you get to understand that life just does not happen to you anyhow. And that everything that happens to you has a purpose. We rested our case in the Lord, and the 2 legs were amputated below the knees 2 weeks after I came out of coma, and that was on the 31st of May 2013. But my hands began to show some signs of recovery. All the nails fell off, and I spent 3 months removing all the dead tissues from my hands. So, here is a new life without 2 legs. What next? The way my husband and my sons managed the situation, they were able to take care of my stumps even when I couldn't touch it. It helped me to come to terms with the fact that if my family can accept me, the people who are closest to me can accept me, then I can accept myself. And it was after they did that that I was finally able to touch the storms. I mean, of course, I wept.
Yet, in the face of this devastating loss, she found an unyielding strength. Irene's story is not just about survival, it's about thriving in the aftermath of trauma. Her journey through these multidimensional, life-threatening experiences has become a source of inspiration for many.
While I was learning how to walk again, I mean, you know what it is like for an adult to have to know how to put one foot in front of the other. The question that came to my mind was, how do amputees in Nigeria cope? We know what our medical facilities are like. I know how expensive these legs are. Who is giving them legs? Who is supporting them? So all through the months of my therapy, that question will not leave my mind. Who is helping amputees in Nigeria? I knew immediately what I wanted to do. That will set up a foundation that will provide prosthetic limbs for women and children. So that was our objective, that all may walk again. And that I will use my story of 20 long years of living with chronic diseases to inspire hope and encourage people who are going through challenges. And we will do different activities to raise funds to provide prosthetic limbs for women and children with missing limbs. And we focused on women and children with missing limbs for a reason. You see, a woman already is at a disadvantaged position. If you now have missing limbs, it means that that woman can no longer go to work. She can't go to market. She can't do the things that other people can do. If a young girl loses her limbs, she can stop going to school because of that. I mean, we have several young girls who have lost their limbs and they stop going to school. So can you imagine no education, missing limbs, and you are a female? What is going to happen to that girl? What life is that girl going to live? We will target our support. It will be where it will have maximum impact. Young girls, women, so that they can get back to school and get back to work.
The foundation's work goes beyond just physical rehabilitation. Irene understands the emotional and psychological toll that comes with such a life-altering experience. Through her work, she aims to restore not just mobility, but dignity and hope.
This is Against All Odds.
Irene's journey and her commitment to uplifting others are captured in her book, Grace in the Storms. A living proof, this work reflects her desire to help others navigate the storms of life with courage and faith, to transform their pain into a source of strength and purpose.
My story has a purpose, that my life has a purpose. You know, there's a scripture that says that I will comfort you in all your afflictions with the same comfort with which you will comfort others. 2 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 3-4. And I had that with me since October 1984. And that had helped me through all my life struggles. That everything that happened to me will benefit somebody else. No matter how adverse, how difficult, how challenging it was, it will benefit somebody else. And so it's been using my story all through those years to bring hope to others. All through the 20 long years, what I went through is recorded in a book. It's not something that I can share in the few minutes that we have together. It was one after the other. But what I saw in all of it was that at the end of it, I'm always in a position to comfort somebody else. I'm always in a position to support somebody else. I think it was in 2001 when somebody heard my story as to where we were in 2001 and said, Irene, you have a story to tell. You need to write a book. You just did like this, right? And then in 2003, another person heard my story and said the same thing. Irene, you have a story to tell. You need to write a book. And by the mouth of 3 witnesses, I decided to start jotting down because really it was more problems and problems and problems then. But in the midst of every problem, I found something, hope. I found something that would inspire others and encourage others. So I started journaling. And by the time it got to 2010, I had written so much about what I was experiencing and the victory I was having on an everyday basis. So when the whole thing now happened in 2013, I knew. And now that I have new lungs, new legs, I knew I have a complete book ready. So I did the book because no matter how much I could travel and share my story, I believe that this book can go further than where I could go to bring hope and comfort to others and encourage them. And that's what motivated the book. It's a personal story of lives caught in gusty wings of chronic the illnesses and adversity and the mighty hands of God that anchored them through the storms.
It is one knowing that God is good and he would not bring things my way which he has not equipped me to. So when something happens and it is challenging, I'm not asking why me. It is what are the tools you have given me to walk through this. One thing I must say is that one thing where I got help from God is I'm a doctor. So I know everything happening, I know all the complications and all. But somehow I was able to put aside doctor and just be a husband. I think that helped a great deal. It's like when she was passing through all those challenges, those health issues and challenges, in my workplace, they didn't know. It was only those who were friends who knew as friends, but not officially in my workplace. Because one, I was determined that no one is going to say, I am not doing my work because my wife, that was my private business and private issue. Yeah, but somehow, like I said, not compartmentalizing my life, but seeing it as one package, everything. It's putting God first. Of course, she is next. And everything fell into place. Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, it's the grace of God. That's the bottom line. We look back now and try to put them in, but day by day, it's trusting and the grace of God. The who I am today, it's all part of what we have passed through. So relationship certainly grew stronger, certainly grew. I got to know God the more, better from a different perspective, and also to the children, the 2 boys also grew and matured. So it actually brought us together as a family. I want to tell men, you need all to get up and become men. One of the things we see in society today is men failing in their responsibility as men. You can't run from it. It's a responsibility you've been equipped to, and we need to man up. And when I mean man up, it's not muscles. It's actually responsibility and accountability. And take that responsibility in the family, to take that responsibility of providing care and all and support for the family. So that's one message I will give. And secondly is that we pass through challenges. It's a given. Most times people complain that, oh, what I am today is because of what has happened to me. This happened to me as a child. No. You do not have a control over what happens to you, but you have a control over how you respond to that, and that's what makes you. Not the things that happen to you, but the way you respond to them. That's actually what defines who you are. So my advice is, you can do it. Rise up and take the moment and make the best of it.
This is Against All Odds.
Everything that happens to us happens for a reason. And I think the greatest evil we can do ourselves is to waste our pain. I tell people, don't waste your pain. Your pain will be in vain if it does not serve as a gain for somebody else. We waste our pain if we don't transform it to become something that can be meaningful and significant. And that understanding alone led me to go back and study to become a trauma-informed coach. Somebody who helps others to transform their pain. Pain is powerful. It can take us to the despair. It can take us to depression. But if you begin to see your pain as something that can serve a higher purpose, then you can take that experience that happened to you and transform it into something that can serve a bigger purpose, a purpose that is larger than you. Hold fast to hope that this situation will turn around, that God is able to work all things together for good, and to see that your situation can be transformed in a way that gives you a testimony. So when you're going through situations that are overwhelming, the way you are looking at it matters. If you see it as this is life, oh, me, why me? You sink into depression, into despair. But if you turn it around, something is going to come out of this. I'm going to have a story to tell because of this. My muscles are going to be built up because of this. I'm going to learn. I'm going to grow. In this situation, as bad as it is, there is a lesson that I will bring out of it that will bring growth to me and hopefully to somebody else. You see the way my posture changes? It goes from here to here. So you do not become an overwhelmed victim. You want to be an overcoming victor.
Dr. Irene Olumese is a testament to the power of resilience and the human spirit's capacity to rise above adversity. Her story is a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is light. Through her work, her words, her life, Irene inspires us all to live victoriously regardless of the challenges we face daily.
I want people to remember me as someone who did not give up when life happened. I want people to remember me as somebody who brought hope for others despite what she has been through. I want this book, Grace in the Storms, to be a source of encouragement for everyone, that there is a grace of God that sustains us through the storms of life. I want people to remember that there was a girl that came and walked the surface of earth. Life happened to her, but she refused to allow what happened to her to define who she is. But she used her life experience as a springboard to become a conduit of hope, a conduit of support for other people. I want to be remembered as somebody who did not waste her pain, but she made her pain to count as a gain for others. That is the legacy that I would like to leave behind.
This is Against All Odds.
Oh my God, Dr. Irene, my inspirator. She so inspired me. You know, when you're passing through some certain things in life, you would think your own is the worst until you meet another person. Have you ever thought, this is how many years running against all odds? I did not know that lungs failure can actually take your two legs away. We need to take care of our health. And my dear brothers and sisters, when you are offered a broken egg, please make omelets. And when you're given lemons, use them to make lemonade. Life is beautiful. If you agree, it is truly beautiful. Face your life's challenges headlong and you will be happy. Thank you for staying with us on Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA. We'll do this again next week, Same time, same station. Always be positive. Life is about positivity. Life is a challenge, but we will definitely surmount it. Bye.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. Time is a masterpiece. A delicate piece when we wait. A vibrant shard when we're late. A dark fragment when we're sad. A radiant tile when we're happy. An intricate pattern when we're in pain. A long, winding thread when we're bored. But time's mosaic is crafted by our hearts and our minds, not by clocks. So piece together your time wisely.
It's going well, but here comes Okabari and Jet Okabari.
Takes it, tucks it,
buries it.
From the football prowess of Kanu Nwankwo to the track dominance of Blessing Okagbari, Nigerian athletes continue to excel. Chioma Ajunwa, the first Nigerian woman to win an Olympic gold medal.
Applying the pressure to the rest and trying to come back, and Amuzan taking it. Amuzan, well, getting consolation there.
Join us as we witness the determination, resilience and passion.
No, it goes in. Scoofet unlucky, but it's that old combination from last season.
This is the most outstanding, the best woman football player on the African continent. Asisat Oshuala.
Great ball, Musa!
Federal government donates over 64 CNG buses to labor unions. World Bank approves 1.57 billion naira for Nigeria to improve health, education and power. Oil prices rise on Middle East supply risk as Israel steps up attacks. China stocks rally 7% as manufacturing contract less than feared. Japan's Nikkei falls more than 4%. On the program, we shall be taking a look at Nigeria at 64 and how Tinubu's reforms will transform Nigerian economy. The program is Business Express, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. I am Musa Abubakar, your guide. begin by telling you that the World Bank on Monday approved a total of $1.57 billion to strengthen human capital in Nigeria through better health for women, children and adolescents. A part of the support will also help to mitigate the impact of climate change in Nigeria through improvement in dam safety and irrigation. The new financing includes $500 million for addressing governance issues that constrain the delivery of education and health, $570 million for the primary health care provision strengthening program, HOPE PHC, and $500 million for the Sustainable Power and Irrigation for Nigeria project SPIN. The World Bank said the HOPE Gov and HOPE PHC programs combined will support the Nigerian government to improve service delivery in the basic education and primary health care sectors, which are critical towards improving human capital outcomes. The SPIN project will support improvement of dam safety and management of water resources for hydropower and irrigation in selected areas of Nigeria. Now, 3 universities across the country have confirmed the receipt of a total of 639.263 million naira from the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund, for disbursement to beneficiary students of the institution. In separate confirmation letters to NELFund, Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, and received 226.9 million naira. Osun State University got 218.9 million naira, and Alex Ekweme Federal University and Duofu alike. Ebonyi State received 198.3 million naira. The Nigerian Student Loan Scheme, established by the federal government, aims to alleviate financial barriers in the country's higher education sector. Now, the federal government has handed over 64 to 100 different other capacity compressed natural gas buses to the Organized Labor and Student Union. Minister of Information Mohammed Idris, accompanied by other ministers at the handover, says the development of the CNG buses, in line with President Tinubu's promise to retool Nigeria economy into a sustainable part of progress. Deborah Gbogbo reports.
Promised and delivered. That symbolizes the handover of CNG buses to representatives of Labour and Students' Union. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, reiterates government's commitment to ensure the availability of CNG buses to not only Nigerian workers but to other members of the public. Beyond implementing the policy on transition from fossil fuel to cleaner energy, bringing down cost of transportation and enhancing energy competitiveness are other benefits the minister cited.
Over $175 million worth of investment has gone into this sector already. We expect to see more of that. Nigerians expect to go in. More and more Nigerians, technicians especially, are being trained. So it's a whole gamut of arrangement that will benefit all spheres of, all sectors of this country. All Nigerians will be felt. This is beginning from those who need the most, the working class. The working class are going to get this. But beyond that, other Nigerians are also going to be the market people. Everyone, artisans, everybody will now feel this impact.
The promise he made is to intervene on the side of the poor and the most vulnerable in the aftermath of what we all knew were necessary macroeconomic reforms to set the country on the path of economic stability that would allow investment.
Mr. President is leading us to do what is sensible. What you are blessed with, what is cheaper, use it. Any mechanical device, motor, generator, irrigation facility that uses petrol can run on CNG. So this is a sensible transition that is led by Mr. President. We have talked about it for decades, but Mr. President is saying, let's do it.
Representatives of the union expressed satisfaction over various endeavors by government to cushion the plight of Nigerians occasioned by global economic challenges.
This step forward brings us closer to a future where both workers and the planet benefit from such forward-thinking policies, which is commendable.
As a representative of over 40 million Nigerian students, today we are happy that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria have kept to his promise.
I want to believe that it's just the takeoff, that clearly we will get more buses.
This is the first in series of such initiatives lined up by government towards the implementation of the policy.
And now to our discussion segment to shed more light on how Nigeria's economy has fared in the last 64 years and how Tinubu's reforms will transform Nigerian economy. Is an economist, Dr. Emeka Okengu. You're welcome to Business Express.
Pleasure. Good to be here.
Okay, beautiful. Well, before we get into, talk about the Nigerian economy and how it has fared over a period of, let's say, 64 years on CNG buses, what do you make of this new development?
Well, the CNG system or the CNG program is not as new as people make it out to be. More than 25 years ago, Nigeria had actually established CNG stations. NIPCO had some. I think there were one or two of them that were set up in Warri. It's not less than 20 years old. So it's not really as new as they are being presented to be now. But good development is a good thing. We're working up to that reality. But there are two other demands that you must take into consideration when you are dealing with running programs like CNG. You have both the back-end infrastructure and requirements and then the front end. The back end will be, the maintenance infrastructure, okay? The front end will be the fuels, you need to run them. Because you need to be refueling, you need to be recharging. If it's electric, you need to be refueling. If it's CNG, if you take off and there's no other station from here, maybe to Kaduna, you might end up towing that car back. So it's also critical that in celebrating...
But I was told that it operates on both gas and petrol. Once the gas, you're out of gas, you can switch to petrol.
Well, if it's hybrid, yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But even at that, if you're now operate point 1 to point B, it has to be, not point to point, but point to destination.
Okay.
Point I'm trying to make
what
is...
you are saying, availability of the infrastructure, so that...
Yeah, it's very critical. If it's a good development. I'm a progenitor of CNG. We had actually pushed it, when I was consultant to the Nigerian Air Force Holdings, and this was about 15 years ago. We had gone to NMPC to make presentation on CNG. So CNG is nothing new. But in doing this, we must really think it through. And thinking it through means that, those places against distances, where you can get whatever alternative fuels. And if it's cheaper, why would I want to buy petrol when I can use CNG? So that infrastructure has to be there, but it's a good program.
Okay.
Kudos to government at least that have taken it, off the ground.
Okay, on the Nigerian economy, 64 years, what can you tell us or how
it's been a mixture. It's been a mixture of
development over the years.
Oh, yes.
What are the major milestones achieved and the challenges so far?
Okay, well, let's start with the challenges, then we'll go to the milestones. The first challenge is what was bequeathed to us at independence, okay, as our infrastructure for governance. If you want to, look at it, from probably that very holistic perspective, you'll be probably looking at the structure that the Niger Delta, Niger Delta Holding Company left. But be it as it may, we didn't have at independence that infrastructure that could backtrack us, to economic development. What we had was infrastructure that could help us to administer our resources for those who were using it before. What do I mean by this? If you take the trajectory of our transport infrastructure, you find out that a lot of the rail lines were built along, or very close to warehouses. And those warehouses were, being run on what they call the subcontracting model of valorization, if you may, in economics. What does this mean? most of the goods and services, that were running through our transport systems were heading to the seaports, and, they were supposed to be seaworthy and then heading out to other destinations. Now, we've struggled to be able to get a turn to that, where you now have your raw materials, now heading towards your industries that can be able to now add proper value that can now make it competitive. It's been the greatest challenge we've had, developing a country. But I think by now, or for now, we're beginning to now wake up to that reality that it is no longer about us being raw materials, biggest producer of groundnut. We should also be the biggest producer of vegetable oil, biggest groundnut of cocoa. We should also be the biggest producer of chocolates. Okay, biggest producer of columbite. We should be able to be the biggest producer of alloys. Now, this is how that second now begins to now get you into that, percentage of the market share that gives you a seat in where they call the politics of international economic relations. But it's work in progress. We are doing well. We are working up to that reality, that we can no longer be, that raw materials, endless supply place where you just come in and then take everything in its rawest form, take our solid minerals in their rawest form, take our agriculture in its purest form, et al., and including our forestry. You might just want to recall the case of, the rosewood that created some furor, when Nigerian people are going to take it away as raw as it was, and then bringing back very expensive furniture, made from it.
Okay, in terms of industrialization and economic diversification, how far have we come? What can you say today when you look at us and say, okay, you identify to Nigeria?
Well, again, like I said, it's work in progress. But if you want to look at industrialization in the real sense, we haven't yet, we're still, struggling to get on that track. You know why? Because if you want to look at industrialization, it goes from research. The beginning point of industrialization is research, where research begins to meet outputs, and then outputs begin to meet business, and business begins to now meet products. And then you find out that the inputs that get into your industrial process is very, very critical. Otherwise, you're going to be having a GDP, that is actually starting where the GDP of other countries have ended. What do I mean by that? When you bring in resin or polymer or polyester and you're importing it, it's your raw material, but it's finished product to some other person. But if you had the capacity, to be able to now take your petrochemicals waste and then be able to now start producing your resins and polymers, then you'd have, your industrial trajectory would have been a little bit more sustainable. But we are doing well. I mean, I can tell you this for free. We're beginning to wake up to that reality. We are listening Nigeria. First, it started with music. Hitherto, you couldn't go into a place, and hear 3, 4, 5 Nigerian stars. But you can go where young people are staying, and then for 2 hours, all you are listening to, is music made in Nigeria. So in arts and culture, Nollywood has created a niche for us. In our service industry, yes, we've also done well. But we are still lacking in our productive sectors. We still need to, tighten 1 or 2 knots here and there so that we can actually now, begin to proudly say that I'm made in Nigeria. Most of the cars you see written made in Nigeria, 80, 60, 90, sometimes more of those components are not made here really. They just bring them here and assemble them.
Okay,
that's the point I'm trying to make.
Amongst this sector, which amongst them do you think stands out today?
For me, agriculture stands out, aviation stands out. To a large extent, the solid minerals sector is standing out. Where we're struggling with our education sector, I wish we could do better there. We're also
what do you
struggling.
think we need to do, particularly in the education?
Well, we need to rejig what it is we are teaching. We need to move away from the curriculum that prepares you as an administrative officer and then move into a curriculum, that makes you a skilled person. Okay, that's where I think we need to go in the education subsector. And that's very critical because when you're talking about this huge bulge of our youth, a lot could have been lost to the attrition of education by so many factors, climate change factors, insurrections and insurgencies, and all sorts. But those people are still who they are. If you had some skill sets that could empower them to begin to contribute their bit to Nigeria, you'll be very shocked, how intelligent, how brilliant the typical Nigerian young person is. So I think education needs to be tightened. Science and technology failed woefully, I'm sorry to say this, okay, because it would have been at the heart, okay, of rescuing this country. Because everything you want to talk about, every other thing I'm talking about, is based on science, technology, and innovation. And, when the president came and then, changed the name, of that ministry and put innovation, it simply meant that they were supposed to be, leading the charge, okay, to the new Nigeria that should have emerged. A lot of the things we see here, at this age, we shouldn't be seeing JVC cameras in NTA. We should be seeing, Mustafa cameras. We should be seeing Abdul cameras. We should be seeing things that the, NTA Research Institute is producing. Yes. We shouldn't be looking at furniture that's coming from China to make up our studios.
Okay. What about the recent reforms by the federal government? How has it helped in shaping the economy? As when you look at removal of fuel subsidy.
There are three legs to reforms. Leg number one is policy. Leg number two is program. Leg number three is action. Now, the role of government is to do this policy. And a lot of policies, trust me, have had their gains.
But where are we at right now?
Where we are now is there's a determination by government, to take very unpopular, difficult, but very necessary decisions. That's where we are.
So what do we need to do?
We've been very entitled, but people are beginning to wake up to this reality now. That, it's no longer you need to shape up or ship out. So where we are now is that, for me, we are moving towards that reality that we are the masters of our own destiny. Okay, and there won't be a lot of free lunches hanging around anymore.
Okay. Well, what do you think we need to do differently?
What we need to do differently is to rejig, our governance systems, especially as it relates to the relationship between, the federal government and the subnationals. What we need to do is to be able to make certain that we put science and technology at the center of all development programs that we are planning. What we need to do is to make certain that education begins to work for everybody. You can teach people in vernacular. You can teach people in their languages, and then they take this camera we're looking at, and you see a brand new one, and he doesn't speak one word of English. Just like a lot of, the Chinese, people that are working for us and then building these marvels, a lot of them are not lettered in English. So we need to make certain that the education is skewed towards, we need to begin to apply, our infrastructure, our dams, into proper food production systems. We need to move from, season to cycle, production of foods. We don't have to wait. Now everybody says, the price of tomato has come down because we're into tomato season. But if we had a tomato cycle, you would have tomato being the same price from January because you'll be producing. Of course. And this is where science and technology again comes in. And that's why I feel very, I'm hard on them, because a lot of the failures, a lot of policy failures we've had has been the failures of our inability to get the right people to do the right thinking around science, technology, and innovation. And education, of course.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emeka Okengo. It's always a pleasure having you on the program.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Now, let's head to the capital market. Here's a summary on how stocks fared in Nigeria last week, as put together by Olayinka Ojo.
The NGX All-Share Index and market capitalization appreciated by 0.21% to close last week at 98,458.68 basis points and 56.578 trillion naira. A total turnover of 3.318 billion shares worth 45.911 billion naira in 49,243 deals were traded by investors on the floor of the exchange. The financial services industry led the activity chart with 1.430 billion shares valued at 23.659 billion naira in 22,745 deals. The oil and gas industry followed with 703.389 million shares worth 7.323 billion naira in 6,207 deals, while the third place was the healthcare industry with a turnover of 411.489 million shares worth 2.896 billion naira in 827 deals. Trading in the top three equities accounted for 1.363 billion shares, worth 9.472 billion naira in 4,050 deals. A total of 92,630 units of ETPs valued at 42.253 million shares were traded in 135 deals. At the bonds market, a total of 268,099 units valued at 269.487 million shares were traded in 32 deals. For summary of price changes, 45 equities appreciated in price during the week, 33 equities depreciated in price, while 73 equities remained unchanged. Olainka Ojo for Business Express.
And now to the global stock market. China's stocks rally 7% as manufacturing contracts less than feared. Japan's Nikkei falls more than 4%. Well, Maria, I believe you have the figures with us. You have the figures for us. Well, let's have it now. It's over to you.
Thank you for that, Musa. We have European stocks which were lower this Monday starting the week and the final trading session of September in negative territory. We have the DAX which depreciated by 0.75%. We have the FTSE figures which were down by 0.634%. And we have CAC which went down 1.74%. We have Asia markets have Japan's Nikkei 225 tumbling nearly 5% on Monday, and the yen weakened against the dollar as traders reacted to the results of the ruling Liberal Democratic Party election last Friday. We have the Nikkei which dropped 4.80%. We have Shanghai Composite up by 8.06%. We have the Hang Seng Index up by 2.43%. Moving on, we have U.S. stock futures which tick down, leading up to final trading session of what's shaping up to be a winning month and quarter. We have Dow Jones futures which increased by 0.33%. We have S&P 500 futures down by 0.13%. We have Nasdaq Composite also down by 0.39%. Moving on to Africa, we can see it bearish this afternoon. Looking at the figures, we have South Africa GSE top 40 lower by 0.92%, Tunisia Tune Index long by 0.31%, Namibia All Share Index depreciated by 0.61%, Ghana opposed these figures by going up 0.01%. That's the global market update. I am Maria Adrog-Zakari. It's back to you now, Musa.
Thank you, Maria. We end this edition of Business Express. We value your feedback, so keep the comments, observations, and suggestions coming. Be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube on the NTA's channel. Business Express returns Tuesday by 9:30 a.m. I'm Musa Bakar. Thanks for your company.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
going well, but here comes Okabari and Jet Okabari. Takes it, tucks it, buries it.
From the football prowess of Kanu Nwankwo to the track dominance of Blessing Okagbari, Nigerian athletes continue to excel. Chioma Ajunwa, the first Nigerian woman to win an Olympic gold medal.
Applying the pressure from the rest and trying to come back, and Amuzan taking it. Amuzan, well, getting consolation there.
Join us as we witness the determination, resilience and passion.
Scoofet unlucky, but it's that old combination from last season.
This is the most outstanding, the best woman football player on the African continent, Asisat Oshuala.
Great ball, Musa!
Cheer on our sporting heroes as we celebrate their remarkable achievements on the global stage.
Running by Victor Moses, and the finish, well, speaks for itself. Wonderful strike, and Nigeria lead by a goal to nil. Musa went for the curler, hits the crossbar this time.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to another episode of The Eagle. In today's digital age, the internet has become an indispensable part of our lives. We use it to connect, learn, shop, and even share our experiences. However, with great convenience comes great risk. Cybercrime, identity theft, and online harassment are just a few threats lurking in the digital shadows. But don't worry, you're not helpless. By taking simple steps and being mindful of your online actions, you can protect yourself and your loved ones from these dangers. On this program today, we explore the importance of online safety, share expert advice, and provide practical tips on how to safeguard your digital life. Join us as we empower you to take control of your online security and make the internet a safer place for everyone. Aisha Mohammed is my name, and as usual, I am not alone on the program.
My name is Abbas Abubakar Umar, welcoming you to the program and thanking you for always tuning in.
You must be greedy. Yes, that's why you always fall for that 100% return on investment offers. Do you have money to invest? Are you busy and looking for where to put your money? Do you easily fall in love? Do you find time to fact check the information and business offers that you get? Okay, I want you to listen. Businesses, ideas, and good juicy offer does not come easy, and of course you cannot get 100% on such a short period of time. If actually it does exist, they won't tell you about it. So I want you to understand that those fraudsters would have been out of business if not because of you, because you hardly find time to check the details. You are being swooped by their amazing offer. Now, you need to put them out of business. When you have a business proposal, check it, find time, and if you don't or don't have the time, do not invest. Be at alert, be careful.
We are starting the program today with the usual updates on happening within and outside the EFCC. We begin with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, Credit Corp, Uzoma Nwagba, who applauded President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for releasing 50 billion naira from the recovery account of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Nwagba described the presidential directive to release the funds to his corporation as strategic and fulfilling. He stated this in Abuja while on a courtesy visit to the executive chairman of the EFCC, Ola Olukoede, at the Commission's corporate headquarters. Mavdia Umar, who was at the event, completes the story.
The managing director disclosed that his corporation, with a take-off grant of 50 billion naira, had commenced disbursement of credit facilities to civil servants, and their feedback was highly encouraging. He expressed delight and satisfaction with the EFCC's focus on the preventive framework in driving the anti-corruption fight, explaining that the modality aligned with his corporation's mandate.
And I really admire and respect the focus on the EFCC around dealing with the prevention rather than dealing with just recovery, or would I say expanding the efforts around prevention. So we have a job that is quite complementary to that, assessing risk of fraud, assessing risk of corruption, and that's why we're here.
In his response, Olukoide expressed delight with Credit Corp's mandate, pointing out that it aligned with the EFCC's mission. He particularly recalled his address on the need for transactional credits, stressing that no consumer intervention mechanism can insulate the nation from corruption other than the credit system, pointing out that the consumer credit system would greatly assist Nigerians by reducing their propensity for economic crimes. He charged Nwagba with paying close attention to regulation compliance so that the consumer credit system would yield optimal values. Olukoede particularly stressed the need for a low interest rate regime for consumers, maintaining that a single-digit interest rate would better serve the interests of the credit system and reduce poverty among Nigerians.
We are seeing it as something that has the potential of taking Nigeria out of poverty, which is very key, and to also help some of these people to get the basic needs of life. And so I want to assure you once again that we're ready to cooperate with you and to do a whole work with you to ensure that this program succeeds by way of supporting and also by way of joining you when it comes to the issue of investigating certain violations of some of the rules and policies you have put in place.
He assured Nwagba that the EFCC would continue to support the Credit Corp to ensure that the President's vision in this regard is achieved.
The executive chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoede, handed over 5,100 euros proceeds of crime to the Spanish ambassador to Nigeria, Juan Ignacio Cel. The sum was recovered from a Nigerian romance fraudster for hens butchered Enhos Ochnan, a Spanish victim, by the EFCC in collaboration with the Spanish police. Ojochukutami Eche has the details.
While handing over the deed of release on behalf of the Nigerian government, the EFCC boss expressed appreciation to the Spanish counterpart for its support to Nigeria over the years, noting that the asset recovery and handover lent evidence to the cordial relationship and collaboration between both countries and their law enforcement agencies. Olukoede noted that the borderless nature of internet crimes has made collaboration and partnership among countries and law enforcement compelling. He stated the resolve of the EFCC to make the country unconducive for the corrupt and the fraudulent. According to the EFCC boss, the resources criminals control across the world outstrip the wealth in the technology industry, adding that it is the reason why it has become imperative for all governments across the world to come together much more than ever before to collaborate in order to sanitize the global financial ecosystem and ensure that the activities of these criminals do not thrive. Speaking further, Olukoide stated that with the investigation of this particular romance scam, the Commission was able to make some recoveries for the Spanish citizen Heinz Burchard Enhaus Ochman, who became a victim of the scam.
Part as law enforcement agencies, our being here today together with you is a testament of the demonstration of the collaboration between us and between Nigeria and Spain. Also between the law enforcement in Nigeria and also the representatives of the law enforcement in Spain. It has become very imperative for us to understand that the financial crimes we are talking about, which is the mandate, the primary mandate of EFCC, has become a borderless crime. And we must also acknowledge the fact that what affects Nigeria affects Spain. The perpetrators of this crime don't. They are borderless in their operations. Sometimes you discover that they operate from a different country and get their victims in another country, and the process of crime go to another country. So it's a vicious circle. And on our part, we are resolute, extremely resolute, to ensure that Nigeria is not made a safe haven for financial criminals, financial crimes perpetrators, and also corrupt people.
A happy Ambassador Sell, in his response, lauded the collaboration between the EFCC and Spanish police and pledged the commitment of the Spanish government to strengthen and take it higher. He stated that many times countries work on processes and no end result will be seen, stressing that what has made this special is the fact that the two countries are seeing the results of their efforts. Similarly, Sell noted that international crimes call very clearly for stronger collaboration between agencies and between countries.
What makes special this morning is the fact that we are going to see the result of the efforts of many people and of the collaboration of two countries that are friends. Indeed, a very joyful moment for, I think it should be for all of us, those involved in the investigation and those who have supervised it and make it happen.
Witnessing the event were top management staff of the EFCC and a delegation of Spanish police attaché from the Spanish embassy. Ojo Chukutami Eche for The Eagle.
Tax evasion is the illegal non-payment or underpayment of taxes, usually by deliberately making a false declaration or no declaration to tax authorities, such as by declaring less income, profits or gains than the amount actually earned, or by overstating deductions. It entails criminal or civil legal penalties, and that's why the executive chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoide, is taxing tax practitioners under the aegis of Federal Capital Territory Tax Practitioners Association on appropriate tax assessment and clearance. He gave the challenge while hosting the members at the Commission's headquarters in Jabi, Abuja. Golden Onwura tells us more.
Olukoide, who spoke through the Commission Secretary, Mohammed Hamajoda, noted that the job of the EFCC and that of tax practitioners align in ensuring probity and accountability in the system, and urged the tax practitioners to always provide credible information that can help the Commission fight tax fraud. He said the cooperation and collaboration from the tax practitioners is key for the Commission in fighting tax fraud, as there are a lot of information the tax practitioners have in their domain which is not known to the EFCC. As such, he urged them to oblige the Commission with relevant information. Speaking on the need for all Nigerians to identify with the anti-corruption fight, the EFCC boss stated that the crusade against corruption is not only for the staff of the Commission, it is for all Nigerians. He identified the whistleblowing policy of the federal government as one of the ways Nigerians and tax consultants can key in and get involved in the anti-corruption fight. Earlier in his remarks, the chairman, FCT Tax Practitioners Association, Ben Enamudu, disclosed that the members were motivated to visit the Commission by the need to foster collaboration with the EFCC in the fight against corruption, economic and financial crimes, especially in the areas of tax fraud. As tax practitioners, he stated that they consider themselves as critical stakeholders in what the EFCC is doing, stressing that it is on the premise of collaboration that the association, as stakeholders, wants to partner with the EFCC in seeing that economic and financial crimes is being eradicated. Enamudu called on Nigerians, irrespective of their professions, to join hands with the EFCC in the fight against corruption, economic and financial crimes, adding that Nigeria can only be free from the scourge if all hands are on deck for the fight. Golden Onra, reporting for the Eagle.
Our growing reliance on technology requires that we become more aware of threats and possible harms that can occur or originate either by our activities or that of others. According to securitymagazine.com, hacker attacks occurs every 36 seconds. What this simply means is that for you to stay safe online, you have to be extra vigilant, particularly as more and more devices become internet ready. And that's why our focus today is on staying safe online, your responsibility. Let's go to Miracle Chukwu-Aguziam to take us through this topic. Over to you, Miracle.
The number of people being connected to the internet keeps growing daily, as does the need to recognize the challenges facing us in the online space. Online safety is being aware of the nature of the possible threats that you could encounter while engaging in activities through the internet. Today I have with me as guest Chief Superintendent of EFCC, Daniel Nwaka, an investigator with the Cybercrime section of the Commission. He'll be talking about staying safe online, your responsibility.
Thank you very much.
What is staying safe online?
Staying safe online can be regarded as the steps or measures taken by an individual to make sure that his devices are not compromised by bad actors. For example, the same way we have the way you wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you have your bath in order not to ingest any disease or have any disease on you. It's the same way to any individual too should make sure that they sanitize their devices in order not to be hacked or to be threatened by bad actors. Most of these things are called what we call cyber hygiene. Cyber hygiene, like I said earlier on, is the way we sanitize ourselves, and it should be the way to every individual should sanitize their devices, both online and offline, to make sure that the devices are not compromised.
Who is responsible for keeping me safe online?
The primary person that is responsible for keeping you safe online is you as an individual. There are also other organizations and bodies that are responsible too for keeping you safe. You see, we have law enforcement agencies like the EFCC and co that are responsible. We have the NGCERT, we have the Office of the National Security Advisor, we have the ISPs, that is the Internet Service Providers. We even have the mobile phone companies. And like I said earlier on, the Nigerian Communications Commission. We also have Apple as a device. We have the Apple operating system, that is the iOS. We have the Android operating system. It's also designed, or should be also designed, to make you safe. We have the Samsung as a company. We have other mobile phone companies that also have devices in them to make you safe. So there are a lot of other people that are responsible for this, but the primary person that should keep you safe is you as an individual.
How much does the internet influence our everyday life?
The internet affects our everyday life in different aspects. It has been estimated that an average individual spends 6 hours, 40 minutes of their waking day accessing the internet. The internet affects the way we dress, what we talk, what we eat, where we go to. You can open your phone online and they say there's a new joint here or there's a party here, and we all move according to the beat of the internet. So whatever the internet dictates, most 80% of the times is what we do.
Well, Daniel Nwaka, as a cybercrime investigator, can I trust everything I found online?
You cannot trust everything you find online because the internet sphere is made up of contributions by different people. There's no dedicated or personal source for information on the internet. And you have to understand that this sphere is made and the contribution from different people. You do not know their intentions. They also have the good having their input in it, they have the bad putting their input in it, and they have the malicious or the ugly. Let me use that word because there are trolls that just want to scatter everywhere. Let me use that Nigerian slang. They just want to scatter everywhere and they have their own input in it. So the good people are the people that give you the authentic information. They tell you, yes, there's X going on in this place and there's Y going on in this place. The bad people are the ones that want to piggyback, or they want to hop on the intentions of the good people to maliciously insert bad or wicked things inside the internet. And the ugly people that just want to, like I said before, scatter the whole place and want to spoil everything for people. They're called internet trolls. And believe me, some people just have their time. They sit down and make sure that they just want to dedicate their life to spoiling things on the internet, be it by cyberbullying, be it by spreading malicious or fake news, or be it by trying to incite people to things that are not going on. Yes. Sometimes you can just hear somebody says, oh, Mr. X is dead. Meanwhile, the person is still alive. That they just do that one just to make people feel bad or just to generate traffic.
And how can I, know what I can trust online?
Know what you can trust, like I said before, lies solely on the individual.
Yes.
You verify. Verify. Most times, you can see there was a time that they said a popular actor was dead. And nearly everybody that I knew on the internet, which is on Facebook,
yes,
was writing rest in peace, but they didn't even take out the time, they didn't even bother to take out 5 seconds to just put on Google.
To check if it was true or not.
So most times you need to verify. Before you act on any information, you verify. Like when they had the protest last time, you were seeing some places or people were saying, oh, they are protesting in X place, 10 people have been killed. They are protesting in Y place, 50 people have been killed. And one of the places that they said they were protesting was where I live. And funny enough, there was nothing, the place was peaceful. So a lot of people were calling me to find out what was going on, and they had killed X amount of people in my place, and this was happening, and this was happening. But I, the person living there, it was peaceful. I actually came out, went for a walk. I was not harassed by anybody. I didn't even see anything going on.
You see.
So you can imagine, so we need to verify. Most times we need to verify before we take action, because sometimes this information can have people acting on it without verification. If you say, oh, X person Mr. This has killed Mr. That, and Mr. That has a number of relatives that starts revolting because they think their brother is dead or their sister is dead, and in the end they find out it's just a hoax. You can now see how they will disrupt the peaceful coexistence between two people or between a community. So most times I always ask people to verify before you act on any source or anything you see on the internet.
What are the dangers associated with using the internet?
A lot of dangers associated with using the internet. First things, you look at your financial status. When you use the internet, if you're not secure, if you don't secure yourself before going on the internet, when I mean securing yourself, I mean having a lot of devices or a lot of software that protect you before you go out there. It's like wearing your clothes before you go into the rain. You know it's raining outside, you dress appropriately, you wear your raincoat, you wear your rain boots and everything before you go out. You don't just say, okay, fine, it's raining and I'll just wear a jeans and a t-shirt. You're going to get wet. So when you know the internet is a place where you're going to be, it's like a marketplace, you meet everybody. You prepare yourself mentally, you prepare yourself physically. And in the case of the internet, you prepare yourself mentally, and you prepare yourself by safeguarding your software, by uploading good antivirus applications on your software, on your devices. So when we go online, we should know that we should supposed to protect our banking information. We should know that we're supposed to protect ourselves. We should know we're supposed to protect our identities. You don't go revealing your passwords to people just because they ask you to. You don't just go snapping your ATM cards just because somebody asks you to. You don't go snapping your driver's license because somebody asks you to. You don't just go providing your bank account details just because somebody asks you to. So you go there prepared mentally, physically, and otherwise.
So, Daniel Wanga, looking at the way these cyber criminals stay one step ahead, how do I stay updated with the latest online safety standard?
Like I said, the majority of the responsibility lies on the individual.
Yes.
And there's an Igbo proverb that says, since the bird has learned to fly without perching, the hunter has learned to shoot without missing. And the more you update yourself, you also have to understand that the bad guys are not sitting with their hands in between their legs waiting for you to update yourself. They are also moving ahead. So the responsibility lies with you you check yourself you check your space, your internet space for the latest security trends, protect yourself digitally, and update yourself digitally. The fact that you hear somebody says there's a WhatsApp meeting and I'm going to send you a code, and you send the code back to me, or use this code to join the link, or use it to do this thing, you have to verify, because there are trends that come up every day, and law enforcement cannot keep up with these trends. So it depends on the individual to also be able to protect themselves before law enforcement comes in.
I believe there will be punishment for these cyber criminals. What are the penalties for these cyber criminals? What are the punishment the law prescribes for these cyber criminals?
Yes, of course, there are laws and there are penalties. First of all, the mother of all laws, which is the Nigerian Constitution, the 1999 Nigerian Constitution, and you now to have the Cyber Crimes Act, which that in itself is the main law, or the main law that penalizes those that go contrary to the online safety. Then there's the Advanced Fraud Act, there's the Money Laundering Act. So many of them, so many of them here in Nigeria.
Are there any prescribed punishment?
Yes, most of them come with a minimum of at least 5 years or more.
Before I let you go, what is your word of advice to those listening or watching us, to our audience today, especially to Nigerians, on this topic, staying safe online?
I keep saying, if it's too good to be true, it usually is not true. And to every criminal out there, EFCC is going to come and get you. And to every cyber criminal out there, EFCC will agree for anybody.
Report to the EFCC for any cyber crime or economic and financial crimes around you, and be rest assured that the EFCC will do something. My name is Miracle Chukwuagozemwong. Back to the studio for the rest of the program.
Remember, online safety is everyone's responsibility. By taking simple steps and being mindful of your online actions, you can safeguard your personal data, finances, and well-being.
We hope you found the tips and expert advice helpful in protecting your digital life. Stay informed, stay vigilant, and stay safe online. It's your responsibility, and together we can create a safer digital community. And it's a wrap on this edition of The Eagle. We will be back next week with another interesting episode. Let's keep the conversation going. Send us an email at info@efcc.gov.ng or call us on 0809 3322 644. Also follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. If you notice or suspect any economic and financial crimes happening anywhere, anytime, simply use EFCC mobile app Eagle Eye to report it.
Let me also invite you to a live discussion with EFCC on EFCC Connect, happening on your Twitter Spaces and Facebook every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Do you have burning questions to ask EFCC? EFCC Connect is the right platform to do so. And also listen to EFCC Radio 97.3 FM, Voices Against Economic and Financial Crimes. I am Abbas Abubakar Omar.
And I am Aisha Mohammed. Remember, corruption is a collective problem that requires a collective response. Let's fight it together for a better Nigeria. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. God bless Nigeria. Be kind to yourself and to others around you, and do enjoy the rest of the day.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
Red Bull Musa! But they scored with their second in the second half.
Hello, thank you for joining us on Nationwide. I'm Ruth Aguela. President Bola Tinubu has administered oath of office of Kudirat Kekereekun as Chief Justice of Nigeria. The inauguration follows the confirmation of her nomination by the Senate. We'll bring you full details in subsequent bulletin. The House of Representatives is pledging to amend the laws that set up the National Sugar Council, strengthening the Nigerian sugar sector as a viable tool for investment, income earning and wealth creation. Chairman House of Representatives Committee on Industry, Dolakpo Badru, revealed this at a workshop organized for members of the committee in Calabar. Justina Etim reports.
Nigeria's sugar sector is no doubt a viable contributor to economic growth, attracting investments, securing steady supply of refined sugar for local consumption, while providing job opportunities for thousands of Nigerians following implementation of the Nigerian Sugar Master Plan. However, the sugar industry is still grappling with constraints that limit its target of attaining self-sufficiency and exportation, as consumption ratio of 1.8 million metric tons surpasses recent production level pegged at 48,000 metric tons per annum. This interface is to strengthen synergy between lawmakers and the National Sugar Development Council towards accelerating growth of the nation's sugar industry.
Before we leave here, we are going to itemize all the lacunas in the law that sets up the Sugar Council. When we are making those laws, even those things you don't need, let us put them there.
Executive Secretary, National Sugar Development Council, highlights poor sugarcane yields, cost competitiveness, among others, as part of challenges negating full implementation of the Sugar Master Plan.
The BIP projects under the NSFP have also attracted $1 billion worth of investments from its major promoters. These investors have created over 15,000 permanent and seasonal jobs, acquired over 180,000 hectares, put about 13,000 hectares of these under sugarcane cultivation, and established sugarcane processing factories with a total capacity of 18,000 ton cane per day, TCD.
As stipulated by the regulatory body, the target of the second phase of the Nigerian Sugar Master Plan is to facilitate investment to the tune of $5 billion, as well as strengthen capacity of the council to accelerate sustainability. And this is achievable through amendments of the NSDC Act to address loopholes created by conflicting policies stifling the sugar sector. In Calabar, Justina Etam, NTA News.
The World Bank has approved 3 operations worth $1.5 billion to support Nigeria's human capital development and climate change resilience. The new financing includes $500 million for addressing governance issues that constrain the delivery of education and health, that is HopeGov, $570 million for primary health care provision, strengthening program, that is Hope PHC, and $500 million for the Sustainable Power and Irrigation for Nigerian project. The HopeGov and Hope PHC programs combined will support the government in improving service delivery in the basic education and primary healthcare sectors, which are critical towards improving Nigeria's human capital outcomes, while the SPIN project will support improvement of dams, safety and management of water resources for hydropower and irrigation in selected areas of Nigeria. We look at other issues. The presidential initiative on CNG is receiving commendation, we hear, in Abuja, Ogun State, just a few weeks after the federal government rolled out compressed natural gas conversion kits to commercial vehicles operators at no cost. Hakim Jamal has a situation report for us.
The removal of fuel subsidy, commercial and private vehicle operators have been lamenting the negative effect on their income. However, with the federal government's free distribution of compressed natural gas conversion kits and cylinders in Ogun State, there seems to be some relief.
The initiative is bound to reduce cost of our transportation, thereby bringing a better standard of living to Nigerians.
The cylinder are engineering product also. They have been tested to withstand certain level of heat. To a great extent, I'm very sure it is very, very safe.
The less of CO2 is emitted into the atmosphere, so it saves the atmosphere, it makes the environment green, and also because of the increase in price of PMS, CNG also comes to the rescue.
Some commercial and private car owners and drivers, as well as the leadership of the various transport unions in Ogun State, commended the federal government for the bold step.
The price is very low, while the petrol price is very high.
It's a good start to a better economy, to a more prosperous nation as we have now. So it's highly commendable.
The cylinder is as thick as 60 millimeters. It is bulletproof, accident-proof.
The initiative is not without some bottlenecks.
As a private owner, people may not be able to afford that cost of conversion. It is expensive to train manpower.
For now, commercial vehicles are the target of the nationwide free CNG conversion by the federal government. In Abeokuta, Hakim Jimo, NTA News.
And still staying there at Abeokuta, let's join Yemi Dalamo for more insight into the federal government's CNG project. Yemi, please tell us. I'm sure from that report, we already heard that transport workers are excited over the initiative. But what more can you tell us?
Well, thank you, Ruth, for joining us in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. It has been a lot of commendation going to the federal government for this initiative to convert vehicles to CNG that is very eco-friendly. As of now, the government has released a lot of kits for the vehicles to be converted to CNG, and Ogun State government, immediately the federal government and the President Bola Tinubu announced that Nigeria will now go into CNG to cushion the effect of fuel subsidy removal on the people. 2 months after, in July 2023, Ogun State government is the first governor in Nigeria to start the conversion process by converting about 2,000 buses to run on CNG. And this has been going on in the state. People are already enjoying it at a very reduced price. For instance, in Abeokuta now, either from the government secretariat or in the town, whenever you are boarding the CNG, you only have to pay 100 naira per fare, per the trip. Unlike 300 or 400 naira that people are paying for vehicles on petrol, this is what the people are saying, that when more of these vehicles are being converted, like what the federal government had just done about 2 or 3 weeks ago when they released some kits for vehicles to be converted, particularly transport vehicles. They invited union leader, transport union leader, the NURTW, the RTEAN, asking them to bring their vehicle to this site, because one of the centers for the conversion of those buses. They have already told them to bring their vehicle to this place to be converted for them free of charge. And people in Ogun State are actually looking up to the time that these vehicles will be converted and they start reaping the results as intended by the president. For example, I've boarded about 2 of such vehicles that have already been converted by private owners. They have not reduced the price. They are still taking what others, their colleagues that are running on petrol are taking. And I asked one of them, what is happening? You are running on CNG. CNG is very cheap, and we all know it's very cheap. But now you are collecting money that other people who are running on petrol they are collecting. They said they have a lot of money, they spend a lot of money converting it privately and things like that. But one thing they said that is actually interests me is the fact that when we have more of such buses, particularly the to CNG, it is definitely going to bring down the price on the people. And this is what the people are looking up to. They said, yes, they are feeling the pains of the fuel subsidy removal, paying extra money, high money to transport themselves to their place of work and other places. But they are actually looking up to that time in Ogun State when we have more of the buses, whether buses and even the small ones that park.
All right. Okay, Yemi, you've captured so much
even
for us.
Even the small ones that run within the town, this is what they want. This is the way to go. As long as these vehicles are converted en masse, people will actually enjoy the service as intended by the president.
All right, thank you so much, Yemi, and we want to hope that in no distant time the benefits will definitely be felt by the people. Thank you, Yemi, for that insight. All right, and well, the federal government just recently handed over 64,200 different other capacity of compressed natural gas buses to organized labor and student unions. Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, accompanied by other ministers at the handover, says the deployment of the CNG buses is in line with President Tinubu's promise to retool Nigeria's economy into a sustainable path of progress. Let's hear more from Deborah Balagbobo.
Promised and delivered. That symbolizes the handover of CNG buses to representatives of Labour and Students' Union. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, reiterates government's commitment to ensure the availability of CNG buses to not only Nigerian workers but to other members of the public. Beyond implementing the policy on transition from fossil fuel to cleaner energy, bringing down cost of transportation and enhancing energy competitiveness are other benefits the minister cited.
Over $175 million worth of investment has gone into this sector already. We expect to see more of that. Nigerians expect to go in. More and more Nigerians, technicians especially, are being trained. So it's a whole gamut of arrangement that will benefit all spheres of, all sectors of this country. All Nigerians will be felt. This is beginning from those who need the most, the working class. The working class are going to get this. But beyond that, other Nigerians are also going to be the market people. Everyone, artisans, everybody will now feel this impact.
The promise he made is to intervene on the side of the poor and the most vulnerable in the aftermath of what we all knew were necessary macroeconomic reforms to set the country on the path of economic stability that would allow investment.
Mr. President is leading us to do what is sensible. What you are blessed with, what is cheaper, use it. Any mechanical device, motor, generator, irrigation facility that uses petrol can run on CNG. So this is a sensible transition that is led by Mr. President. We have talked about it for decades, but Mr. President is saying, let's do it.
Representatives of the union expressed satisfaction over various endeavors by government to cushion the plight of Nigerians occasioned by global economic challenges.
This step forward brings us closer to a future where both workers and the planet benefit from such forward-thinking policies, which is commendable.
As a representative of over 40 million Nigerian students, today we're happy that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria have kept to his promise.
I want to believe that it's just the takeoff, that clearly we will get more buses.
This is the first in series of such initiatives lined up by government towards the implementation of the policy. In Abuja, Deborah Balagubo, NTA News.
From the Judiciary, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has restrained INEC from releasing voters' register to the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission for the purpose of conducting the October 5, 2024 local government elections in the state. The presiding judge, Justice Peter Lifu, gave the order while delivering judgment in a suit before it by APC. The court also barred the Inspector General of Police and Department of the State Service from providing security during the proposed local government election. The suit was argued on behalf of the APC by its legal team led by Joseph Dauda, SAN. Justice Lifu held that the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission was wrong in fixing October 5 date for the conduct of the poll into the 23 local governments when all relevant laws guiding the election had not been complied with. The court also held that the failure of Rivers electoral body violated provision of local government's election conduct law by not publishing the mandatory 90 days notice before fixing the date. Justice Peter Lifu also held that the update and revision of voter register ought to have been concluded before an election date be legally and validity fixed in law. In the light of this, the court ordered INEC not to make the certified voter register available to the state electoral body until the law has been fully complied with. Justice Peter Lifu also barred the State INEC Electoral Commission from accepting any voter register from INEC or using it for the purpose of the October 5 local government poll. All right, let's head to Lagos and find out the latest news from that end as we join Adeola. It's the latest news from that end as
has been happening in Lagos. Lagos State will give you the necessary support and access to its developmental template and ideas that will help you succeed in the quest to transform Edo State. These were the words of Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to the Edo State Governor-elect Senator Monday Okpebholo, who was on a thank-you visit to the state. Joy Ken Abakoya reports.
Lagos is the first port of call for the Edo State Governor-elect Senator Monday Okpebholo after his victory at the polls and subsequent visit to President Bola Tinubu. Though an appreciation visit, the governor-elect says it is an opportunity to seek support and gather ideas on ways to improve the livelihoods of the Edo people as he prepares to take over the reins of leadership. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the APC victory is a win for Edo people. He expressed confidence in the ability of Senator Monday Okpebholo to provide the leadership that will transform Edo State and make life more meaningful for its people. Edo Governor-elect was accompanied on the visit by the Deputy Governor-elect and leaders of the APC in Edo State. In Lagos, Joy Ken Abakoya, NTA News.
From being a vital trade post for the export of farm produce to becoming a maritime hub, driving the security architecture of the entire Gulf of Guinea, Nigeria no doubt has evolved within the global sphere of the marine and blue economy. And as the country attains 64 years of independence, harnessing the gains inherent in the industry while securing its exclusive economic zone are the focus for a prosperous future. Michael Olaleye reports.
Whether by fortune or nature, Nigeria is strategically positioned within the West Africa coastline, and this has played a crucial role in shaping its maritime activities even before independence. Although primarily based on export of agricultural commodities, today the gains are quantifiable not only from the increase in the number of ports and infrastructural upgrade, but in terms of revenue, in which the less than 2-year-old ministry posted a revenue growth of 242 billion naira in the first quarter of 2024.
To boost investment, the Nigerian government has introduced a wide range of incentives, including tax reliefs, trade zone benefits, infrastructure development, and financial support.
While efforts to strengthen partnership in opening up areas like seabed mining, marine recreation, fishery, coastal tourism, and offshore wind power is ongoing, Nigeria already has a direction in the area of shipbuilding and cargo management.
The essence of having these dry ports is to bring shipping services closer to the shippers in the hinterlands.
Crucial to evaluating Nigeria's growth in the maritime industry is the extension of the country's exclusive economic zone from 200 nautical miles to 220, and as a way of showing commitment to keeping the space secured, a strong partnership with the Nigerian Navy is being forged.
The safety of the marine environment is key to the development of the GDP of Nigeria.
Achieving this milestone at the dawn of the country's 64th independence is significant, and experts say it will enable Nigeria to fish for more wealth from the expanse of its vast maritime reserves.
As we take from the ocean, we need to replace and build it, sustain it, and nurture it for more profitable exploitation of the oceans.
The future is truly assured, and it is a matter of time that all these efforts will translate into improved economic activities and job opportunities, thereby putting the country at the apex of maritime industry globally. In Lagos, Michael Olaleye, NTA News.
And those are the stories from Lagos for now. Nationwide will continue after this timeout. To stay with us.
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation and Chairman Interministerial Committee on Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary, Senator George Akume FNIM-CON, wishes to announce the programs lined up for the celebration of Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary with the theme, Reflecting on the Past, Inspiring the Future, as follows. Presidential broadcast Tuesday, 1st October 2024, time 7 a.m. 64th Independence Anniversary Parade, Tuesday, 1st October 2024, venue Presidential Villa, time 10 a.m. All invited guests are to be seated by 9 a.m. Announcer Mohammed Idris FNIPR, Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, and Chairman, Media and Publicity Subcommittee.
Nigeria at 64, Reflections and Prospects. That is our conversation on NTA Tuesday Live, coming up on 1st October 2024. NTA Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Inclusive, incisive, and educative as ever. Join us.
Can you flex your vocals for us?
It will.
It could be one of your songs, by the way.
People fall in love in mysterious ways.
So why did they call you Able Child?
They called me that when I was in school. That was my nickname then in school.
Any reason in particular why they called you Able Child?
Yeah, because I was actually one of the brilliant students.
That answer right there, you must be, if it's not on this board, problem. That means people that answer this survey, they have body odor.
The National Youth Service Council of Nigeria, NYCN, Office of the National Public Relations Officer, welcomes the public to a one-day interactive session on Nigeria at 64 with the theme Moving Nigeria Forward, a national conversation. Speakers include Mr. Charles Odi, Director General, SMIDAN, Ms. Biola Arogundade, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Technical, Vocational and Entrepreneurship Education, Comrade Suleiman Ango Abdullahi, Mandate Secretary, Youth Development FCT, Dr. Shagun Awosaya, Public Analyst, Ms. Rishonla Abiola, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Citizenship and Leadership, Nasir Ayitogo, Spokesperson, Nelfund, Hajia Kemi Achekun, Public Affairs Analyst. Others are Mr. Khalil Halilu, Executive Vice Chairman, Naseni, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi, Program Director and Chief Executive, PCNGI, Comrade Muhazu Muhammad, Public Affairs Analyst. Date is 1st October 2024. Venue, Wells Carlton Hotel and Apartments, Asokoro. Time, 11 a.m. Host, Comrade Dotun Omoleye, National Public Relations Officer, NYCN. For further inquiry, contact 070-3033-4315.
A new edition of TV Guide is out.
This time, we got up close and personal with the transformational legislator, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin.
It created a difference in terms of representation through interventions that have brought an unprecedented infrastructural development to my area.
This edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from technology, entertainment, economy, media, politics, family, and lots more.
It is indeed a park of excitement as we take you through every aspect of life. Pick up your copy and get abreast with issues and trending features within our space.
TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
Glad to know you're there. Another set of 50 students of Government Secondary School, Tudunwada, have benefited from the empowerment initiative of the federal government with the provision of iPad to promote effective learning in information technology. The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Vocational, Technical and Entrepreneurship Education, Abiola Arungundadi, championed the initiative in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu. Ungozi Technical reports.
The excitement of the 50 selected students knew no bound as the gesture was least expected.
Very excited. My prayer is for God to bless her. It will make me perform more and better in my next exam.
I pray for God to give her more riches and more money to help other students.
The Senior Special Assistant to the President explained that the iPad is to enable the students fit into the modern use of ICT in learning, especially as it concerns artificial intelligence and robotics. The empowerment initiative, according to the Senior Special Assistant, is in collaboration with Afrione, an indigenous company.
This is one of the pillars of the administration's renewed hope agenda. Today's donation, therefore, is to empower students to develop their technical and vocational skills in line with the President's mandate.
By combining the government's reach and resources with Afrione's technological expertise and training capabilities, we will be creating a powerful synergy that will draw real change in our society.
The school principal, while appreciating the SSA to the President for the honor, stated that 40 of the students were selected from JSS 1 and 2, while 10 were from JSS 3. Ngozi Technical, NTA News.
All right, our next stop will be Sokoto to find out latest news, and Sadia is set to guide us. Sadia?
The Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Ahmed Abubakar Audi,
has directed the immediate dismissal and diligent prosecution of an officer of the Corps who was recently arrested by the police for allegedly supplying weapons and hard drugs to terrorists in Zamfara State. The NSCDC Commandant Zamfara State Command Sani Mustafa, who stated this at a press conference in Gusau, reiterated the Corps' zero tolerance for misconduct. Jamil Ibrahim has more.
Zamfara State Police Command has recently paraded a personnel of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, ASC2 Mai Kano Sarkin Tasha, for allegedly supplying weapons and hard drugs to terrorists operating in the state. Apparently disturbed by the third event, Zamfara State NSCDC Command convened an emergency press conference to formally announce the stand of the Corps on the matter.
I wish to state that the Commandant General of the Corps, Dr. Ahmad Abubakar Audi, who received the news with disdain, has condemned the alleged barbaric behavior of the officer and direct that I take necessary administrative action, including immediate dismissal of the individual if his name is found on our Corps nominal roll.
The NSCDC Commandant Zamfara State Command confirmed that the arrested officer was earlier reported for absenteeism and has since not been seen until the news of his arrest by the police.
The spirit of interagency relationship, synergy, and I will interface with my friend and colleague, the Commissioner of Police of Zamfara State, for further necessary action to be taken to transfer the officer to the Corps National Headquarters Abuja for internal disciplinary action and prosecution.
The NSCDC Zamfara State Command reiterated commitment to continue to work with other sister security agencies in the fight against crimes, even as the Commandant promised that the Corps will pursue the case with utmost transparency. In Gusau, Jamilu Ibrahim, NTA News.
Media organizations have been asked to prioritize national security before any other interests for peace, stability and development of the country. The call was made by the Emir of Gwandu, Muhammad Ilyas Bashar, when he received chief executives of broadcast media organizations in Kebbi State. Hassan Abubakar Koko reports.
The royal father was responding to the remark by the leader of the Kebbi Media Executives Forum, Malam Muhammad Ibrahim Kamba, who says they were at the palace to introduce the forum and seek for the Emir's blessings. He says media organizations in Kebbi State are ready to partner with the state government in developing the state and create public awareness on national and state policies. Responding, the Emir of Gwandu says he is happy with the visit and stressed the importance of the media towards enlightening the public on national policies. He assured the media executives of his support towards carrying out its activities in Kebbi State.
Our managers together as a unit to work for the betterment of our country and the betterment of our society. It's a very good initiative. It's a very respectful decision for making this country united.
The Kebbi Media Executives Forum is constituted by all television and radio general managers in Kebbi State. From Birnin Kebbi, Hassan Abubakar Koko, NTA News.
And those are the news updates from Sokoto. It's now back to you, Ruth.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Lack of access to information creates a disconnect between the government and the citizens. To bridge this gap, the United Nations declared September 30th every year as International Day for Universal Access to Information. In Nigeria, stakeholders are seeking to bridge the gap through responsive public communication.
Forming a culture, a norm, that government information and records are not prevented from the citizen of this country. That the citizens of this country have the right to know what their governments are doing.
The present administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu firmly believes that government business should not be shrouded in secrecy, but conducted with transparency.
Access to information is very crucial if we must have equitable, very, very efficient society.
Those in government must know that there are instances where information is instantly needed, and they have to learn what we call crisis communication.
The 2024 theme is mainstreaming access to information and participation in the public sector. The federal government says sustainable mining must be practiced in Nigeria in line with global environmental goals. In achieving this objective, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development is collaborating with mining operators in the country to enhance critical environmental practices. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Mary Ogbe, stated this during a sensitization program for mineral title holders and mining host communities in Kefi, Nasarawa State. Represented by the Director, Mines Environmental Compliance Department of the Ministry, Vivian Okono, the Permanent Secretary reminds stakeholders on environmental obligations, stressing it is not just a regulatory requirement, but strict adherence to best environmental practices. All right, let's get to Maiduguri. Abubakar is standing by to give us our next set of reports.
Ruth, it's always good to see you, actually. More victims of flood disaster received support as Relief Disbursement Committee continues to reach out to affected communities in Maiduguri and Jere local government. Borno State Governor Babagana Umar Zulum was at Mohammed Wakil Memorial School, Maiduguri, venue of the distribution to personally supervise the exercise. Here is Mohammed Goni with the rest of the story.
The exercise followed capturing of flood victims at Limanti Ward of Maiduguri Metropolitan Council by the Flood Relief Disbursement Committee to ascertain the number of people to benefit in the distribution of the relief items. Over 5,000 male and female heads of households verified by the committee each received a 25 kg bag of rice, blanket, mat, mosquito net, and carton of spaghetti, a development the beneficiaries are happy with.
We are grateful for the gesture.
We are very grateful to the governor for this assistance.
Governor Zulum commended the committee for the transparent work and urged the flood victims to remain patient, assuring them that each affected head of household will receive the relief items.
We must ensure that only heads of household will benefit from this scheme. Under no circumstances, a wife and a husband will benefit, or a child and a father will benefit if the child is not married. This is something that we need to do.
To facilitate easy identification, the distribution exercise was temporarily put on hold as tokens will be disbursed to beneficiaries in their homes for a seamless distribution exercise going forward. In Maiduguri, Mohammed Goni, NTA News.
And still on issues that have to do with flood, the Northeast Development Commission, NEDC, has partnered with the Nigerian Society of Engineers, NSE, to assess and reconstruct roads and bridges damaged by floods in the region. This was brought to the fore during the meeting held between the two bodies in Maiduguri. Pauline Kujevana completes the story.
The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Northeast Development Commission, NEDC, Mohammed Alkali, interfaced with the Nigerian Society of Engineers, NSCE Chairman, Borno State Chapter, Mohammed Shatima, to devise a holistic plan of action for the rehabilitation of damaged infrastructures.
Without preempting whatever they're going to bring, I'm sure they're going to do a good job, which will assist us in doing the practical job. So whatever bridges are collapsed in the Northeast, we're going to look at it and see what needs to be done as quickly as possible.
Mohammed Shatima expressed his commitment and pledged the NSC's full support in tackling the challenges posed by the floods, underscoring the importance of collaboration between government agencies and professional organizations in addressing infrastructure challenges.
Well, it is now left for the Commission to give us, in their terms of reference, the number of bridges they want us to visit and to ascertain.
There is no doubt initiatives like this is vital for revitalizing Borno State and fostering community development and economic growth. In Maiduguri, Pauline Kujevana, NTA News.
You're on to Nationwide on the Nigerian Television Authority. Ruth in Abuja will be back with more stories for us right after this break.
Nigeria is at the threshold of another milestone in its history as the country is set for the celebration of its 64th independence anniversary on the 1st of October. This year's celebration with the theme, Nigeria at 64. Reflecting on the past, inspiring the future, affords the country the chance to reflect on the journey of nationhood and assess the task of nation building.
There's hardship, but how did we get here?
As this year's celebration coincides with the country's 25 years of unbroken democracy, the task of engendering an inclusive governance that caters for every segment, especially the youth, is now.
We've sustained 25 years of democracy this year. We don't want to keep the people hungry and angry.
Nigeria at 64. Reflecting on the past, inspiring the future.
NTA Television College Jos, with a pedigree of producing indelible professionals in the media space and an affiliate of the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, for the award of degree in mass communication, calls on prospective candidates to leverage on the following courses it offers for 2024-2025 academic session. BSc Mass Communication, those with minimum admissible score of 180 and above who sat for the 2024 JAMB/UTME and direct entry, while 100 to 179 minimum admissible score can apply for the National Innovation Diploma NID in Film and Television Production, Broadcast Journalism and Television Engineering. For more inquiries, visit our website www.nta.tvcollege.edu.ng or call 0803-383-4343. Announcer, Registrar.
I think Amaka should just move out of the house. Yes.
No. Standing out of the house is not the right thing to do.
Oh, there you go again with your sentimental family stuff.
Baby, if our aim is to stop this affair, it is best achieved under our roof.
You do something terrible and you'll be acting innocent.
What are you going on about?
Don't ask me that question again. You couldn't even control yourself in the presence of our visitors.
What are you accusing me of, woman?
My son, I don't know how serious you are with my daughter, but there's something that needs to be done urgently before you move any further.
Anything, just anything, just say it. I'm ready to do anything.
There is a spell that needs to be removed.
A spell?
Family forever, the story of our lives.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, we turn dark into light, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Education is unique, we have more than destination.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry life. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
Thank you for staying with us. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has donated relief materials worth millions of naira to victims of communal clashes in some communities of Toto, local government area of Nasarawa State. While receiving the items, beneficiaries were full of appreciation to the federal government for the gesture. Belkisu Guruku reports.
Led last year, when the inhabitants of Katakasheke communities and environs in Omasha Development Area of Dutse Local Government Area of Nasarawa State were at the verge of finalizing their end-of-year harvest, communal clash engulfed the area, which resulted in the loss of lives and property, especially farm produce worth millions of naira, as well as thousands displaced from their ancestral homes. It was in a bid to bring succor to the victims that the National Emergency Management Agency rolled out these palliatives of food items such as maize, rice and other condiments, as well as mattresses, blankets and mosquito nets to ease their living condition.
I'm calling on my people, we should feel shut away from it. The government of the Federation are always doing everything possible to ensure that people live in peace and harmony.
It is with peace that we are going to see developments. Wherever there is no peace, there is no development.
At the distribution ceremony in Omasha, the event was a uniting scenario as the affected victims were seen having mutual discussion on the sharing formula of the relief materials in company of security agents in the area. Some of the beneficiaries expressed satisfaction with the relief materials, noting that the current economic situation is biting hard on an average Nigerian.
I'm very happy with the federal government that helped us with this crisis happened to us.
We thanks for federal government that push all this to all.
He expressed appreciation to the Vice President, Neymar, and other relevant stakeholders for coming to the aid of his people. Bilkisu Umar Gurku, NTA News.
The National Orientation Agency is sensitizing the public, especially those in flood-prone areas, on precautionary measures to be taken against the impending flood alert, warning by the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency. Now, this is against the backdrop of the release of waters from the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon. The advocacy was during a media and stakeholders engagement in Lafia. Here is Bilkisu Umar Gurku again.
It could be recalled that the Cameroonian authorities informed Nigeria through the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency that the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon is overflowing and could cause significant flooding and environmental damage in the country. It is against that backdrop that the National Orientation Agency is creating awareness, alerting people, especially states on the front line, which include Nasarawa, on measures to be taken to avoid loss of lives and property.
The Lagdo Dam in Cameroon is increasing on a daily basis. So there is the need for us to go around and sensitize our people.
In her address, State Director of the agency, Priscilla Gondwalo, disclosed that in the year 2022, 145,000 people were displaced from 95 communities in 11 local government areas of the state. For that reason, the agency will continue to sensitize the citizens of the state with the urgency it requires to avoid such reoccurrence. Areas prone to flood in Nasarawa state include Tunga, Rukubi, Loko, Udenigida, Omasha, among others. The theme is Flood Safety Alert. In Lafia, Bilkisu Umar Gurku, NTA News.
The Beyond Disability project is set to transform Nigeria, creating over 36,000 job opportunities for persons with disabilities and fostering an inclusive society where everyone thrives. Gufansha Jungwai reports that the initiative will bring economic empowerment, social integration, and equal access to opportunities.
It's all about movement, it's all about skills development, create talent among persons with disability. And we are going to create 36,551 job opportunities across the state. So you have a very strong mandate to deliver. And we are optimistic, we have confidence in you that you are going to deliver.
The newly appointed state coordinators will spearhead this transformation and oversee talent development initiatives, connect persons with disabilities with opportunities, and also ensure project initiatives are executed with precision.
That we are 100% behind you.
The Beyond Disability project is not just a state project. It's actually a national project and as well as international project.
I was so happy that there will be a lot of talent, a lot of skill acquisitions that will elevate these persons with disability from the state so that they will have a sense of belonging.
Through collaboration, transparency and accountability, the Beyond Disability project paves the way for a brighter future, ensuring no one is left behind. And talking about not leaving anyone behind, across Nigeria, a vibrant community of over 3 million deaf individuals strive for equal access and opportunity. For them, sign language is more than just a means of communication. It is a lifeline to education, employment and social inclusion. Gufan Shajungwai sheds light on this community's quest for awareness and recognition.
Sign language has a rich history, tracing back to ancient civilizations. With over 300 distinct sign languages worldwide, Nigerian Sign Language emerged in the 1960s, blending local gestures and American Sign Language elements. Nigerian Sign Language is integral to deaf identity, self-expression, and cultural heritage. However, Nigerians' deaf community faces daunting challenges. Limited access to education, healthcare, and employment restricts their participation. Scarcity of trained interpreters and inadequate resources worsens isolation and marginalization.
When I go to the hospital as a mother who is pregnant and wants to deliver, I need to communicate with the doctor. How will I do that? It's a challenge for me. I will need an interpreter, and hospitals doesn't really have interpreters. Many televisions that are talking about news and happenings in the society, you don't have captions. And that excludes the deaf people from the society. And it is important for us to be able to really recognize the deaf people in society and bring everyone along. Our hope is on access to jobs, access to health. Sign language interpreters, we are also demanding that the government should recognize sign language interpreters as professionals because the work is a professional work and it demands a lot of responsibility on sign language interpreters, like interpreters in the court, for example. If you are not well trained or certified and you go to the court system and the deaf person is jailed because of wrong interpretation, you can see how that can have effects.
And by recognizing Nigerian Sign Language as a valuable asset, it will unlock deaf citizens' potential, foster inclusivity, diversity, and social cohesion. In Abuja, Gufan Shaji Ugwanyi, NTA News.
We must commend sign language interpreters. They're doing a whole lot. I can't even do thank you in that. All right, we told you at the start of the bulletin that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administered oath of office to the Chief Justice of Nigeria. We have that report ready. State House correspondent Musbahu Wahab has details.
The Independence Anniversary celebration came so early for the judiciary, and so too for the female folk, as Justice Kudirat Kekereekun becomes the substantive Chief Justice of Nigeria. After Mariam Aloma Mukhtar, Kekereekun is the second woman to assume this lead position for the judiciary and to set new pace in the administration of justice in Nigeria. She has been acting in this capacity since August 23, before her confirmation by the National Assembly just a month later. Starting a legal career in Lagos as a private lawyer in 1985, the jurist became a judge of the High Courts of same state in 1996, elevated to the Court of Appeal in 2004, and to the Supreme Court of Nigeria as the 5th female justice of the court in 2013.
Your rise to this extolled position.
President Bola Tinubu, who has apparently been keeping track of this progress, acknowledged the steadfastness and courage of the new CJN, which he believes is an encouragement to every Nigerian girl child.
I want to urge the new Chief Justice of Nigeria to continue to uphold our reputation of being an ethical, fearless, and honest jurist. The Nigerian Judiciary needs a leader with these qualities at this time, and I have no doubt that he will set the pace for others to follow.
The President recognizes the strategic role of the judiciary as a pillar in the tripod of Nigeria's constitutional democracy and promises that his government will continue to respect the independence of this important arm of government while supporting it for better performance.
While we may have reasons to intervene as complementing component of the same government, the government under my watch will also be mindful of the clear line demarcating the two of us. We will never interfere or abuse the relationship that exists between us as separate organs of government in our democracy. It is my administration's full commitment to preserve the sanctity of the judiciary.
Justice Kekereekun now wears full regalia amidst much expectation on improvements in the administration of justice.
We want that to also bring improvement in terms of prison decongestion, and then awaiting trials, which will speed up the wheel of justice. And too many people are awaiting justice, particularly in land matters. And then you see people being sent to prison for 7-8 years and at the end being sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. What happens to the additional 5 years they spent?
If she wants to be firm, she'll have no problem. But if she decides to be going here, there, then that is where the problem will start.
The National Judicial Council, NJC, recommended the 66-year-old Justice Kudirat Kekereekun as a successor for former Justice Olukayode Ariwola, who retired on August 22, 2024. From the State House, Musbah and Wahab, NTA News.
And that's the news. Thank you for your time. I'm Ruth Aguwele. Do have a beautiful evening.
Good day, my viewers at home. You are welcome to Mansha Herbs Nigeria Limited. In Mansha Herbs, we have different kind of herbal medicine that our forefathers have been using to take care of themselves before we were born. Truly, I'm from Yoruba. We are good in herbal medicine. Now in Mansha Herbs, we have our product in capsule form, we have it in tea form, we have it in powder form. Are you a man that you have been taking your problem from one place to the other? I would like to discuss anything that has to do with your sugar level. When it comes to your sugar level, it fluctuates. Sometimes you use your medication every day, sometimes you can stop using medication. We are not disputing what you have been taking. Why don't you come to Mansha Herbs? Or are you also a man that you have been complaining about your prostate? We have different kind of issue that causes prostate nowadays. As from 45 years old, your prostate may be enlarged. We have different kind of lecture we give our man to prevent their prostate. Are you also a man or a woman that complains frequently about your waist, your joint, your bone, your ankle, your nail? We are not disputing the medication you are using. Why don't you come and try herbal medicine? Herbal medicine is now something that is well refined in everywhere. If you go to China, you go to India, you see people taking herbal medicine. And we thank God for what our government has been able to do for us by helping us to know how to purify our herbal medicine to meet up the standard. My viewers at home, we are not telling you we can do everything. We are not telling you we can do this, we can do that. We are just telling you that there is this alternative therapy that can always make you fit and strong. Thank you, my viewers at home.
Assalamu alaikum yan uwana maza da mata. Mun zo muku da tallan magungunan mu saboda ya taimaki gababuwan jikunan mu da mata masu damuwa ba su kaɗai ba duka a cikin wannan fadin duniya muna nan da yawa muna kawo muku tallan magungunan mu saboda mu samu mu yi farin ciki yanda muka saba yi da juna musamman mata masu damuwa a fannin aihuwa da masu damuwa ciwon mara da masu damuwa ciwon kafa duka da sun yin jiki muna nan mun kawo muku tallan magungunan mu musamman mata masu damuwa a fannin idan sun tashi ganin al'adarsu fannin yanda maransu yana musu ciwo duka muna da wayannan magunguna din da zamu taimake ku samu sauki ina ba su shawara su zo su taimaki kansu kuma su taimaki family mu saboda yanda zamu girma mu yi taimakon juna ga baki daya mu zo mu samu magunguna mazan mu za su yi farin ciki da mu Allah ya taimake mu muna jiran ku a kamfanin mu.
We are at the ongoing trade fair in Abuja International Trade Fair now. You can come to our stand and visit us. And after the trade fair, our office is located opposite Sheraton Hotel by new Intercontinental Hotel, Art and Craft Village. That is where our office is in Abuja. In Lagos, we are along Ikeja along. In Port Harcourt, we are in Africo by Ilabushi. In Calabar, we are in Cultural Center. In Kanu, we are in Zoo Road by Tukun Tower. In Minna, we are by Tunga by Mr. Biggs. So visit Marshall Herbs today. Call us on our line or chat us. We will reply to your chat. May God bless you as you come. Thank you, my viewers at home.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Let's all sing this song. Then it's fun. Here we come. Would you like to join the fun bus? It's time for a ride in the fun bus. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, make sure you're around. There's plenty of learning to be done. Let's all sing this song. Learning is fun. Here we come. Would you like to join the fun bus? Every ride in the fun bus with Tubi and Siri, Billy and Whippy. When the fun bus is around, there's plenty of action and fun. Come and join the fun bus. Let's all sing this song. Learning is fun. Here we come. Would you like to join the fun bus?
Hello everyone and welcome to Fun Bus, a program where we all learn and have fun. Today's edition is a special one. Do you know why? Well, I'll tell you. Tomorrow, our beloved country Nigeria will be celebrating her 64th birthday. Happy anniversary to every one of us in advance. Nigeria gained our independence on the 1st of October from the British in 1960. Many patriotic men had been president of this great country. Today, we have our Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Aso Rock as the 16th and current president of Nigeria. Chapter for Nigeria. I would love to see love, peace, unity, and good roads in my dear country, Nigeria. Yes, we may come from different tribes and cultures, but in brotherhood we'll always stand. Our friends are eager to be a part of this beautiful and amazing outing that is specially celebrating our dear Nigeria.
I celebrate Nigeria's independence by playing music and dancing.
I celebrate Nigeria's independence by planting trees,
flowers to symbolize growth. I celebrate my Nigerian independence by watching Nigerian movies and kids documentaries.
The colors of the Nigerian flag are green and white. White represents unity and peace, while green represents agriculture.
Speak on, great leaders of this great country, Nigeria. That's not all. We moved around the streets of Lagos to find out how well Nigerians can recite the national anthem. And this is what we brought back.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though songs and tribes may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Sir, can you please sing the national anthem for us?
I cannot sing the national anthem. I don't know it. It's the former one I know. This new one I don't know.
Sir, can you please sing the national anthem for us?
Which one, the old one or the new one?
The new one.
I don't know the new one. I'm only familiar with the old one.
As a patriotic citizen, we should all be able to recite the national anthem correctly without making any mistake. And that will simply say how well we love our dear nation and how well we want to move Nigeria to a greater height. Okay, now let's enjoy some Nigerian dances.
Let's all sing this song. Letting is fun. Here we are. Would you like to join the fun?
Display, I must say. And this Benue dance will always remained a captivating one. The wriggling of the body made the dance so unique, and I can't wait to learn this dance. And of course, this episode can't be complete without an explanatory story of how Nigeria gained our freedom and became independent.
Hello, children.
Hello, Miss Okonkwo.
Do you know what independence means? You don't know? It means freedom. It means what? Freedom. Show me freedom. Freedom from what? Freedom from who? The colonial masters. You have an idea. Round of applause for me.
Let's go.
Good.
You have it. Excellent.
Before our independence, there was nothing like Nigeria. No place was called Nigeria. All we had were small places. People were just on their own. And then these Europeans came and started ruling us in these small areas. We have the Southern Protectorate, we have the Northern Protectorate, and we have the Lagos colony ruled by the Europeans. There was no Nigeria at that time when they came. So they came in through the sea, through the water. There was no airport, so they didn't fly in because they did not know where they were going. So they came in through the ports, through the waters, and they started acquiring places until 1914. Until when? 1914. When Lord Lugard now felt, okay, they agreed that they should put all these small places together and call it and give it a name and call it Nigeria. So that's how in 1914 Lord Lugard saw to the coming together of the Northern Protectorate, the Southern Protectorate, and the Lagos colony as a country. Now, what name would they call this country? His wife. They thought about it, don't you think? Yes, Flora Shaw, his wife. The name is what? Flora Shaw. Now said, okay, because we are talking about area around the Niger. River Niger is a very popular river around the place they were ruling.
They used the one from Niger to make a word Nigeria.
Good. Actually, Nigeria means Niger area. Nigeria means what? Niger area. And that's how they came about the name Nigeria. And they continued to rule us from there. Even though we had our people who had gone to school, who had become big people, like like Chibokomi, like Enahoro, like Bamako, many of them. But then they said no, they were going to continue to rule us. They will carry our cocoa to London and use it to do chocolate and bring it back to us to buy. They will take our oil, taking away everything, and we are ruling us. Our head of state then was the Queen of England. You can imagine. And the flag that we are using then wasn't this Nigerian flag, it was the British flag called the Union Jack. See? Do you like that? No?
It's scary.
You know, it's scary. So that's how we were until all these big Nigerians. From the north we had Alhaji Tafawa Balewa. From the south here we had Chief Obafemi Awolowo. We had Habab Macaulay.
They all rise up.
They rose. Yes.
They said this is not enough.
Do you understand? This is enough is enough. We also had people from the east. Honorable Nigerian, lots of others from every part of this country. They came together and they started talking. They didn't fight. Nigeria did not fight any war to gain her independence. They took their case to the colonial master and said, what? We think it is time we begin to rule ourselves. And they talked and negotiated and negotiated and negotiated until, okay, they decided to give it a thought. And then there was a hero, so that people were not ready to give up. They agreed. And they set up a date, a committee to plan for this independence. When is it going to happen? And then they agreed that it was going to be on 1st October 1960. It was on that day that the British flag that we were flying, are we British people? We are not. No, we were flying their flag. So it was on that day, 1st October 1960, that the British flag was brought down. And then the Nigerian flag was hoisted. And everybody was happy. If you were there at that time, would you be happy? So what do you do when you're happy? Yeah, everybody was happy. There were lots of celebration, a lot of merriment. People were happy. And from that time on, the British people left the governance of Nigeria to Nigerians. So that was how we gained our independence.
Thank you, ma'am. That was quite interesting. Indeed, Nigeria has come a long way, and you and I have to put in so much work to make our country a greater and better place to live in. It is time we come together to talk about the heroes and heroines of this great country, Nigeria, as well as the past and current leaders of Nigeria.
Let's all sing this song. Then it's fun. Here we come. Would you like to join the fun bus?
Right Honorable Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was born in Zungeru, November 16, in Niger State, 1904. He was a lawyer, a political scientist, a journalist, and a political activist, popularly known as Zik. He became the first president of Nigeria from 1st of October 1963 to January 1966. He died May 11, 1996. He truly is a Nigerian hero. Major General Aguiyi Ironsi was born in Umuahia, March 3, 1924. He was the first Nigerian military head of state. He came to power January 16, 1966. His rule lasted for about 6 months till he was assassinated in July 29. The same year, a via military coup. He was 42 years old when he died. General Yakubu Gowon, as the third military head of state of independent Nigeria, born on October 19, 1934, at Kanke in Plateau State. He ruled Nigeria during the deadly Civil War, and a few years after, from 1966 to 1975, he is still living. Murtala Ramat Mohammed, born in Kano, November 8, 1938, succeeded General Yakubu Gowon as the fourth military head of state. His rule was a very short one, from 1975 to 1976, when he was assassinated. Then came the fifth head of state, General Olusegun Obasanjo, born in Abeokuta, March 1937. He ruled Nigeria from 1976 to 1979, when he handed over to a democratically elected government. Alhaji Shehu Shagari, born in Shagari, February 25th, in Sokoto State, became the sixth head of state and the first elected executive president of the Second Republic. He ruled Nigeria from 1979 to 1983. In 1983, he was the only president of the Second Republic. General Muhammadu Buhari came along as the seventh head of state. He ruled Nigeria from 1983 to 1985. Then came the eighth head of state, General Ibrahim Babangida, who ruled Nigeria from 1985 to 1993. Following a failed election, he handed over to an appointed interim president. The interim president, Chief Ernest Shunako, ruled Nigeria from 26th of August 1993 to 17th of November 1993. General Sani Abacha became the 10th head of state. He ruled Nigeria from 1993 till his death in 1998. General Abusalami Abubakar became the next head of state. He ruled Nigeria from 1998 till 1999, when he handed over to an elected government. Retired General Olusegun Obasanjo. This is his second, who came back for the second time as Nigerian head of state and the 12th in the hierarchy. He ruled Nigeria from 1999 till 2007. Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, who ruled Nigeria for only one term, from 2007 till 2010. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, he ruled Nigeria from 2010 till 2015, when he handed over to Muhammadu Buhari, retired general. This is the second time he handed over to the current president.
We learn every day, right? So how about knowing some amazing facts about Nigeria? Enjoy this.
Welcome to the Crimped Photo Museum. Actually, this place is called Nigeria. So you are now inside of Nigeria. And what we have here is photographs telling the story of Nigeria as back as 1884. You're welcome. So how are you all? Okay, like I said, you're welcome to Nigeria. I'm going to take you around Nigerian history briefly. One, I'm going to start from, have you heard of the name of George Goldia Tubman? Now, history have it that Tubman is the father of Nigeria. Now, George Tubman was actually a businessman in Nigeria, and there were a lot of other colonial businessmen, that is British businessmen, who were doing business in Nigeria before the formation of Nigeria. And what he did was he wrote to the King of Britain, and he told him, we are a lot of people here doing business in this part of the world, this part of Africa, and I think I can coordinate them together under one company. So the king said, go ahead. And that was when he formed the company UAC. And UAC became the first administrator of what we have today as Nigeria. They actually mounted a flag in Lokoja. Lokoja is in Kogi State. They mounted a flag in Lokoja and declared themselves the owners of this part of the world. Now, George Goldia was there until when Lord Lugard moved into what is the present day Nigeria. He used to be in Uganda. When he came into Nigeria, he met with George Goldia, and Goldia told him, this is how far I've gone guiding these people and ruling over these people. But I'm thinking we should give them a name. So at that point, Goldia started thinking, what name will I give them? Okay, maybe I should name them after myself. So the initial idea was to call us Goldacia, after George Goldia. But there was a journalist, a lady journalist, who was working for Time International magazine. Her name was Flora Shaw. Flora Shaw happens to be a friend to Lord Lugard. And at that point in time, Flora Shaw was staying with Lugard. They were actually not married, but they were planning to get married. And Flora Shaw one day came on top of, Lord Lugard was staying on top of a mountain. It's called Mount Patti. Mount Patti is in Lokoja. So Flora Shaw sat there and was looking at the river Niger and the river Benue. Have you heard of the conference point? Yes. Where the river Niger and the river Benue meets together? Yes. So as she was admiring that place, she thought over it and said, why don't we give these people a name that is after this river Niger? The Niger area. And that was how we got our name Nigeria, which is actually Niger area. So from that point in time, Lord Lugard in 1914 amalgamated the north and the south together, protectorate, to form what is Nigeria, and he became the first Governor General of Nigeria. James Robinson took over, and at that point in time, we had nationalists, Nigerians, who were fighting to have independence, to make Nigeria an independent country. We had the likes of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, we have the like of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, we had the like of Ahmadu Bello, and Tafawa Balewa. Now, all these people were agitating, they were fighting and saying, we want Nigeria to be a nation, to stand on its own. October 1st, 1960, the colonial master, the colonial government, that is Britain, gave them independence. Now, I need to show you something. Now, before then, this was the flag we used to have. Have you seen this flag before? This is called the Union Jack flag. This is the British colonial government flag. So this was what we had then as a flag of Nigeria. But when we became an independent country in 1960, we moved from this flag to what flag? You have an idea? Which flag? The green, white, green. So we had the green, white, green. But before the green, white, green, there was an open competition. The federal government said people should design flags. so that we can get a flag for Nigeria. And among the entries that came in was a young man who was schooling then. He was a student. His name is Taiwa Kinkumi. He's now of blessed memory. He's late. Taiwa Kinkumi designed this particular flag for Nigeria. You can see this flag, the green, white, green, and a red sun. Now there was a committee who was to decide which flag Nigeria would approve. So the committee loved this flag, but did not like the idea that there was a red sun in the middle of the flag. So they removed the red sun, and that was how we came to have our green, white, green as a flag. Let me show you some other unique things we have here. You can see some very old coins with holes in them. Now all these were used as means of exchange in the market. You can go to the market and buy things with them. Okay, kids, do you have questions you want to ask me?
Yes, sir.
You do? Beautiful.
My name is Ebenezer Daniel.
Okay.
How long has this museum been in existence?
The museum was officially commissioned on October 1st, 2012. But before it was commissioned, I've actually been working and preparing materials to start it off. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. What's your question, ma'am?
Sir, how do you get your materials for the museum?
Basically, I search through history books. I look for photographs that are in history books. I look for photographs that are in biographies. That's why you can see I have quite a lot of biographies here. I have about 276 biographies, and I'm still buying more. Then I go to all libraries with my camera, and I reshoot photographs from cameras. I hardly take photographs from the internet, because most cases I've discovered that you take a photograph and you have a wrong information on that photo. I don't want to get into an error. It was actually a pleasure to have you come to the museum today.
Thank you, sir. We have enjoyed your time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
It's been a delightful one on Fun Bus today, all for Nigeria, our beloved country. As we celebrate Nigeria, we call on our mummies, daddies, uncles, aunties, and children, of course, to make it a duty to work towards the unity and progress of Nigeria. By being law-abiding and respecting each other's beliefs, traditions, culture, and of course religion. Hooray! Nigeria will be 64 in a bit. As we say goodbye, the question is, what are you doing to contribute to Nigeria's greatness? It is in our hands. Come on, let's celebrate Nigeria. See you all next week, same time, for another exciting package. I am Fetia Mutalani. Goodbye.
Let's all sing this song. Then it's fun. Here we come. Would you like to join the fun bus? It's time for a ride in the fun bus. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, make sure you're around. There's plenty of learning to be done. Come and join the fun bus. Let's all sing this song. Learning is fun. Here we come. Would you like to join the fun bus?
When the body pressure is greater than usual, one has hypertension and is at risk of organ injury.
A balanced diet is the key to a healthy lifestyle. Embrace the wisdom of our ancestors as we explore the timeless wisdom of Nigerian proverbs.
Proverbs are palm oil with which words are written. Kola nut lasts long in the mouths of those that values it. He who thinks is leading when no one follows is just taking a walk. No matter how hot your anger, it cannot cook here.
Nigerian proverbs, timeless lessons from our ancestors.
surviving the rain?
It depends on the velocity of the rain.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
It's saddening to me that our wildlife and forests are disappearing, and that Nigeria has become a hub for wildlife trafficking. But together, we can change this story. We can lead our region with stronger laws that prosecute more offenders. Let's create a future where people and wildlife can thrive together. Please report wildlife crime and help make Nigeria a haven for wildlife. Because protecting nature protects us all.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Yeah, na 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 na, no. Cracking the wall. Life is full of ups and downs, tribulation everywhere, but there is hope for the hopeless. If you can only believe, it might take some time, but you'll surely get there, my brother. You will surely get there, my friend. You will surely get there. Cracking the wall. 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 We are living in a wicked world where people don't trust in each other. No reward for hard work. My brother, don't put your trust on man, but only put your trust on God. Then will your tomorrow be secure. Cracking the wall. Tomorrow be secure. Cracking the wall. You will surely get there. Cracking the wall. Destiny will be delayed. Cracking the wall. You will surely get there, my brother, no.
Honey? The doctor said that I would need an IVF if I wanted to have another baby.
Okay.
Okay, is that all you're going to say? Dixon, why are you starting to become estranged to me?
You forgot to inform your sales rep about the massage machine that you bought.
So you went investigating that?
Enola, that was a very bad script, okay? We lost a cat to that effect. Huh?
So, babe, why did you ask to see me so urgently?
Babe, I need a favor from you, please.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay. You know, there's this Alaji's guy that I give money to from time to time. He told me Alaji is planning to kidnap me and have me have a forced abortion.
That's so terrifying. What are you going to do about it? Babe! What are you going to do about it? That's a terrible threat to your life.
You know, I was actually thinking, can you just, please, can you just accommodate me for some time? Any the time I get a new place, please. I really don't want to risk the life of this poor child. Please. Is that a yes?
Sure.
Thank you!
Hello there.
Yes, sir.
What?
Keep the change, I keep the change.
What will happen? Don't tell me now.
I cannot for your drink,
Go
so.
for my drink, oh. Now, be that, oh. What's happened?
Mommy, guess what now?
Oh, yeah, I'm guessing. What happened?
Mommy, I'm going to Brazil.
Eh? How?
You're not another superstar.
Tell me now, what's happened?
Okay, you know those research I don't do since now. So I was invited to Brazil, World Conference.
Eh? Tell me.
Wait now.
Tell me, I'm listening.
I'll be doing a presentation in Brazil. I'm among the social media personas.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
But I never finished. Now
I can hear you.
They will credit my account today with 500,000. Mommy, wait, no. Now all expense paid though. So when I reach it, then I then go take care of everything.
Eh?
Why should?
Don't talk too much. Don't let anybody hear you.
Okay. Mommy, don't go dance, hurt yourself.
I don't hurt myself. I just say that quietly.
Good afternoon, sir.
I see, as usual, you have brought good news. So, what is it this time?
Daddy, I was invited to Brazil for a world conference.
Congratulations!
Thank you, Daddy.
What is in it for us?
There's nothing. John, there's nothing in it for us. The invitation don't reach.
Was I talking to you?
You know they talk to me in my Peking. The invitation is okay.
Your Peking?
My dear, come inside, consider. You don't drink water.
Okay. Mommy, give me everything. You don't have your Igbo Peking now.
I give you more. Not shaking. Your mama rich. I full ground.
Yes, Mommy. I'm coming. Okay.
Go inside and finish this thing.
Hey, Lily.
Waiting.
How far now? Somebody be the nugget. Who be that?
No be that butterfly girl where they like to drink on myself with small madam.
I don't understand. What do you mean butterfly?
You get something where you they understand. You know, you don't forget that Ajapako girl where they form Ajabo.
Oh! You mean Jumi?
Now name me that. I think she call herself.
So,
that girl.
what happened?
I go slap her one day. Me, as you see me finish, I be like a mate. She dey say me, I dey carry bag enter for that small girl. Eh? She go dey leave her papa house every night. Come dey lodge for you.
It concern you. Is it your concern? Even if you live in papa house, what it concern you? Which day you go learn how to mind your business?
Shut up!
Mind your business.
You chop dawa.
Mind your business, Jare.
What it concern you?
I
now
beg.
which day you go support me? Disrespect don't too much for this work when I dey do. Ha!
Alright everyone, no pull your ears, make we talk. Time don't reach to rearrange this house to give una small wisdom. Una think say una sabi. Shots might be fresh now, but you know, I beg no be so. Before una go talk, say our smile no reach. Make una think am twice so. We know they here to the point una with our small finger. We show una solution instead.
Ever heard of Colgate, the #1 oral care brand in the world?
On our slide, go find like symmetry as it's supposed to be. You can see why we are the coolest around. For zero cavity and long-lasting fresh breath. Mom, it's your time to brush. Mama and Papa buy am, use am, and shine your smile. No more cover mouth. Because we Colgate, that do yaga with your smile.
Confidence is important in life's little moments. Strong teeth can help, even if they get you into trouble sometimes. A great smile is useful to break the ice, and making friends is easier when you know you have fresh breath. I give my family confidence with Pepsodent Triple Protection 123. Its antibacterial action formula gives them cavity protection, white teeth, and fresh breath. The confidence of 3 toothpaste in 1. Pepsodent Triple Protection 123.
Hi. Hi. Where's the receptionist?
I didn't see anybody, but the stretchy man directed me here.
Okay, sit down, please. How can I help you?
I am Steve Beckley from Oasis Computers.
Oh.
I am here in respect of the mail you sent for servicing.
Yeah. We've been expecting you guys now.
I'm sorry. We set up so many openings in many parts of the city. So, our new employees are actually pressed.
Yeah.
The workload is high on us old ones.
Yeah, I can understand that. But you guys, anyway, you'll get used to your reputation precedes you guys anyways.
Thanks for the compliment, sir.
You're welcome. Well, I don't know you. Where's Dari?
Sir. This is my ID card, sir.
No, it's okay.
Dari's wife put to bed, so he took a few days off.
Oh, I see. All right.
I will just troubleshoot the router to see the challenge.
Okay.
Sir, the router is bad. It needs to be replaced.
I see. So how much would this cost us?
120,000, sir.
120,000. Okay. Let me give you a check.
No need for that, sir. You can use this, I guess.
Okay. I see. Okay.
Please, sir. Okay. Your pin. Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, we'll be back.
Oh. Come to think of it, I can't believe that Samantha is actually dating that old professor.
Ugh, Samantha. What were you expecting from a girl with no brain? She would use whatever she has to get what she wants. And besides, everybody wants to graduate. Abi, you know one graduate.
Of course, no. What are you talking about? Liberty. Liberty.
That's more, madam.
Please get Sanami to get us some drinks.
Okay, talking about the drinks. I don't know, should I, let me see. Just tell her to put some organic toppings. Do you understand? Vanilla flavor. Is he okay?
Please, that serves him right. Why was he looking at us?
I hope he didn't hurt himself though.
Please, that's his business. Let's go back to Judiciary. I was like, I thought she was going to be dating someone.
Confidence is important in life's little moments. Strong teeth can help, even if they get her into trouble sometimes. A great smile is useful to break the ice, and making friends is easier when you know you have fresh breath. I give my family confidence with Pepsodent Triple Protection 123. Its antibacterial action formula gives them cavity protection, white teeth, and fresh breath. The confidence of 3 toothpaste in 1. Pepsodent Triple Protection 123.
It's not just soap. It's the refreshing feeling that puts you in charge. Premier Cool.
Ready up your cool.
It's not just soap. It's the refreshing feeling that puts you in charge. Premier Cool.
Ready up your cool.
Alright everyone, no put your ears, make we talk. Time don't read to rearrange this house to give una small wisdom. Una think say una sabi. Sounds might be fresh now, but you know, I beg no be so. Before una go talk, say our smell no reach. Make una think am twice so. We know they here to the point una with our small finger. We show una solution instead. Ever heard of Colgate, the #1 oral care brand in the world? On a slide, go find that chemistry as it's supposed to be. You can see why we are the coolest around. For zero cavity and long-lasting fresh breath. Mom, it's your time to brush. Mama and Papa buy am, use am, and shine your smile. No more cover mouth. Because we Colgate, that will do yaga with your smile.
No good, they do pass you. Send me baby. No shaky. Alpha.
What do you want? After you've carried your food.
So as you see me, so now only food fit they make me the AU. What did they happen?
Yes, food and every other thing. Please talk.
No worry now. I go soon hammer. I go make her.
I pray.
Small madam say make you carry small thing come outside for her and her friend Jumi.
Small thing. What small thing?
Small thing now. I mean, what she call now? That way they always they give away they do like.
Oh, you mean smoothie?
You like that smoothie?
You're a bushman. Anyway, I was there before you came. I have work to do, excuse me.
Is there waiting I even want to talk? You see, since when you pack move inside this new house, I know they understand what they happen. No, the only thing no they claim me at all.
I don't understand. How do you mean?
Hey, you got one thing when you understand at all. Okay, wait now. Like the way they take steal Oga motor. As more time, Oga no gree talk to Madam again for this house. The way we confirm me pass. I yes, more Madam. They talk to our friend Jumi, say they won't enter that thing where get water with the boil inside. Now suicide they won't commit. They don't go born, I mean they be witch.
Boil? What's boiling, Liberty?
Ha! No be joke I do. No be every time person they joke, okay? That thing when they outside, when they boil, we what? Ha!
Oh. Are you talking about the jacuzzi?
No, him.
Hey! It's not boiling. The water is bubbling. That's how it is. It's used for body relaxation and massage.
Senami, you know me now?
Please, I was busy before you came. I have work to do. Excuse me.
If you want to go serve them, make you serve me to make I shack out. Yeah?
Your dreams.
Senami, no for my hand though. Senami, baby.
Wait, I just don't get this. You mean you're telling me you don't have any birdie called Stephen Beckley in your office? No. Yeah, he showed me his ID card. Yes. We in fact, we went as far as that. Okay, you know what? I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Hi, honey.
Wow. Can you imagine?
What is it?
A young guy just came in here. In fact, he left here an hour ago, right? And he claimed he worked for a service provider.
Okay.
Yeah? And he made me make payment of 120,000 with POS to him.
Oh, wow. Has he been working for you?
No, well, he claimed he worked with our service provider. In fact, they just called me that. The service provider called me now and said that they've been having issues with their emails.
Wow, that guy must be a high-level fraudster.
He must have hacked into the company's email because he told me that he was responding to the mail I sent yesterday.
Oh, sorry about that. So what are you going to do now?
Man, I must have been gullible. What can I do? Don't worry, I'll get him. I think I should just head home. I've not been doing anything yet since morning.
Really? So that means we're going home together, right?
Don't tell me you're excited that we're going home.
But of course.
Okay, I've changed my mind.
Why?
Well, I've changed my mind. I'm not going.
You can't change your mind. You're driving with me.
Yeah, who?
Me and you.
In whose car? My car?
Please meet me in my car, okay?
So this is the... Let's actually have a... Wait, that's... Whoa.
What in heaven's name do you want from me again?
Calm down now. Is it too much to ask to see one's daughter?
Who is your daughter? I am not your daughter, and I can never be your daughter. You sold out your daughter for the price of 1.5 million naira. You cannot have what you have already sold out. So please, make this meeting snappy. I've already exhausted my patience here.
Anyway, I have come to ask you for a little favor. There's this big client of mine who wants to give me big business. I don't want him to underrate me, okay? So I want to make use of your car.
You really think everything is impossible with this your poor life?
Yeah, of course. When there's everything to lose on both sides of the coin. Are you giving me the car or not?
It's not just soap. It's the refreshing feeling that puts you in charge. Premier Cool.
Ready up your cool.
It's not just soap. It's the refreshing feeling that puts you in charge. Premier Cool.
Ready up your cool.
Hold on.
Come in, come in. Good afternoon, sir. This way, this way. Sit. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, honey.
And hello, what is this?
Oh, that's a condom.
Since when did we start using condoms? And I thought you wanted to conceive.
Yes, actually. This is a special semen collection condom.
Meaning?
Meaning that the doctor had given it to me for the IVF.
Oh my God. Look, can someone tell me what's going on in this house? Eh? Will you talk before I slap you?
I'm really sorry, Dad. I wanted to tell you, but you've been coming home late for the past 2 days and you leave very early.
Tony, can you hear yourself at all? Are you making any sense at all? Eh? Look, I'm so sure you have just embarrassed me and you have embarrassed the girl too. Eh?
It's my friend Jumi.
Tony, but you should have still told me. You should have still told me.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm really sorry. It will never happen again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, na 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 no. Crack in the wall. Life is full of ups and downs, tribulation everywhere, but there is hope for the hopeless. If you can only believe, it might take some time, but you'll surely get there, my brother. You will surely get there, my friend. You will surely get there. Crack in the wall. You will surely get there. Crack in the wall. You will surely get there. Crack in the wall. You will surely get there. Crack in.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connects great minds while explaining everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
We are in Itoku, Abeokuta, Ogun State capital, the home of the popular Adire fabric. Nigerian culture is multi-ethnic and gives a lot of value of different types of arts, which include glass and metal work, painting, wood carving, and clothes weaving, to mention but a few. But among all these forms of arts, Adire is the most common among the people of Egbaland in Ogun State. And my name is Idaresit Aderokun. Welcome to Itoku, the Adire Hall. Adire is an age-long fabric, first popular among the Yorubas, particularly the Egbas, with its various beautiful designs and fabric worn by every age and class. Meanwhile, Adire fabrics industry have evolved over time, both in production and promotion. In a bid to compete favorably with other fabrics, as well as complement government efforts towards industrialization, operators have developed new ways of doing business. The production of Adire is something that has since been passed from generation to generation. Invariably, it is inherited by birth, or it is inherited from birth. History has it that Adire fabric were first made with teru, local white attire, and elu, local dye, made from elu leaf, which is planted in the Shaki area of Oyo State. Hence, the material was sourced locally, until recently that there have been some innovations in the patterns and materials being used.
This is what we call batik. When you want to make batik, you firstly wash in the cold water. After washing it, dry it. After drying it, we put the candle. Any design that you want, you put it on the fabric. After that, you put it in the dye. But the dye that we put in batik, it will not hot than tie and dye. When we put a small hot, small cold. So that's how we are making batik. After doing that, we remove the candle from the hot water, stash it. That's how we are doing batik. If it is tie and dye, you can use raffia. That raffia is equal in Yoruba. You tie it in any design that you want. After that, put the dye. That is tie and dye.
Talking the state of Adire fabric, there has been a shift in paradigm in the mode of operations by the people involved. Adire now uses simple technology, and hot wax or paraffin are used as resist agents in place of the indigenous cassava paste. To meet the high demand of Adire now, stenciling has largely been replaced by a block printing technique to apply the hot wax.
We are using 100% materials, quality one, but now they are made in China. 40% of the quality one that we are using before. We are using 100% of quality Guinea brocade. For now, we are using only 40% quality.
In the next 10 years, to my own calculation and by God's grace, everything will have been bigger and better than what we have now. Because many people are coming into it, and as many people are coming into it, they are bringing in creativity. Somebody will come and learn Adire from you today. Before you know it, the design that person will be creating will be different from yours and will be better than the yoga stuff.
Whether it is produced through the old process or otherwise, Adire is a fabric in the class of its own among fabrics in Nigeria and the diaspora.
This is the network service of the NTA.
You and I together, yeah. We're thick and thin together. Building up each other. We only hope that this will last forever. Making plans to get better. We only hope that this will last forever. So I say to you, my neighbor, I got you. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Neighbor, I got you. There's almost nothing I wouldn't do for you. Lead on me when you got you.
That's why I see Amo. I am so happy and proud of my son. Yes, of course. Who else? I'm the one going with him to South Africa. I'm the one he needs more than any other person, especially for moral support. Let me call him for you. Toby! Oluwa Toby Laba!
Yes, Mom.
Come and speak with your auntie. Auntie Buki.
Hello, Mom.
Toby. Your voice has changed. You must have grown really big now.
Yes, Ma. No, Ma. Sorry, I don't quite remember you.
Don't tell me you've forgotten my birthday. I was at your house your first birthday. Do you remember now? How are you doing? I hear you're traveling to South Africa. Don't forget your auntie Buki.
Yeah. Yes, Ma. Okay, Ma.
Oh, Jare, as I was saying. Yes, so. Ebi gangan le mi won you fellow me cheri. I'm the one going with him.
Yes, now. Okay. You get it.
I give the love to the old. Wait.
Dang it.
Give the rest people is coming.
I knew it. I knew I'll find you two here. Wherever the snail goes, the shell follows. Kids, what are you doing?
We are
playing, right? So, what lesson did you learn yesterday? What happened with Toby and his mom and their entire family? What happened? What can you tell me?
That he's going for a competition in South Africa.
Good. So, what does that teach you?
we should be happy for our neighbors.
No. Read your books. That's what it teaches you. You need to study hard so that that kind of thing can happen for you and I as well. All right?
Mom, I already did all my assignment.
No, Koi, that is not enough. I mean, don't you want me to go to South Africa too?
Of course I want you to go to South Africa.
Good. So you both need to study hard, all right? And throw away these games and face your books, okay? Out with the games, in with your books, all right? James! Get your books and start reading right now. You drop that teddy.
Tomato mix in a new stand-up pouch.
Alright everyone, open your ears, make we talk. Time don't read to rearrange this house to give una small wisdom. Una think say una sabi. Shout my tea fresh now, but una own, I beg no be so. Before una go talk, say our smell no reach. Make una think am twice so. We know they here to the point una with our small finger. We show una solution instead.
Ever heard of Colgate, the #1 oral care brand in the world?
On a slide, go find like him as it's supposed to be. You can see why we are the coolest around. For zero cavity and long-lasting fresh breath. Mom, it's your time to brush. Mama and Papa buy up, use up and shine your smile. No more cover mouth. Because we got it, that will do your God with
your smile. Yeah. And yes, I bought this very beautiful Ankara fabric. The texture is top notch. I want to make it for Thanksgiving service on Sunday. You know now, I must wear.
Is food ready?
No. Oh, I'm the one following my son to South Africa. His father is very supportive. You know?
Is food ready?
Okay, baby girl, I'll talk to you later, okay? Bye. I was pointing now that food is there at the dining.
See, I do not appreciate you announcing to everyone that you're the one following the boy to South Africa for the competition.
Mine now. Even there, they said a parent can go with him.
A parent? Not his mother? Or was your name mentioned?
Hey, but Wale, it's just natural that I go with him so I can take care of him there.
See, Remy, I have already told my people that I'm the one following the boy to South Africa. So stop spreading false news now.
I hope it's not what I'm thinking. I hope you are not trying to drag this thing with me. Because it will not work, oh. Go take ball.
See, Remy, it's my rightful place as his father to follow him to the competition so I can protect him.
And who told you it's not my rightful place as his mother to follow him to the competition so I can take care of him? Who said so? Wale, don't get me angry, oh. You know.
All I know is I am the one following him to South Africa.
Oh, Toreje. Tobiloba. Oluwa Tobiloba tèmi nìkan ṣoṣo. Are you hungry? Please come and eat. Because you need all the energy to win that competition you are going for. You are not competing yet. Now you eat more. And fish. Go and win competition first. There's a shop that want to compete. Let them eat.
Yes, please.
Hey, can you smell?
This is Rose. Rose is my best friend. And this is my brother. But why are you studying so hard now? You already studied with other students going for the competition.
Rolly, I have to study twice as hard. It's the way mom and dad are spreading this whole news like wildfire, telling everybody their son is going to South Africa. I don't have a choice than to pass this competition.
Oh my god. But wait. Why are they telling everybody though?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Don't be my love. Ha. Ah, very good. Yeah, take. You are studying, Abby. You are doing well. You are making me proud as a mother.
Thank you, Mom.
You like it, Abby?
Yeah, sure.
Do you want something else? Maybe like fried chicken?
No, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Continue to read so you will win the competition. I'll come back to come and check you. When I'm coming back, I'll bring another goodie.
Yes,
well done.
Thank you, Mom. Now you see why I have to pass.
I'm jealous. I'm very jealous.
Of course.
Oh, chicken, you said no. Don't be.
Please.
That's wrong, man. At least you collect for me.
I'm in love. Hey, mommy.
What?
Sonia tomato mix, stand up, outro. Sonia tomato mix, stand up, outro. Is it to open? Is it to squeeze? Is it to scoop and is it to stop? Dishes come alive with so much taste. Sonia tomato mix, of course. Sonia tomato mix, yes sir. Sonia tomato mix, stand up, outro.
I'm in love. No, but with you, of course, my darling.
Sonia Tomato Mix in a new stand-up pouch.
What's the occasion?
How do I look?
Well, you look beautiful.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is what I'll be wearing on that day.
On which day?
Then I'll be following Toby to South Africa.
Remy?
What?
I thought I told you to drop this case. I'm the one following the boy to South Africa, and that's it.
Wale, what is it? Why are you acting like a child?
Well, you should ask yourself that. Yes.
Okay, no problem. See, I am the one following Toby to South Africa, and there is nothing anybody can do about that.
There is nothing I can do about it.
Yes, you can't do anything about it. Kilo day. After all, there is still another trip to London. You stop dragging this one with me.
It doesn't look like I'm the one dragging it. You are the one dragging this issue. I already told you I'm the one following the boy, and that's it. Yes.
See, me, I'm not ready to argue about this matter. The thing is, just leave me in my lane, jejely. Excuse me.
Remy. Wait. Am I not the man in this house? Look, Remy, you must listen to me. Remy!
Toby, first you are going to come and help me again. See now, I don't know this question.
Jesus!
What is it?
Just hold on a second. No. Pick up your phone. Yeah, hello, Deji. Did you see the message on the group chat? Yeah, the science competition has been postponed indefinitely.
Hey.
Why? What was their reason? Why did they do that? I'm in trouble. What am I going to tell my parents? Okay, you know what? Just I'll call you back later, alright? Yeah, bye. Rolly, I'm in trouble. See, the science competition has been postponed. What am I supposed to tell mom and dad?
Toby, we need to tell mommy and daddy. We need to tell mommy and daddy.
No.
We need to.
No, please, don't do that. Mom is going to die of a heart attack, and the dad is so going to be disappointed in me. We can't tell them yet. I am not going to tell them, and you shouldn't either.
So what do we do?
Okay, we'll keep this as a secret for now. Keep it to ourselves until we come up with a better plan.
Okay. Wow. Sorry.
Why did they cancel?
Shut that one is gone. Oh, yeah.
I'm in love.
Hey, mommy.
What?
Sonia tomato mix, stand up, Sonia tomato mix, stand up. Is it to open? Is it to squeeze? Is it to scoop and is it to stir? Dishes come alive with so much taste. Sonia tomato mix, of course. Sonia tomato mix, yes sir. Sonia tomato mix, stand up,
I'm in love. No, but with you, of course, my darling.
Sonia tomato mix in a new stand-up pouch.
So basically, I just want something classy, just like a get-together party for my family and friends. Just here within our compound, though. Is it something you can handle?
Of course, madam. You can count us to give you the best. I mean the very best.
Okay. And so we'll be leaving from here to the airport. And when I'm traveling with my son, so I want everything filmed.
You have no problem. You have got the best in the whole of Nigeria, so we give you the best.
Yeah. Okay. But I also want your company to cater for food and drinks for my family members and friends that will come for Thanksgiving and the party. And I want it to be perfect.
Pom, pom, pom. You have no problem now. So,
okay.
How the person will be now?
Toby.
Yeah, Mom.
This is my son, Toby. He's the one taking me to South Africa.
Oh, that's nice. Toby, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Good afternoon.
So, madam, I think I have to take my leave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll be in your office tomorrow. All right. Thank you so much.
Mom?
Yes.
Who is he?
That's our events planner. His company is the one that will cater for everything we want to do, from the party to Thanksgiving in church and everything.
Mom, don't you think that's unnecessary?
What do you mean?
This whole thing, the filming, the parties, it's too much.
What are you saying? Wait until you see your clothes. Hey, your bag, your shoes. Hey, you don't know anything yet. See, I even invited your classmates to dinner. Your class teacher knows about it already. Sorry, wait. Cynthia. Hello, Cynthia. I'm fine, no. Oh, you heard too? Yes, our son is making us proud. Oh, you want to see him? Come over now. I'm sure he wants to see you too. Okay. I'll talk to you later. Toby. What's the matter?
Mom, just stop announcing to everybody about this thing. Just stop it.
Egbamike, see, this is a thing of joy. It's not something that will go and cover and be hiding.
Mom, stop it. Stop it.
Okay. Is that why you are not crying like a baby Alawo? Are you a baby?
Stop, please.
Sit down.
What have you done to this boy again?
Me? Did you see me and did you see me touching? He just sat here and started crying like baby Alawo.
Okay. I know just what to make him happy. Toby, I bought you some things that would help you prepare for the competition.
Oh, God. What?
Toby, what's the matter now?
What is it? Talk to us now.
The competition got cancelled.
What did you say?
No. Toby, is that true?
Modaro!
Toby, is that true?
There is problem, oh! Which competition? After everything I've done.
After all the money I've spent.
Yeah! All the people that are called. How will I walk in this liquid?
Toby!
Will I walk in Lagos with my head on my neck, yo? It's Judea, see there? Yeah. Bese, I've paid the period planner. You will not give me back my money.
You and I together, yeah. Thick and thin together. Building up each other. that this will last forever. So I say to you, my neighbor, 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 I got you. There's almost nothing I wouldn't do for you. Neighbor, neighbor, I got you. There's almost nothing I wouldn't do for you.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Lights, camera, action. Pictures are created in accordance with the creative vision of the photographer. The ability of a photographer to express perceptions and emotions in order to convey an impression connotes the art of photography. Most photographic works show aesthetic qualities. Some create an illusion, while some abstract photos may paint a deeper meaning from the ordinary. All this depicts the creativity of this artistry. In the early decades of the 19th century, photography captured more detail and information than the traditional methods of replication, like painting and sculpture. Today, photography still remains a unique art form that demands creative thinking from the photographer. We all love taking pictures, but there's a whole lot that goes into making our pictures look flawless. In this artistry, every detail counts.
I'd usually like to start with one light and then improve my lighting style up to the point when I get the kind of picture I want to shoot. So I'll start with this. This is always called the main light, and I'm going to start the main light on camera right. Okay, fine. So the next thing I need to do now is to position her. I like you to sit down, look towards this light. You can put one foot up, one foot down, make yourself relax. Come to the edge of the stool. Good. Fine. Are you relaxed enough? All right, so just smile, and let's see how this goes. Fantastic. So with every shot I take, I begin to readjust my camera till I achieve what I want to see. So right now, there's too much lighting coming on her face, so I'm going to have to work on my lighting style and try it again. And well, it looks much better this time around. This is one light setup, and when I took the first light, there was too much light. I had to adjust my settings, and she looks more like this now.
New technological trends in digital photography have opened a new direction in full-spectrum photography, where careful filtering choices are...
Make it very simple, so I'm going to just add one more light, and then I'm done. This light I'm adding is called a hair light or a rim light. It allows the picture to have a form, and so I can see her in a beautiful place. Beautiful. You see the picture has changed again. You notice there's a rim light now that has created a form. When you look at the first one, it was bare, and the second one has some form of rim between it. And then from here we go into post-production and print. This is the picture, and it comes in two formats. It comes as a JPEG, which is a camera processed option, and it comes as a RAW version, which is the original version with the camera shot the picture. So I'm going to edit this in RAW right now. So I start with this. Good, so the picture is out now, and I start to work on it. Luckily, she has a very fresh face, which is an advantage. So I may not do as much. I just have to work on the colors of her dress, her lips, make her hair look beautiful. I'm going to paint her up in lights and shadows now. I'm putting a bit of darkness to her face.
The stages of photograph has evolved over the years. In amateur processing, the film is removed from the camera and wound onto a reel in a dark room. But technology has taken a new dimension in this artistry.
Technology has overtaken all of that now. It makes it easier for a lot of people. It makes it more accessible for a lot of people. Back in the days, they had a few labs that did darkroom clean, washing as it was known in the day. But today we have a download, edit, upload, and print very, very quickly. And then you can see how far we have gone in the last few minutes. So this is the original picture. And then this is the Photoshop picture. The colors have changed. She had a red look initially. Now it's looking more like her skin tone. The dress is bluer, which is making more. And then you see her hairline. I've defined her hairline more. And then you see the little imperfections we had initially have been removed to give us a, so to speak, final finish. We're good to print. I'm viewing the image right now and I'm going to send to this little printer here, which does my emergency prints. Beautiful. And she's ready to go.
After so much skill and time spent, the end result is indeed worth it. Or what do you think?
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello, amazing people. So good to have you join us again on another exciting episode of your favorite event program, coming to you always on the network service of the NTA. My name is Anita Shilong, and this is Social Log, your sure way to socialize. Stay with us. On the program today, it is lights, camera, and action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Dan Allah ki bashi, ki zauna a ɗakin mijinki don Allah.
The convergence of powerful creative platform for the continental and global film professionals is a gathering that cannot be overemphasized. That is why the Kaduna International Film Festival, in partnership with the High Commission of India, Abuja, organized and brought to the creative the screening of 2 movies.
आप दोनों मिले कैसे थे?
वो क्या हुआ? रास्ते में चल रही थी, उठा लिया मैंने उसे.
It's a good collaboration. Good in the sense that we need such collaborations that will engender cultural exchanges between both countries in the area of film and also in other areas. I'm sure it will bring about collaboration in other areas too. It's a very good one, and I encourage it and I appreciate it.
Collaboration between the Kannywood and the Bollywood is going to make a serious impact in the international relation between the Indian and the Nigerians.
The Indian culture has actually affected the Nigerian movie industry, especially Kannywood, especially Kannywood and other aspects. Yes, maybe we see a lot of some sort of exaggeration in the action movies, but we've learned a lot. We see a lot of heart, a lot of soul in the way they tell their stories, and hopefully from today, we'll be able to see how we can work better.
The event was a celebration of cultural collaboration between India and Nigeria, emphasizing the universal language of film, hosted at the Indian High Commission in Abuja, which brought together dignitaries of both countries, filmmakers, actors, and cinema enthusiasts.
There are a lot of similarities between India and Nigeria. Not only amongst the people, both of us are multi-ethnic, multicultural, multilinguistic, multi-tribal people, large populations in each of their geographies. We have similarities in culture too. The family values that Indians attach is more or less exactly the same that I see in Nigeria.
Both Nigeria and India, we have a lot of things in common. We have a lot of historical and cultural relationship. So this particular exchange will increase and boost understanding between Nigeria and India.
One thing is particular about our film and the film industry, to showcase our challenges and to see how best we can use the film industry to project, especially in education.
From panel discussion, the audience had the opportunity to screen two powerful films, Rogan Josh, an Indian movie, a story of resilience in the face of tragedy, and Kaka, an award-winning film from the just concluded 7th Kaduna International Film Festival 2024. Kaka tells the story of a young girl living in the insecurity-ravaged community of Duma who desire to be a nurse.
The Kaduna International Film Festival and the Indian High Commission actually screening two movies. One is Kaka, a story on girl-child education, which I acted in. It's actually a good collaboration because it gives filmmakers platform to show their movie, show their talent, show what they can do, and then from here we will talk about issues that bother us in the industry and how we can further collaborate to move the industry forward.
Already the film industry in India, the Bollywood, is far ahead in terms of the training, the technicalities they use, the equipment they use in the productions. So you agree with me that there is some form of improvement in terms of Nollywood, but we need to do more in terms of training and work around upping our standard, our game, so that we can reach an international global standard for the film industry for Nollywood.
With these two powerful films, the event has proven once again that cinema is a bridge between cultures, from India to Nigeria. These stories remind us of our shared humanity.
It is clear that for us to continue to write, tell, channel, and produce our own stories, more of that is needed. There are people out there doing remarkable things that are touching human lives, and honoring and recognizing them is certainly the way to go.
We are the first to be recalled. We are the leaders, the innovators, the bold, the ones who will shape the future to be told.
The Commonwealth Youth Ambassador Conference, held in the nation's capital, Abuja, brought together youth from all corners of the country. It was a remarkable gathering aimed at empowering the next generation of Nigerian leaders and change makers.
The problem facing the youth in the Commonwealth is not different than the problem facing youth all over the world. The issue of leadership, the issue of crimes, etc. But today, some young people have been commissioned as a youth ambassador. We employ them to go out there to create peace, to mobilize the youth, to believe in Nigeria. I also work for Nigeria.
More about bettering the lives of the youth, both the female and the male, especially with the way things are going now. It's like the youths are left out. So it's a way of bringing them in, doing things with them and doing things for them, and encouraging them in whatever, direction they want to go.
The event, which is part of the Commonwealth's broader effort to empower young people, also celebrating outstanding achievement through its awards ceremony.
It's about connecting people genuinely, from your house to the next house, trying to bring people together and try to do and support each other. That's what it is about. It's a huge tax on it. There's a whole lot of work to be done and all that. So today's been huge and it's beautiful. So we're here.
This is an initiative that needs to be supported and encouraged, because this is an avenue for youth empowerment, youth development, and of course, encourage young people to actually abstain from a lot of social vices. So this is a very wonderful opportunity and a wonderful platform to support.
The award presentation was the pinnacle of the event, as awards of excellence in different fields were given to dedicated individuals, amongst whom is the Zonal Director of the Nigerian Television Authority, Makurdi Network Center.
Mr. Paul.
Please join me once together for Mr. Pam, the Zonal Director, NTA Makurdi. Thank you very much.
We always call him Oga Pam. I'm not surprised he's been acknowledged today, because working with him, these are qualities we see on a daily basis. For him, nothing is too challenging to surmount to bring about results for the NTA to highlight and acknowledge. So little doubt today, even young people have acknowledged that trait in him.
I started from the scratch and I felt like giving back to the society. So I'm always giving back to the society, give away trainings, helping the less privileged and all. So maybe it's one of the categories that I felt that I was able to scale through.
The Commonwealth Youth Ambassador platform plays a pivotal role in fostering unity among youth with shared values and goals. Congratulations to all the recipients. If you're just joining us, this is Social Log, your one-stop event plug. We bring you events like never before. Next, we're taking you on another exploration into the world of music. Stay with us and we'll be right back.
really enjoyed the concert today. It was like kind of life-changing. It was very soulful and joyful, and I thought a really fantastic way to spend an evening.
Wonderful, wonderful to be here, wonderful to have a night dedicated to us. We've been playing for hours between bands and everything. It's super, super, super.
Nights I've had in Abuja. Soulful music, the spirit of Jimi Hendrix with us tonight. It's been wonderful. I loved it.
In Africa right now, Afrobeat is the main thing. But don't forget the OGs before the IG. No, people like us, we grew up listening to rock and roll. And of course, we have millions of people that have that kind of background. So you don't need to throw that away. You need to bring the memory back.
It's a brilliant show. Fantastic to have a rock band in Africa, in Nigeria, and bringing so many of his friends who are musicians to play and perform and support him. I was happy to also support him as well.
Rock music is one of the best music in the world. But in Africa, they are scared of rock music. But we tell them, I understand rock music as a music from the rock of ages, and from there I play rock music. So,
amen.
In the past few decades, the Nigerian music industry has grown to become a force to be reckoned with at the global music space, serenading music lovers all over with beautiful pieces produced with the highest level of creativity and mastery. The successes recorded by indigenous artists in the globe has served as a motivating factor for the younger ones to thrive. One of such artists who is leveraging on this platform is the multi-talented singer and songwriter Emir. The Abuja-based music star has continually wowed music lovers with his exceptional talent in terms of creativity, finesse, and voice dexterity. With every single song, his talent is redefined.
Music is a very talented guy when it comes to music, at least.
I'm here for him, just to cheer up with him and make it really, lit.
Thanks to my team, I work with the best of producers. I have David Askis, I've worked with Young John, I've worked with a lot of amazing producers, I've worked with Melly, and we're getting better. And trust me, the sound is different.
At a listening party of his latest hit, ABJ Boy, featuring one of the raving music star Magneto, Emir did not disappoint as he delivered with top-notch acts. The evening also witnessed musical performances from artists from within the city of Abuja. One of the factors that has played a vital role in the talented music star's emergence and growth in the creative space is the backing of his parents. His mother, who is also his manager and mentor, has always gone all out to ensure he has all he needs to thrive with his craft. As a result, he showered her with much love and praise to the delight of all.
I'm following him, and I won't get tired of following him because there is something in him that I've seen. I mean, we say he's sleeping and he's singing. So why will I deny him of that kind of gift that God has given him? So we are all there to support him.
The atmosphere was cranked up a notch when Magneto took center stage to deliver his hit song, Canada. Then came the moment everyone waited for with much anticipation, the delivery of the song ABJ Boy featuring Magneto.
So far so good. The song is doing very well in Abuja. If I'm driving back and forth everywhere, I hear the song on radio, and I believe he's somebody that he has the zeal to be successful. So I see him perform in different shows, and I see the kind of energy he puts on promoting his stuff on social media. So I respect his craft, and I know that he has somewhere that's going to.
Since his emergence in the music scene, the undergraduate of Now University, Abuja, has worked tirelessly to develop his craft. He has worked with top musical talents in the Nigerian music scene, which include Young John, Magneto, just to mention a few.
And that's how it's been on the program today. Remember to always follow us on our YouTube channel at NTA Series. Join us again, same time next week, and God bless you all.
get that party where they get your back anytime or day. He go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Now so GoTV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this GoTV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your GoTV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. No do yourself, oh. GoTV. Love it.
The Giza Pyramid, also known as the Pyramid of Khufu, is one of the oldest of the 7 wonders of the ancient world,
and the only one to remain largely intact.
It borders the present-day Giza in Greater Cairo, Egypt.
The pyramid is the oldest and largest of the pyramids in the Giza Pyramid Complex. It is surrounded by a complex of several buildings including small pyramids. On the southern end of the east side are 4 subsidiary pyramids. The 3 that remain standing to nearly full height are popularly known as the Queen's Pyramids. Egyptologists conclude that the pyramid was built as a tomb for the 4th dynasty Egypt pharaoh Khufu and estimate that it was built in the 26th century BC during a period of around 27 years. History also has it that gangs of 100,000 laborers worked on the building in 3-month shifts for the number of years it took to build. The Great Pyramid remains a demonstration of architectural and engineering prowess of Africans as represented by Egypt. The pyramid as built consists of an estimated 2.3 million blocks, approximately 5.5 million tons of limestone, 8,000 tons of granite, and 500,000 tons of mortar. The accuracy of the pyramid's parameter is such that the 4 sides of the base have an average error of only 58 millimeters in length, and the finished base was squared to a mean corner error of only 12 seconds of arc. Initially standing at 146.5 meters, the Great Pyramid remained the tallest man-made structure in the world for more than 3,800 years, but as time went on, the majority of the smooth white limestone casing was removed, which lowered the pyramid's height to the present 138.5 meters. What is seen today is the underlying core structure. The base was measured to be about 230.3 meters square, giving a volume of roughly 2.6 million cubic meters, which includes an internal hillock. This magnificent ancient pyramid is today a major tourist destination, therefore receives hundreds of thousands of tourists from across the world. Indeed, the level of inquisitiveness of a tourist determines how much of this historic edifice he or she is able to explore. Apart from the exterior of the pyramid and its surroundings being wonderful enough to satisfy sightseeing desire, accessing the interior provides the tourists more stories to tell and more reasons for the urge to pay a continuous visit to the pyramid. To do that, the pyramid has a number of entrances. They include the original entrance, which is located on the north side, 7.29 meters east of the center line of the pyramid. There is also the north face corridor behind the entrance, which is at least 5 meters long, running horizontal or sloping upwards, thus not parallel to the descending passage. Today, tourists enter the Great Pyramid via the Robbers Tunnel, which was long ago cut straight through the masonry of the pyramid. The Giza Pyramid comprises 3 main chambers, with the King's Chamber being the upmost of them. The subterranean chamber, simply referred to as pit, is the lowest of the 3 main chambers and the only one dug into the bedrock beneath the pyramid. The walls of this ancient masterpiece consist of 5 courses of blocks that are uninscribed, as was the norm for burial chambers of the 4th dynasty, with the stones precisely fitted. No doubt, while it satisfies the tourism thirst of tourists who took the ancient city of Egypt to one of the oldest architectural masterpieces in the world, the question on how the complex design of the Giza pyramid building was accomplished still challenges the thinking of modern architects and engineers who keep researching on the issue, especially looking at the period when it was built.
This is the news at 7 on NTA International. I'm Lami Ali. Shegun Ajayi is a sign language interpreter. Let's begin with the headlines. Justice Kekere Ekun assumes office in substantive capacity, vows to defend the integrity of Judiciary as Chief Justice. NNPP holds a 7th NEC meeting, vows to take Nigeria's leadership in 2027. Nepal flood claims over 190 lives, several others missing. President Bola Tinubu has promised that his administration will not interfere or abuse the independent relationship among the three arms of government, even as it supports the judiciary towards better administration of justice in the country. The president made the commitments when he administered the oath of office on Kudirat Kekere Ekun as the substantive Chief Justice of Nigeria. State House correspondent Musbah and Mohab has the report.
The Independence Anniversary celebration came so early for the judiciary, and so too for the female folk, as Justice Kudirat Kekere Ekun becomes the substantive Chief Justice of Nigeria. After Mariam Aloma Mukhtar, Kekere Ekun is the second woman to assume this lead position for the judiciary and to set new pace in the administration of justice in Nigeria. She has been acting in this capacity since August 23, before her confirmation by the National Assembly just a month later. Starting a legal career in Lagos as a private lawyer in 1985, the jurist became a judge of the High Court of same state in 1996, elevated to the Court of Appeal in 2004, and to the Supreme Court of Nigeria as the 5th female justice of the court in 2013.
Your rise to this extolled position.
President Bola Tinubu, who has apparently been keeping track of this progress, acknowledged the steadfastness and courage of the new CJN, which he believes is an encouragement to every Nigerian girl child.
I want to urge the new Chief Justice of Nigeria to continue to uphold our reputation of being an ethical, fearless, and honest jurist. The Nigerian judiciary needs a leader with these qualities at this time, and I have no doubt that he will set the pace for others to follow.
The president recognizes the strategic role of the judiciary as a pillar in the tripod of Nigeria's constitutional democracy and promises that his government will continue to respect the independence of this important arm of government while supporting it for better performance.
While we may have reasons to intervene as complementing component of the same government, the government under my watch will also be mindful of the clear line demarcating the two of us. We will never interfere or abuse the relationship that exists between us as separate organs of government in our democracy. It is my administration's full commitment to preserve the sanctity of the judiciary.
Justice Kekereekun now wears full regalia amidst much expectation on improvements in the administration of justice.
We want that to also bring improvement in terms of prison decongestion, and then awaiting trials, which will speed up the wheel of justice. And too many people are awaiting justice, particularly in land matters. And then you see people being sent to prison for 7-8 years, and at the end being sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. What happens to the additional 5 years they spent?
If she wants to be firm, she'll have no problem. But if she decides to be going here, there, then that is where the problem will start.
The National Judicial Council, NJC, recommended the 66-year-old Justice Kudirat Kekereekun as a successor for former Justice Olukayode Ariwola, who retired on August 22, 2024. From the State House, Musbah and Wahab, NTA News.
Now, 87 legal practitioners have been elevated to the prestigious rank of Senior Advocates of Nigeria with a charge to be upright in the discharge of their constitutional responsibilities in accordance with the law. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, gave the charge as the swearing-in ceremony of the new learned silks held at the Supreme Court in Abuja. Dele Atumbi of our Judiciary desk has the story.
Administration of the oath of office on the 87 conferees by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, with a charge to maintain a high level of integrity, professionalism, and ethical conduct, sealed the elevation of the distinguished legal practitioners to the rank of Senior Advocates of Nigeria. The event, which marks the commencement of the 2024-2025 legal year, provided an opportunity for the Chief Justice of Nigeria to give an overview of the preceding legal year with an optimism of building a better judicial system that will be the pride of all Nigerians.
As Senior Advocates of Nigeria, you carry on your shoulders a lot of responsibilities. From this moment, your behavior and general conduct will now be publicly scrutinized by all those who come in contact with you. Watch your utterances, watch your actions, and watch your company, as you now have an even higher responsibility to assist the court in attaining justice, equity, and fairness.
The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi in his speech, reiterates federal government's unwavering commitment to the continuous preservation of the sanctity of the nation's judiciary.
Zero tolerance for corruption and all forms of abuses, such as vexed phenomenon of frivolous ex parte orders, media trial by lawyers in clear breach of the principle of sub judice and rules of professional conduct, not discounting possible reforms for insulating the Supreme Court from pre-election matters.
The opening of the legal year is a time for reflection, renewal, and a dedication to the values of justice, fairness, and the rule of law.
Kindly permit me use this opportunity to commend my Lord Justices of the Supreme Court on the recent groundbreaking judgment on the autonomy of local governments in Nigeria.
The 87 new members of the INABA, of which one is from the academia, are now expected to make meaningful contributions to the growth and development of the legal profession and Nigeria's judicial system. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has restrained the Independent National Electoral Commission from releasing voters' register to the River State Independent Electoral Commission to conduct the October 5th, 2024 local government elections in the state. The presiding judge, Justice Peter Lifu, gave the order while delivering judgment in a suit brought before it by the All Progressives Congress, APC. The court also barred the Inspector General of Police, IGP, and the Department of the State Service from providing security during the proposed local government election. The suit was argued on behalf of the APC by its legal team, led by Joseph Daudu, SAN. Justice Lifu held that the River State Independent Electoral Commission was wrong in fixing the October 5th date for the conduct of the polls into the 23 local governments when all relevant laws guiding the election have not been complied with. The court also held that Rivers State electoral body violated the provision of local government election conduct law by not publishing the mandatory 90-day notice before fixing the date. Justice Peter Alifu also held that the update and revision of the voter register ought to have been concluded before an election date be legally and validly fixed in law. In light of this, the court ordered INEC to make the certified voter register available to the state electoral body until the law has been fully complied with. Justice Peter Alifu also barred the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission from accepting any voter register from INEC or using it for the purpose of the October 5th local government poll. Now, the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, is adopting new strategies to reposition itself for the 2027 general election as the nation's alternative to the ruling party. As the 7th National Executive Committee of the party, various decisions to mark the party attractive to the electorate were adopted, including disciplinary action against some officers who refused to comply with the rules and regulations to reposition the party for victory. The NEC also confirmed the election of new officers to fill the vacant positions in the party's working committee.
Has been doing so well, to the extent that we, at the level of leadership, are satisfied with our progress. And of course, that will always go with envy. It will always go with many attacks from within and, more importantly, outside the party.
We don't have more times. This is the time for action. We're going to leave this place to go and begin to recruit and then apply what we have received and ensure that discipline stands. And without discipline, direction will not have any use for the speed we so anticipate for.
As we structure, we intend to force discipline such that our structures down the line, national, state, local government, and wards, do follow the rules such that we will not falter.
Acknowledging the poor outing of the party in the just concluded Edo governorship election, the party leadership said it has taken major steps to correct the situation in the forthcoming Ondo governorship election.
Dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day. NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and optimal.
At the International Court of Justice, hoping to resolve the decades-old disagreements over the sovereignty of 3 disputed islands in potentially oil-rich waters, Uche Ugochukwu has the details.
The two West African nations have been squabbling over the 30-acre island of Bana and two smaller low-lying islets since the early 1970s. Unlike most contentious cases that come to the International Criminal Court in The Hague, the two countries eventually agreed to send the thorny issue to the judges to find an amicable solution. The dispute dates back to when then colonial powers France and Spain signed a treaty in Paris setting out the borders between the two countries. Gabon argues that a later treaty signed in 1974, the Bata Convention, gives it sovereignty over the islands.
El documento presentado no era un original, sino tan solo una fotocopia no autenticada.
But Domenico Essono, Vice Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons of Equatorial Guinea, disputed the validity of the documents.
And Gabon and Spain equally had no territorial disputes at the time of Equatorial Guinea's independence.
He told the court Gabonese officials suddenly produced the document at a meeting between the two countries in 2003, taking Equatorial Guinea completely by surprise. The delegation from Equatorial Guinea questioned the legitimacy of the document and insisted Gabon present an original version. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
You're watching news at 7 on NTA International. Time now to go for a break to bring you some messages. Do stay tuned.
The Secretary to the Government of the Federation and Chairman Interministerial Committee on Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary, Senator George Akume FNIM-CON, wishes to announce the programs lined up for the celebration of Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary with the theme, Reflecting on the Past, Inspiring the Future, as follows. Presidential broadcast Tuesday, 1st October 2024, time 7 a.m. 64th Independence Anniversary Parade, Tuesday, 1st October 2024, venue Presidential Villa, time 10 a.m. All invited guests are to be seated by 9 a.m. Announcer Mohammed Idris FNIPR, Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, and Chairman, Media and Publicity Subcommittee.
The National Youth Service Council of Nigeria, NYCN, Office of the National Public Relations Officer, welcomes the public to a one-day interactive session on Nigeria at 64 with the theme Moving Nigeria Forward, a national conversation. Speakers include Mr. Charles Odi, Director General, SMIDAN, Ms. Biola Arogundade, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Technical, Vocational and Entrepreneurship Education, Comrade Suleiman Ango Abdullahi, Mandate Secretary, Youth Development FCT, Dr. Shagun Awosaya, Public Analyst, Ms. Rishonla Abiola, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Citizenship and Leadership, Nasir Ayitogo, Spokesperson, Nelfund, Hajia Kemi Achekun, Public Affairs Analyst. Others are Mr. Khalil Halilu, Executive Vice Chairman, Naseni, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi, Program Director and Chief Executive, PCNGI, Comrade Muhazu Muhammad, Public Affairs Analyst. Date is 1st October 2024. Venue, Wells County Hotel and Apartments, Asokoro. Time, 11 a.m. Host, Comrade Dotun Omoleye, National Public Relations Officer, NYCN. For further inquiry, contact 070-3033-4315.
Thank you for saying. Now, search and rescue teams in Nepal's capital picked through wrecked homes after waters receded from monsoon floods that killed at least 192 people around the Himalayan Republic. Uche Ugochukwu brings us the details.
Residents are returning to their mud-caked homes to survey the wreckage of devastating floods. Deadly rain-related floods and landslides are common across South Asia during the monsoon season from June to September. But experts say climate change is increasing their frequency and severity. Entire neighborhoods in Kathmandu were overwhelmed after the heaviest rains in more than 2 decades, with the capital temporarily cut off from the rest of Nepal after landslides blocked highways. Nepal police spokesman Danhaba Kakat said at least 35 of those killed were buried alive when earth from a landslide careened into vehicles on a highway south of Kathmandu. The International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, a Nepal-based think tank, said the disaster had been made worse by unplanned urban encroachment around the Bagmati River, which courses through the capital. Nepal's army said that more than 4,000 people had been rescued with helicopters, motorboats and rafts used to bring stranded households to safety. Bulldozers were being used to clear nearly 24 sections of major roads leading into Kathmandu that had been blocked by debris. Nepal's Weather Bureau said preliminary data from stations in 14 districts measured record-breaking rain in the 24 hours to Saturday morning. A monitoring station at the Kathmandu airport recorded about 240 millimeters of rain, the highest figure since 2002. The summer monsoon brings South Asia 70 to 80% of its annual rainfall and is vital for agriculture and food production in a region home to around 2 billion people. But monsoon rains also bring widespread death and destruction in the form of floods and landslides. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
Comptroller General Nigeria Immigration Service Kemi Nandap has emerged chair of ECOWAS Heads of Immigration Forum in Banjul, the Gambia. At the meeting, which was attended by 13 out of the 16 member states, Nandap expressed commitment to accelerated implementation of ECOWAS National Biometric Identity Card towards migration and border security.
Technically and professionally, we all gathered here as co-pilots in the sustained drive to foster greater regional integration, devoid of any encumbrance to free movement, residence, and establishment that should be the hallmark of policy-practice nexus for ECOWAS as a regional body.
So far, Comptroller General of the Nigeria Immigration Service, Nandap, also highlighted current challenges such as irregular migration, human trafficking and border security, which have been worsened by expansive borders. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will make a nationwide broadcast tomorrow, Tuesday, October 1st, 2024 at 7 a.m. The broadcast is part of activities to commemorate the 64th independence anniversary of the nation. A statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, enjoined television, radio stations and other electronic media outlets to hook up to the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority and the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN, for the broadcast. A World Bank delegation to Nigeria has unveiled plans to turn some Nigerian forests and coastal regions into viable economic hubs. Minister of Environment Balarabe Lawal, who received the team as the ministry, said the bank's plan further consolidates ongoing interventions by the federal government's agro-climatic resilience in semi-arid landscapes, Akasal and Nigeria. Charles Alpha has the report.
The activities of poachers, bandits and illegal miners in some of the Nigerian forests, as well as the rising sea levels causing problems to coastal areas, have for long been a theme of concern to the Nigerian government, particularly communities around these regions. The reason why this engagement with the World Bank team excites the Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, and the Akrisol team upon learning the lofty plans of turning these areas into viable economic hubs and tourist attraction after assessment of the problem.
Cost should not just be seen as where you have beach and the rest. So it should be seen as part of the economic livelihood of the communities that live near the coast. So the World Bank is going to support us in that, in trying to create economy around the coastal areas through our framework of blue economy.
Nigeria, reports say, has one of the lowest forest cover, with less than 10% compared to the global standard of 25. These statistics, the minister said, is expected to take a favorable turn, with the World Bank coming in to develop them through various interventions.
Discussion was very fruitful because they have given us the awards that they will support us in all these two very important issues.
The World Bank has already invested $700 million in support of the Nigerian government in the ongoing restoration of degraded lands in 20 northern states of Nigeria. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
And that's it on News at 7 on NTA International. We thank you for your time. Mlami Ali Shegun Ajayi has been the sign language interpreter. Do have a good evening.
Encouraging research and development laboratories, observers say, can significantly boost innovation and economic growth in Nigeria. It is against this background that the National Office for Technology, Acquisition and Promotion, NOTAP, has over the years entered into partnership with PZ Cousins for the enhancement of the research and development landscape, fostering innovation and contributing to national development. Applauding the impact of the synergy and relentless efforts by PZ Cousins that has led to the facelift of the Michael Okpara University of Agriculture Laboratory, Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Naji, advocated the need for a paradigm shift in agriculture, productivity and industrialization.
An upgraded research laboratory will serve as a strategic platform for the recalibration of research skills and the human capital that are needed to drive sustainable national development.
The upgrade of chemistry and chemical engineering laboratories in universities and research institutions, organizers say, has continued to equip benefiting institutions into growing scientific knowledge capable of addressing societal needs.
These science equipment donated to the university will therefore go a long way in not only boosting the capacity of chemical engineering and chemistry departments, but will enhance the scientific goals of MUAU and that of Nigeria at large.
This collaboration exemplifies the synergy between the public and private sectors.
We support the drive to develop local capacity and to bring the industry and the academia together as one.
The Federal University of Technology, Akure FUTA, is the latest beneficiary of the 100 million naira NOTAP Industry Partnership Initiative, making it the 7th university and the first in the Southwest to be upgraded and commissioned.
In order to address the identified weaknesses and huge gaps, NOTAP came up with the NOTAP Industry Partnership Initiative with a number of schemes in 2009. These NOTAP industry initiatives were conceived to complement the ministry's efforts in strengthening linkage with industry and provision of infrastructure in our research and development establishments. The research laboratory upgrade is one of the schemes, and it is aimed at providing state-of-the-art equipment to universities.
The upgraded chemical laboratories were put into use, and when PZ Cousins visited one of the upgraded laboratories, they saw the impact of their investment, and the need for continued upgrading of more laboratories was reinvigorated, and they agreed to upgrade additional 5 laboratories to spread them among the geopolitical zones of the country at the cost of 500 million naira. We are grateful to God for giving us our Vice Chancellor, and we are also grateful to NOTAP for what NOTAP has considered a due to give to FUTA.
And with this commissioning, we would have achieved a balanced spread across the country. In continuation, we have duly delivered equipment for additional 3 more universities, and with that we'll bring the total number to 10 in our dear country. If we are going to see the progress in embedding technological progress in our society, we need to bring the academia and we need to bring the industry in close collaboration if we want to see progress in technological progress.
PZ Cousins Nigeria PLC, a multinational company and a household name in Nigeria, is the only company that has keyed into the NOTAP Industry Research Laboratory upgrade in a view to deepen the relevance of research in new product development for technological progress of the nation.
That literature is a reflection of the society is a fact that has been widely acknowledged. It's impossible to find a work of literature that excludes the attitude and values of society. Hence, no writer grew up completely unexposed to the world around him. It's African literature on the largest television network in Africa, the NTA. I am Nena Bassi, and I'm pleased to be your host. This episode takes a look at literature as a tool for advocacy.
Literature indeed reflects the society, its good values and its ills. In correcting the society, literature mirrors some practices in it with a view to making humans realize their mistakes and make amends. Literature, as an imitation of human action, often presents a picture of what people think, say, and do in the society. Writers of literature often transport the real-life events in their society into fiction and present it back to the society as a corrective mirror in which members of the society can look at themselves and find the need for positive change. Pillow Banking, a short story by Aisebiogun Okwebo, is a tale of corruption, decaying infrastructures of government, erosion of values, and the various mixes of tradition, among other issues.
I believe that the title of a work should be engaging enough to be able to compel readership. And secondly, it must also relate to the tale you are telling. If there's nobody that will have read this book, Pillow Banking, for instance, that will not know why this work was entitled Pillow Banking. It speaks volumes. It will say have members of the society, even till now, that are not internet savvy, that still keep money in mattresses and pillows, that believe physical cash is to be preferred to your e-wallet or digital money transfers. We still have that, so it will take a lot of convincing, a lot of advocacy before this mindset can be totally changed.
The author relates his experiences, which forms the background of this work.
I know that while growing up, my father had a tradition, I would call it. Once we're on a long vac, he makes sure we go home to the village to relate with the old folks, to make sure we identify with our roots, and to make sure that you don't forget your own language, which I try to also carry on with my own children. And then you get to see a lot of things, hear a lot of things, and experience something you've never experienced before at the village level, at the rural level. Yeah. In the north, for instance, where I did my youth service, I served in Daudawa, in present-day Katsina, under Faskari local government. Life was good then. I'm talking about 1990, 1991. You could go anywhere, the people were welcoming, and that is the Nigeria I know. Go anywhere, arrive at any day of the time, you lose your way, people are there to direct you, to assist you. Not now when everybody's afraid for his or her own life. You go unaided into the bush to look for these nomads, you buy eggs from them, you buy whatever milk from them. It was a union of one mind, one people. We need each other, so we do, sometimes we do trade by barter. Not everything is done with money. So it's an experience one needs to tap into. And that is exactly what I've done.
His interactions with his father and his father's contemporaries also contributed to the production of the piece.
I worked with the Nigerian Airways. My dad's friend was in the railways. One of my dad's friends was also with the Ports Authority. So when they come together like that and start narrating happenings, I was the errand boy, go and get this, go and get this. So I listen, and I use this to manufacture this tale, and that is what resulted in pillow banking.
Okwebo makes use of the first-person narrator to tell his story.
I use the first-person narration because I wanted them to see what the narrator saw that was worth relating. In this case, the narrator was a man on a journey, on a train from Lagos, from the Edo terminus, with a destination for Zaria. And in the course of that journey, a lot of things happened, which the story told. So it's like one of my reviewers said, Professor Saint Bileka, he said he will also like to call the book The Story of a Train Journey. So call it whatever you like, but it's a tale, and with well-developed characters and well-developed themes.
The book x-rays Nigeria's strength in her diversity of cultures.
In narrating a tale, you have to be realistic. There is no Nigerian today that does not have this. A typical Nigerian has a mother tongue intonation. If a Hausa man speaks, it's a Hausa man. If a Yoruba man speaks, the same thing. So we all have our differences, but we are united in one cause. The love of this country. We believe that this country must succeed, because in succeeding, we all succeed. I'm telling a tale about, the setting is Nigeria, I've already told you. And if I fail to mention one or two things about the languages in Nigeria, I believe I will have failed. That is why it's a melting cauldron. We have the Hausa, the Yoruba, the Bibio, the Benin, the Esa man, the Urobo man, the Igbo man. And we know this man is Igbo, this man is Hausa, not only from the way they talk, but from the cultural practices they embrace. That is no limitation. Because we keep on saying our strength is in our diversity. If I'm writing a tale about Nigeria and I fail to mention one or two things about those languages, I will have failed, even in a short story like this.
He puts some of the country's nuances forth to attract interest from the world.
It's not enough for you to just say, he's a Nigerian. You'll be amazed that the typical Briton, even somebody in America, if you tell him, I'm from Nigeria, you might be surprised to say, Nigeria, where is Nigeria? But if he tells you, I'm in Michigan, he believes you ought to know. It's the same thing. The foreign reader ought to know about Nigeria. So I try to generate interest in Nigeria and ping on their need to know more about the country by telling them about the culture and the people, how they talk, how they behave, their nuances, because it will tell you more about the people and what to expect from Nigerians.
The author, through the piece, touched on several themes.
You have to realize that metaphorically, the train journey is more than a train journey. It's like Nigeria itself. The people, the characters presented, you see, have touches on the key tribes, the Yoruba, the Hausa, the Igbo man, and just to emphasize the fact that we are more than these three tribes. You saw the Calabar woman and co. So there's a theme of unity in diversity. There is a theme of resourcefulness. There is a theme of problem solving.
Similes, alliteration, metaphor, and more are some of the literary devices used in the story.
I use the basic devices any writer will use. The figures of speech, the similes, alliterations, the metaphors. It's a little book that carries a big punch.
Though one of his early works, he sees this work as a tonic for the production of subsequent works.
Well, I believe one improves with each work. These are my early works. You should say my new works, but yet to be published because self-publication is capital intensive. These were my early works that I showed to one of my old lecturers and he said, this has to be published. It must be published. So even when I was working, he kept on hammering on it. Have you published? I said, sir, I'm still searching for. I said, no, do self-publication. So I had to go into it. And when this was launched, when he read it, he was quite happy. So he now says, this is a basis to bring out all you've been writing. I have TV series that will shock you, that will grab headlines, that will get your audiences seated at home and watching from beginning to end. I write scripts, I write stories, I write poems. Apart from my official work, because I found that the two are not in conflict at all. And I borrow from my work too, because my work makes me preview to so many sources of inspiration and stories.
Pillow Banking is an easy read and has been well received by the public.
It's an easy read for everybody. Everybody can easily identify with it. You pick it up, you don't feel like dropping it until you reach the end of the story. All I will tell you is that when I wrote it, I was trying to find out if it's worth publishing. And from the encouragement I got from left, right, and center, and I published, I did not expect it to do this well, but I'm amazed at how it's even been received at all levels. It's available on Amazon, it's available on Kindle. Presently, it's available in some bookshops in Nigeria, especially Hope and Faith in Ado Ekiti. It's doing well, and I'm happy about it. It's a tonic to produce more.
Arts Composition today takes a look at a storyteller who draws inspiration from his numerous travels and people he has encountered.
Pillow Banking by Sonny Okebo is a short story set in the late 1990s and early 2000 in Nigeria. It is a tale of corruption, decaying infrastructures of government, erosion of values, and the various mix of tradition, the people, and their ways of life. Sunday Aisebiogun Okebo, the author of the book, was born on the 17th of October 1968. He had his primary education at Louisa Soares Nursery and Primary School, Mushin, Lagos, from 1972 to 1976. His secondary education was at Archbishop Ageyi Memorial Secondary School, Mushin, from 1977 to 1982. Okebo proceeded to St. Peter's Grammar School, Agenebode, from 1983 to 1984 to complete his secondary education. His first degree was from the former Bendel State University, now Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, from 1986 to 1990, and graduated with a Bachelor of Arts Honors in English. Okebo's career includes a stint with Guardian newspapers in 1992. From there, he became the Corporate Affairs Officer of Sophisticate, Maryland in 1993, and then enlisted into the Nigerian Police Force on the 22nd of June 1994 as a cadet assistant superintendent of police at the prestigious Police Academy in Wudil, Kano. He graduated on the 20th of April 1996 as a course member of former Course 4, now 18. Sonny Okebo is the first OC Secret Registry in 1979, first Nigerian police officer to have led an Interpol major event support team to Bangladesh Cricket World Cup in 2014. He has served the police in various capacities, from DCO2 Songwater to Area Crime Officer Ilaro, DPO Ijebu Igbo to SOS Elewero, and more. He was a member of the UN mission in Kosovo in 2004 to 2006. Okebo obtained a diploma in national security from the Galilee International Management Institute in 2016. He also attended courses within and outside the country, including opportunities created by Interpol International Bureau for West Africa in Abuja, Côte d'Ivoire from 2010 to 2018, Philippines, France, Lyon, Paris, South Africa, Mali, Zimbabwe, India, United States, Accra, Liberia, and many other countries. He bagged his master's degree and doctorate degree in criminology under Interpol auspices from the Commonwealth University in the British Virgin Islands in Spain from 2016 to 2018. Some of his works include Pillow Banking, The Tongue, Ebolo, and more.
Readers don't appreciate feeling dissatisfied or frustrated. They want to know all the efforts they've put into reading a book is worth the while. It's therefore important as an author to leave your readers with good impression.
Cliffhanger. A cliffhanger is a plot device in which a component of a story ends unresolved, usually in suspense or shocking way. This abrupt end of action is to compel audiences or readers to turn the page or return to the story in the next installment. Cliffhangers are a crucial comeback for each new segment as they are left wondering what will come next. Today's modern writers are using this device more often as readers can easily be tempted away from books. The term cliffhanger is considered to have originated with the serialized version of Tom Hardy's A Pair of Blue Eyes, published in Tinsley's magazine of September 1872 and July 1873, in which Henry Knight, one of the protagonists, is left hanging off a cliff. Types of cliffhangers. There are two main types of cliffhangers. 1. The main character comes face to face with a dangerous or possibly life-threatening situation. 2. A shocking revelation comes to light, threatening to alter the course of the narrative. Examples of cliffhangers. 1. An unanswered question. This is common. 2. A loss. Can be physical or emotional. Can be tangible thing or relationship. 3. Dangle a carrot. Show the protagonist or a character in a work that what it wants desperately is there, but cannot be reached. 4. A glimmer of hope. Can be a pronoun meant that something needed, new, different, or exciting will happen soon. 5. An accident. Can be physical accident or set of an alarm. And 6. Unexpected news. Importance of cliffhanger. Cliffhangers help to enhance audience engagement by increasing suspense and curiosity, which keeps audiences coming back for more. They are a strong marketing tactic, driving readers to purchase the next installment of a series. Most of the time, a grand cliffhanger works in the author's favor. It's also important for authors to make good use of cliffhangers, because when poorly done, it leaves readers unfulfilled and with too many unanswered questions.
Literature is a reflection of good and bad in the society. In reflecting the bad is for us to rectify, and in reflecting the good is for us to emulate. Up next is our wise saying, and that will be a wrap for today. Till next time, please remain positive. Ciao.
Yeah. all get that party where they get your back anytime or day. He go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Now so GoTV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this GoTV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your GoTV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. No do yourself, oh. GoTV. Love it.
Now we are going to be peeling our beans with the sharp kitchen-made jammy blender. And we are going to be adding a cup of water. Within seconds, we are going to peel the beans. As you can see, we are pouring the beans into the water to wash it off and make beans for moi moi, beans for your akara. Now we are going to be pouring the same peeled beans into the sharp kitchen-made jammy odogu blender. If you come to our shop or you call us, we are using beans, ginger, onions, bawa, tatashe, and we are using the sharp kitchen-made jammy. It also comes with free gifts, our executive golden spoon and our rechargeable pan. We are going to be pouring the blended beans for moi moi for your akara into a bowl. You can see how smoothly blended this beans is. Sharp kitchen-made jammy 6,000 watt odogu blender. Now we are going to be blending our plantain using the sharp kitchen-made jammy odogu blender. Plantain, your sweet potato, blender is blending the plantain for your plantain swallow, for your plantain moi moi. All you need to do is buy sharp kitchen-made jammy blender. If it's not sharp kitchen-made jammy, it can never be sharp. As you can see, we are pouring the plantain, the blended plantain into the bowl. As you can see, we are going to be blending our tiger nut. We want to make tiger nut juice. We'll be using dates, coconut, acid here. We are going to be adding water, acid on TV. As you can see here, we are using the blender to blend it. Now we are going to be pouring the tiger nut juice into our cup to serve with any snacks of your choice, as seen on TV. If it's not sharp kitchen-made jammy blender, it can never be sharp. We are going to be blending our bambara nut. Bambara nut for okpa. We are using maize. We are going to be adding our maize to the jar. We are going to be adding millet also to the jar, as seen on TV. Now we are going to be blending our coffee, very good, and our fenugreek seed as well. We are pouring the coffee and the fenugreek seed just to see how sharp it is. Watch how sharp it is. Blend it, soya bean, our bambara nut. If it is not sharp kitchen-made jammy blender, it can never be sharp. Sharp kitchen-made jammy blender as seen on TV. As you can see, we are putting the stockfish into the blender. We are going to be covering it. Watch how this sharp kitchen-made jammy 4-in-1 blender is going to pour inside our blender. And we are going to be blending our crayfish. As you can see here, we are using the stockfish and we are going to blend our crayfish. You can see how easy the sharp kitchen-made blender to put the magic to blend the crayfish. As you can see how blended the stockfish. As you can see here, sharp kitchen-made jammy blender is doing the wonders. It's doing magic. Now we are going to be blending our pepper. We are using tomatoes, bawa, onions, tatashe, ginger, garlic to blend this pepper. We are going to be pouring the blended pepper in.
is the network service of the NTA.
Nigeria is at the threshold of another milestone in its history as the country is set for the celebration of its 64th independence anniversary on the 1st of October. This year's celebration with the theme, Nigeria at 64, reflecting on the past, inspiring the future, affords the country the chance to reflect on the journey of nationhood and assess the task of nation building.
There's hardship, but how did we get here?
As this year's celebration coincides with the country's 25 years of unbroken democracy, the task of engendering an inclusive governance that caters for every segment, especially the youth, is now.
We've sustained 25 years of democracy this year. We don't want to keep the people hungry and angry.
Nigeria at 64, reflecting on the past, inspiring the future.
What?
Sonia tomato mix, stand up, pouch. Sonia tomato mix, stand up, pouch. Easy to open, easy to squeeze, easy to scoop and easy to stuff. Dishes come alive with so much taste. Stand up, pouch. Sonia tomato mix, of course. Sonia tomato mix, yes sir. Sonia tomato mix, stand up, pouch.
I'm in love. Oh, but with you, of course, my brother.
Sonia tomato mix in a new stand-up pouch.
You can be an expert in all matches. You're an expert in statistics or people's opinions. One expert will help you show your expertise. Express yourself. You're the expert. You can be an expert in all matches. You're an expert in statistics or people's opinions. One expert will help you show your expertise. Express yourself. You're the expert. At Home Options, you're welcome to a world of elegance, where every corner whispers sophistication. Step into our showroom and indulge your senses with our timeless designs and craftsmanship, from plush sofas to magnificent dining tables that host lifetime celebrations. Our collections, the hallmark of luxury. Create your haven with exclusive bedroom selections and turn your sanctuary into a realm of refined tranquility. When it comes to bathroom solutions, our stylish fixtures, lavish tubs and showers are crafted for your well-being, transforming your daily routine into a ritual of indulgence. At Home Options, we provide lifestyle solutions. So, visit our showrooms in Lagos and Port Harcourt, because your space deserves to mirror your impeccable taste. Home Options. Live well.
Diadem family!
Hey, we go here today.
Back then I used to be Rasaki, but now I'm rebranded. Call me Shegun, you can call me No Guest.
How did you meet your lovely wife?
It was an amazing journey.
Adewale, mention a characteristic of a deceitful person.
Cheating. You're corny. Pretense.
You're selfish.
We all get that party where they get your back anytime or day. E go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Now so Go TV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this Go TV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your Go TV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. No do yourself, oh. Go TV. Love it.
Hello and welcome to BUI Impact. I'm Elo Odibumadafi. The Bank of Industry has in the past 65 years consolidated its position as the oldest and largest development finance institution in Nigeria. In an effort to further broaden its understanding of the development finance space and impart knowledge, the bank is set to hold its inaugural annual public lecture series and the publication of the maiden edition of 2 journals. The Bank of Industry, in collaboration with the Nigerian Economic Society (NES), have developed a price intelligence app for the monitoring of prices of food commodities in the country. The events are billed for the 2nd of October 2024 in Abuja. The theme of the public lecture, Creating Impact, the role of MSME support and financing in alleviation of poverty and food insecurity in Nigeria, is apt and timely. BOI's Chief Economist and Head Strategy and Research, Dr. Rizlanuddin Muhammad, spoke with the BOI Impact crew on the significance of the threefold event.
Basically, the whole objective of having the annual public lecture series is to provide a forum for sharing ideas, inviting intellectuals to talk specifically about germane issues specifically affecting the economy at the particular point in time. And that enables broad discussions, intellectual discussions, which will eventually support policymakers in terms of articulating policies, strategies as to how to get about a particular challenge that an economy faces at any point in time. The lecture series is the first, and it is going to be an annual event. So at any point in time, every year, we look at specific issues that are critical to the economy and put it as a main theme of the discussion. From the outcome of the discussion, we'll be able to provide some form of ideas for policymakers to support in implementation. The lead paper will be presented by Professor Apan Epo. Then the discussant will be 4 people after the lead paper presented by Professor Apan Epo. The idea of having these 2 journals is basically having 2 journals. One, Journal of Development Finance, which is basically a technical journal, basically an in-depth, extensive study on issues around development finance, development economics, and so on. It captures both theoretical and practical underpinnings, coming up with clearly defined policy recommendations. The whole idea is all the journals must have a well-articulated policy implications, policy recommendations on the issues, topics they are bringing about. Then we have the Journal of Development Review, which is a non-technical. The expectation is the rudimentaries of having econometric modeling and so on may not necessarily be needed. If it is there in the journals, fine. If it is not, the most important thing is it is well articulated, well captured, and it meets up with the minimum requirements. And we will intend to build this journal around the highest of integrity. We are also in the process of registering them with all international recognized research outfits like Scopus, like IDS, Elsevier, DOI, and so on. What we did was to collaborate with Nigerian Economic Society to do a study. And what the studies they do is, because of cost implication, we took a sample of only 8 cities, 1 in each geopolitical zone, plus Lagos and Abuja. Every two days, Mondays and Fridays, those researchers will go to the market and sample prices of basic food items, rice, maize, beans, and so on. So the only way, the simpler way of having the information truly deployed seamlessly to as many Nigerians as possible if you have an app. From an app, just tap it from on your phone, you can see prices. In fact, the price sense app is already, we're not going to launch it, but it's already on. If you type in price sense on Apple Store, you'll get it as soon as you download it. You just say, you don't need to sign, you don't need to do anything. You will just see the prices. Every year we will appoint one professor of economics or associate professor of economics to come and stay with our research team. Look at how we do our work. Look at how we do things. Look at in the broader term, look at the Nigerian economy. Have both internal and external discussions with our staff. He will be part of our internal meetings as it relates to discussions around the economy, discussion around policy implication, discussion around what we need to do internally as a bank. First, to ensure that we remain profitable. 2, to ensure that we remain impactful. 3, to ensure that we continuously be a key supporting actor.
Welcome back. As part of its poverty alleviation efforts, the federal government rolled out the Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme, PCGS, to empower nano businesses as part of the Presidential Palliative Program. The scheme offers financial grants without repayment obligations to eligible small business owners operating in various sectors such as trading, food services, ICT, transportation, creatives, and artisans. The Bank of Industry was appointed as executing agency of the fund and vested with the responsibility for its day-to-day administration. BOI has since commenced enumeration and disbursements of the Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme. Beneficiaries of the initiative were selected through a rigorous process that includes the verification of each business owner through their National Identification Number (NIN) and Bank Verification Number (BVN). The 50,000 Naira grant per beneficiary paid directly to beneficiaries' accounts will reach 1 million small businesses in the 774 local government areas and the 6 council areas in the Federal Capital Territory. Here are testimonials of some of the beneficiaries of the grants.
Sunana Anas Abdullahi, ina sana'a provision.
Sunana Maryam Sani Yaldu, ina sana'ar abinci, snacks.
Presidential grants na samu labarin shi daga abokina wanda muke zama wuri guda da shi. Don shi ya cika sai to ya bani labari, nema sai na cika. Kuma Allah ya sa aka samu nasara.
Na ji labarin presidential grant ta hanyar uncle ina. Na ba da name ina, bank name, account number, NIN, then BVN number. Ban samu matsala ba gaskiya. Wata guda kawai a kan. Na samu 50,000.
Presidential grant na samu naira 50,000. Don saboda lokacin da ya shigo mun ɗanyi wasu gyare-gyare, sannan kuma mun ƙara sau kaya da wannan kuma. Gaskiya presidential grants yana da amfani sosai don idan mutum ya same shi yana kasuwanci zai samu ya dan haɓaka kasuwancin shi yana taimaka mishi kwarai gaskiya.
Presidential grant zai ma 'yan Najeriya amfani ta hanyoyi da dama gaskiya. Amount in mutum ya je kasuwa sayan abu zai ji price ɗin ya ƙara. Sannan ruwa su zo in ba su aiki su yi sannan in biya su. Gaskiya na sa ƙasa ta yi gaba.
Afam bụ Maazị Aneke Onyebuchi. Anọ m into stationaries and ihe printing. Ihe gbasara presidential grant ya. Oge m fụkwa the message na Google search. Obi emewe abịakwa m ime obi abụọ. Ọ dị m ka scammers. N'anya chekikwa jụchie ese ihe dị n'otu a na eziokwu ka ọ bụ nweta feedback n'ebe ma ụmụ ndị ka m wee mara n'ihe gbasara tech asị mba na ọ dị real.
Afa m bibekwa Uchenna Cynthia. Ahịa m na-azụ bụ ahịa foodstuff, tin tomato, groundnut oil, maggi na ihe ndị ọzọ ejiche esi nri nọ n'ahịa Abakpa. Mgbe m fụrụ link ahụ, obi m gwakwa m nọọsụ scam. At a point nsị mba, let me summon courage na no harm in trial. Nọ mgbe a ga-asịzi m share to 5 group nwee ma nọ ọbagi ihe scam. Few days nweta message from Bank of Industry Nigeria. Asị m bịa mee capturing. Njemeche capturing n'Enugu East Local Government. Ometu after 1 week, nwetazie 50,000 naira grant from federal government. Dịka ego ahụ bara m uru ọfụma. Ego ahụ bara ezigbote uru.
Enwetago m ego grant enye 50,000. O nyere m aka ọfụma. Ego a nyere m aka ọfụma. So obi dị m so aṅụrị. Onye si enweta dị ego. Jiri ya gopụta ụmụ obere ihe ga-eme m ka aka hapụ ibu m na biznes ya na-eme. So a na-ekene our president a na-asị ya deme daalụ.
Orúkọ mi ni Samuel Ọbáfẹ́mi Oyèdélé. Iṣẹ́ tí mò ń ṣe iṣẹ́ welder ni. Mo ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ yìí láti 1976. Wọ́n sẹ́ndì mẹ́sẹ̀jì sí mi. Mẹ́sẹ̀jì yẹn wà lọ́wọ́ mi báyìí. Ìyẹn ni mo ṣe wá sí town hall láti wá ṣètò ìjìmàgbó.
Orúkọ mi ni Mrs. Ọláìtàn Ṣónúgà. Mo máa ń lọta. Mo dẹ̀ máa ń ta tailoring materials. Mo máa ń fi kòkò rent àti àdògán fún àwọn tó bá fẹ́ ṣe pàtì. Àwọn ọmọ mi ló gbọ́ wípé ìjọba ń fún àwọn ènìyàn ní owó. So wọ́n dẹ̀ register èmi náà sí. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ní kí n gbé ìgbésẹ̀. Àwọn gan ló register everything. So bí ọjọ́ mélòó sẹ́yìn ni wọ́n dẹ̀ fún mi ní message pé ká wá farahàn láti ṣe capturing ní local government. Nígbà tó dẹ̀ yá náà wọ́n dẹ̀ fún mi ní alert pé owó náà ti wọlé. Inú mi dùn nítorí pé a ṣe ìrànlọ́wọ́ nínú okòwò mi.
Nígbà tí mo ṣe capture tán, mo wá rí alert 50,000 naira. 50,000 naira yẹn sìn ó ra nǹkan díẹ̀. Ara nǹkan tá a fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ bí electrode àbí wáyà tá a fi ń jó nǹkan. Olúwa kẹ́ á ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ èyí tó ń ṣe yìí kì í ṣe mí nìkan àrí gbogbo wa bá ṣe pọ̀.
Wọ́n dà pé owó yẹn rìn sí àsìkò tí Ọlọ́run fi ṣe mí láàánú. Màá ra petrol, màá dẹ̀ ra díẹ̀ mọ́ ọjà tí mò ń tà torí táwọn èèyàn bá wá béèrè nǹkan 2 mẹ́ta tí mi ò bá ní màá fi owó yẹn kún. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba tí wọ́n fún mi ní 50,000 yìí. Lóòótọ́ o, ìjọba wọ́n fún wa ní 50,000 mo jẹ́rìí sí.
In response to the removal of fuel subsidies and the consequent increase in living expenses, the federal government of Nigeria allocated a 50 billion naira conditional grant in a scheme designed to reach 1 million nano businesses across all 774 local government areas nationwide. In Niger State, people from different nano businesses that provide pivotal roles, namely trading, food services, ICT, transport, creatives, and artisanal activities, all came out in their respective local government areas for the verification and enumeration exercise.
My name is Musa Garba. I'm into poultry farming.
My name is Awa Muhammad Adijun. I'm a trader.
My name is Isa Shema Abraham. I'm into agro-business.
Lawrence Amos, a businessman.
My name is Khadija Abdul. I'm into poultry business.
The way they conduct and the manner they conduct these exercises is very, very interesting and very, very okay.
I was at home one certain day, then my husband came home and informed me of it.
I saw it online on daily newspaper.
It was shared on WhatsApp.
Registration process, very easy.
It was seamless, straightforward.
The document required is my BVN, national identity number, account number, then my name.
The aim of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu-led administration is to strategically target sectors that play pivotal roles in the economy, promoting growth and innovation within these industries, while being careful to prioritize youth, women, senior citizens, and displaced persons.
This presidential grant is a great idea and will go a long way in eradicating a little of what we are facing now.
I want to open a shop on my own. Instead of renting, if I have this money, I can be able to establish my own shop. At least
it will help me to improve into my poultry business.
With that amount of money later, I will be able to do one or two things with it.
I believe it's going to help scale up my business and expand my business.
Ultimately, the objective is to alleviate poverty. So by dispersing 50,000 naira to eligible persons, the Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme is providing financial assistance and support to small businesses, enabling them to create employment opportunities, generate income, and improve livelihoods.
Thank you. Kudos to Mr. President. Say a prayer to him. The God help him, help Nigeria.
I will send a big thanks to him.
With additional capital from the Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme (PCGS), nano businesses have been able to hire new employees. This is helping the businesses grow while contributing to job creation and benefiting the local economy.
My name is Gideon Egosa, and pepper and tomatoes now they say. As I tell you about the presidential grant, they say, now my brother went for Benin, I send the link, give me online. After I do the form online, I can't submit them. So when I submit them, I can't see message where say I come for capturing. When I can't go for capturing, it not just stay, I can't just see 50,000 naira lot on my account.
My name is Happiness Anefu. I dey sell weave-ons. I dey sell cosmetics also, and I also dey do makeup for people. The presidential grant, I've been seeing for my WhatsApp. Somebody send them for me to my WhatsApp, so I can't say make I try them. They send me the link. So as I finish filling the form, they send me message say make I go local government, go do capturing. I bought like 15 pieces of relaxers. Then I also put the money for my makeup because I also they do extra makeup for people. So it really helped my business, and I thank the government.
Before the grants come, now just tomatoes, now they say. So when the grants come now, I can say, okay, with this money don't come, so it's not good to say I just based on only tomatoes, I can't just add pepper join now. But the tomatoes now they said before and the pepper I add now, I don't say the difference don't date. The presidential grant don't really help me very, very well. So I thank federal government for this Obonge package when we say allow me we the masses benefit from.
My brother asked me to bring some details, so I send the details for him. After then, they send message for me, so I click on it. I fill my details on it.
Na samu labarin tallafin ta wurin ciyaman na masu ɗaukan hoto. Ta wurin sa na samu labarin tallafin. To da yake abokina ne ya zo yin magana. Sanadiyan da yasa na sani kenan.
Daga farko na fara samu message daga wayana. Na biyu sai Beron ya zo ya yi min yanda zan cika form ɗin. Sai na cika Allah sa na samu.
Ni na gani a Facebook ne na gani. To da na gani kuma sai na offline. Cikin ikon Allah kuma Allah ya sa na samu.
For over 6 decades, Bank of Industry has been here, driving Nigeria's industrial development through financial and business support services to micro enterprises, small and medium enterprises, and large enterprises across Nigeria. Leveraging on strategic partnerships, We provide equipment financing, working capital, and support to enterprises in key sectors of Nigeria's economy, including youth and women-led enterprises. Whatever your business needs, starting up, expansion, diversification, modernization, or rehabilitation, we'll be here always to support you. Bank of Industry, transforming Nigeria's industrial sector.
The impact that the BOR has made in our business cannot be overemphasized. One, because it created jobs. We had the whole structures built, but without equipment, and we have put BOI. At the time we needed equipment, and the BOI came to our aid. They financed equipment and tools. So we got those things, and the result has been fantastic. So what it takes somebody 2-3 days to figure out, in 1 hour's time, we know exactly what is wrong, and then we get it fixed. This became possible because of the effort of BOI. So I think we have impacted the whole industry, the whole region, and in fact the whole nation, by the standard we have set up here and what we are doing. And this became possible because BOI saw our vision, they accepted with us, and they partnered with us. So we are grateful.
The Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme underscores the federal government's commitment to supporting small-scale entrepreneurs and driving inclusive economic growth. With a strong emphasis on inclusivity and empowerment, PCGS is making tangible impacts on the lives of small business owners and communities across the country. Keeping faith with its determination to increase financial access and expand financial inclusion to the grassroots, the federal government, in partnership with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, FMICI, and the Bank of Industry, continue to initiate and sustain programs targeted at uplifting Nigerians. The Bank of Industry is open to all enterprises who are willing and ready to upscale their businesses. Please visit us at any of our offices closest to you, or log on to our website www.boi.ng for support to your ideas and businesses. That's it on BOI Impact and Elo Odibumadaki. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to another interesting episode of Customs Duty brought to you by the Nigeria Customs Service. In our package this week, Nigeria Customs Service partners World Customs Organization WCO and the German government to train officers on new ways of cargo examination and profiling in Lagos. Federal Operations Unit Zone A of the Nigeria Customs Service hands over 6,488 kilograms of cannabis sativa with a street value of 519,040,000 and 4 suspects to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. We'll also bring to you other reports alongside the usual Customs Hub segment where we get you informed on activities that relate to import and excise duty collection for the week. I am Tose Obiakeme. Thank you for joining us. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Comptroller General of Customs Bashir Adewale Adeni's policy thrusts, comprising consolidation, collaboration, and innovation, has reached another milestone as the Nigeria Customs Service partners World Customs Organization WCO and the German government in training officers of the service on new ways of cargo examination and profiling.
The illicit trade in all sort of criminal items undermines security, can destabilize governments and entire regions. The detection, investigation, and prosecution of offenders in this evil trade is at the heart of the training provided by WCO.
We have the German government's perspective.
Today's event is a powerful testament to the importance of international collaboration in addressing complex regional security challenges. This project embodies more than just technical assistance. It is about building capacity, trust, and long-term resilience. The German government supports this through both funding and expertise. And the support is rooted in our shared belief that secure borders and efficient custom procedures are key to both national and regional stability. By working hand in hand with partners such as the UN Office of Counterterrorism, Interpol, and the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime, WASC is not only enhancing border security, but also promoting cooperation between customs authorities and police services.
Assistant Comptroller General ACG Saidu Yusuf underscores the significance of the training.
Cargo examination is very vital in the performance of custom procedure. That is basically what is left for custom as it is. Declarations are made by declarants, payments are made on cargoes by declarants, but it is now our duty to confirm what has been declared and what has been paid for. So you can see, apart from our duty as revenue collectors, we also serve as guardians to Nigerian security at the point of entry of cargoes. We are not talking about only security, we are talking about the health of the nation. So many cargoes come in that are not properly examined. You find out that some of them are expired products. If you are not careful in your cargo examination and you are just after revenue collection, you pass this cargo into the country. And at the end of the day, it will affect the health of the nation. We are all aware that some of these dangerous drugs, unlicensed drugs, unapproved drugs, they go side by side with arms and ammunition as well, because one cannot do without the other.
The 5-day training has seen participants taken through both theory and practical sessions on new ways of cargo examination and profiling. Drawn from commands and units across the country, 29 officers have participated in the training, and they are expected to pass the knowledge to others in the service. 100% automation drive of the Nigeria Customs Service processes with the view to achieving greater efficiency, predictability, and world-class standard operation by the service, among other positive motives, has received a boost. The service has, from within, succeeded in developing an application tagged Bodugum.
What we have is Unified Customs Information System, a system that will replace what we have. So the good thing about this project is done under public-private partnership, in which the ownership is now domiciled with customs and is not domiciled with any third party. What that means is whatever is the problem, customs are the first line of action. We're not going to refer to a third party to fix the problem, in which if you tell us there's a network problem, customs are the ones to address it.
The Committee of Nations under President Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let's celebrate our blessing.
For some government officials, President Tinubu is taking necessary steps to revamp the political and economic fortune of the country.
There are two key factors that we need to achieve as Nigerians, and that is we need inflation to be beaten, inflation to come down to reasonable levels, and at the same time, we need the economy to be growing. As it is, after 15, 16 months or so of President Tinubu, inflation is falling. The economy is growing. GDP is moving in the right direction. So these two key fundamentals are in place.
Others say nation building requires concerted efforts from the leaders and the citizenry.
The darkest part of dawn is in the morning, And so I believe if Nigerians can offer patriotism, America, we always say America first. But we have very low level of patriotism. Everything is politics. Everything is criticism, But when people, criticize, can they offer solution?
No one has had the courage to do the kind of thing that he has done. He has given us the necessary foundation, the solid foundation upon which this actual reform can actually happen. I think it's left for all Nigerians now, the present, the governors, chairman of local government and other stakeholders in the Nigerian project to now continue to build on that.
They say as Nigeria marches on in its quest for greatness, the country can begin to realize the vision of the founding fathers.
I made a statement that touched me so much. I said, I have not come to eat, I have come to work. And if the man had made, money all his life, working, I'm very, very shocked and, surprised that the man could work over 18, 19 hours a day. We need to increase our productivity, and that is what the president is preaching. He's working very hard on infrastructure. What is working? The legacy projects, about 2,800 kilometers of projects. Yes, we will spend the money. We will not spend the people.
And we also know that there has been some missteps that have occurred. Let us look at the back so that we can forge a prosperous future now and future for all of us and for the children yet unborn.
These messages of hope and faith by the president and his team show that Nigeria is on the path to greatness.
Men and women of the sea often say the ocean is a friendly neighbor.
It brings its gifts and tidings in ripples and whispers, often calm, but with tasking depths and unimaginable wealth. These days, the waves are not turbulent, perhaps betraying a wider signal of a safer Gulf of Guinea, which in the past was known to notoriously harbor sea criminals. There was a more deafening silence on this vast ocean. Legitimate businesses struggled to navigate these abundant straits until Nigeria pushed back at the outlaws and opened its harbor to genuine trade. The Nigerian Navy was the protagonist of these efforts. The deep blue platform was the weapon waging war against intruders. For the first time in more than 28 years, Nigeria recorded 5 months of zero attack within its maritime space in 2022. It was upon this foundation that on assumption of office last year, President Bola Tinubu announced the creation of a Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy with the former governor of Osun State, Adegboyega Oyetola, at the captain's wheel. Although Blue Economy is a global mandate, aligning with the International Maritime Organization's Convention on Harnessing Marine Resources for Sustainable Development, this new path fits into a dictum in local parlance that doing business with the seas or oceans can never end in tears.
Nigeria's marine resources need to be harnessed responsibly, enriching the lives of our citizens while preserving the natural beauty of our coastal ecosystem. So from a government point of view, it could be said that the government wants the country to optimize its marine resources responsibly. The citizens really are looking up to the marine and blue economy sector to be efficient in solving their daily problems, to create job opportunities that will bring gainful employment, and to create wealth and better the fortunes of the common man.
I consider the creation of the new ministry as timely, given the fact that we now have a ministry that is solely focused on the maritime ecosystem. Unlike in the past, when the maritime sector was subsumed under the Ministry of Transportation, with the new ministry, the maritime sector stands to benefit a lot, offering greater opportunities for its potential to be fully harnessed.
The global blue economy market is worth more than $1.5 trillion. Nigeria, with a solid maritime base attracting 60% of cargoes destined for West Africa, already had solid foundation to harvest the gains. The nation, however, started with specific targets in which the ultimate goal is using this platform in transiting from crude to blue. Within the framework of the key performance indicators of the ministry, port development is key. This aspiration is better captured by the standard of the Lekki Deep Sea Port in comparison to the older facilities at the Apapa and Tinkan Island ports.
We shall very soon commence the infrastructure renewal of our ports, including pursuing the rail to port project as part of our efforts to decongest our ports. It is very important that scanners must be introduced in most of the terminals.
In tracking the indices, port development is expected to bring many gains, and the federal government has laid the path for its actualization with commitment from APM terminals and loan facility up to $700 million.
We're happy that we've reached this milestone. I mean, a loan of, I think, all in of about 5.7% is quite commendable. It's the lowest interest we have gotten so far. I'm not saying we're not going to get lower. We're looking for something cheaper, and if we get, probably we'll definitely sign it. But actually, it's quite commendable. And for us to increase efficiency is not just about automation. The physical infrastructure needs to also be in place and in perfect position. We'll be increasing the draft of the quays from 13 or so meters to about 16.5. So that means the ports will be able to handle bigger vessels with longer LOAs over time.
The seas have always been there, but the coming on board of the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy has brought in new friends. The budding ministry has strengthened the confidence of investors in the expansion of the sector. The Lekki Deep Sea Port, for instance, has become a hub for larger vessels. The figures are considerable.
You would recall that Lekki Port was the first deep sea port to berth Nigerian's first transshipment vessel, CMA-CGM Rainbird, which sailed from the Far East through Shanghai, Singapore, down to Kribi in Cameroon, before finally arriving at Lekki Port. Not long after, precisely in May 2023, the port received the CMA-CGM rebate list, setting a new record as being the largest vessel in ship dimensions to berth in the port. Beyond that, the port has a state-of-the-art scanning facility, also known as the non-intrusive inspection system, to fast-track the examination and evacuation of containers. This is part of efforts to improve the inspection process for goods entering or leaving the port, aiding customs operations and ensuring compliance with regulations. Over the last 12 months, we have been able to berth a total of over 77 vessels with more than 100,000 containers and a total of 22,000 transshipments.
The berthing of the largest container ro-ro vessel, named MV Great Lagos, which has the compartment to handle more than 2,000 vehicles and another 2,000 containers at full capacity. Players in the sector believe is an indicator of size of the market available in the sector.
The arrival of Great Lagos, it's more than an addition. It's a reaffirmation of our devotion to the Nigerian economy and to its vibrant economic capital, Lagos. The Great Lagos is amongst the largest ship ever built in its class. This vessel can transport over 2,000 cars, almost 5 kilometers of rolling freights, and 2,000 containers. It's really a leap in the future of maritime transport.
The ambience of growth is loud. However, there are some concerns bubbling under these waves of optimism. The establishment and operationalization of new ports and optimizing efficiency at the existing ones are a few of these.
Even if we improve the infrastructures in the ports, without the same kind of improvement on the roads in terms of traffic control, it will not result to an acceptable end. Why? Every port should have a connectivity in terms of rail and water. You know, when you are building a port, apart from the road leading to port, you should also plan for evacuation, because the roads are already congested. Our waterways need to be widened, dredged, and enhanced to reduce the stress on our roads. The modern port must have rail evacuation system, barge evacuation system, and then minimal level of land, because the ports are located in the cities.
Addressing the challenges of cargo delivery and evacuation falls under the purview of the Nigerian Shippers Council. The last few years have not only been dedicated to removing impediments to accessing the ports, but jealously nurturing the completion of 6 legacy inland dry ports across the country. So far, Kaduna Dala Inland Dry Port in Kano and the Funtua Inland Dry Port are operational.
The essence of doing that is to decongest the seaport and make the ease of doing business, so easy for shippers in the hinterlands in particular. You cannot be in Sokoto and then you have an inland dry port within that region, and then you are struggling to come to Lagos to come and ship your goods. You know, like I give an example of the Funtua Inland Dry Port, which has been designated as a port of destination and a port of exit also. So it means you can ship any goods from that port. So if you live around that region, you don't need to come to Lagos to the seaport to ship your goods. You can ship them right from there. Once they are packaged and containerized, they move from that port. Once they meet all the requirements set by the sector, they move from there straight to the seaport and onto the vessel, and they are shipped out of the country. So the essence of having these dry ports is to bring shipping services closer to the shippers in the hinterlands. And you will recall that after that, at the inauguration, the commissioning of the Funtua Inland Dry Port, Mr. President clearly commissioned the Shippers Council to make sure that all the other inland dry ports, the 6 legacy dry ports that have not been concluded, Mr. President has mandated the Nigerian Shippers Council to ensure that we quickly take action to complete those inland dry ports and commission them. This is because it will improve the ease of doing business, and not only that, it will also enhance trade volumes that will come in and out of Nigeria.
Implementing the presidential mandate on job creation and stimulating economic growth are key to the strategic plans of all the agencies under the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. As a way of achieving this goal, promoting efficiency aggressively has been prioritized.
Cost is one major component that will bring about efficiency. We cannot say that, for instance, the cost of shipping cargo, the freight cost, we want it to be at so amount of money. We peg it, there's an upper peg and a lower peg, so that shipping companies can compete within that window, up and down, so that shippers will also have the opportunity of choosing which shipping lines they want to go with in terms of the cost. But then the cost must also be effective. You must take into consideration the other players as well. Like recently, we looked at the freight rates for the eastern ports, and we negotiated, and we came to, there are some indices that we looked at, like in terms of the cost of diesel, in terms of the quality of the roads, and all of that, the cost of spare parts for haulage drivers and owners of vehicles. But at the end of the day, there was an outcry out there about the cost, and then we had to re-engage with the stakeholders, because ours is to continuously engage the stakeholders and see what is good for the sector generally.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy should harmonize the legal frameworks governing all the aspects of blue economy, both the ones that we already have in, like shipping, ports, all that, and the ones we are expecting, we hope to also have. There should be a legislative framework to govern the ocean. Everything concerning the ocean and everything that is extracted from the ocean, there should be rules guiding it. There should be proper regulation. It shouldn't be all commerce affair. You carry your boat, you enter the water, you start doing whatever you like. The ISBA, International Seabed Authority, ISBA, with their capital, I think it's in Jamaica or so. Nigeria is a member of that, a signatory. They should get approval for seabed leasing, seabed mining, harnessing the wind energy.
While Nigeria has rigorously established the path to developing ports within the last few months of the Marine and Blue Economy Ministry, there are concerted efforts to stimulate the shipping business with the creation of a national shipping line much on the cards. The federal government believes this is a pathway to repositioning the country as a formidable maritime hub.
It is imperative we come up with practical ways of ensuring that artisanal rivers, lakes, and waterways are well utilized for cargo shipment and passenger transportation. I believe we can transform this sector through the innovative public-private partnership models that the ministry has embraced. This model collaborative synergy between the private sector's efficiency and the public sector of the side is set to bring about transformative impact on the marine and the economy. Anticipated outcomes include the creation of substantial job opportunities and the facilitation of increased trade and investment in the nation, reinforcing our collaborative and forward-looking approach. Before I conclude, let me add that this ministry's decision to consider the establishment of a national shipping line through a strategic PPP arrangement is born out of our desire to capture a substantial share of the estimated $10 billion annual charter market within the country.
Many plans to unlock the vast potentials of the sector are underway, including the much coveted Cabotage Vessel Financing Fund, CVFF, targeted at increasing the number of ships flying the Nigerian flags. But more appealing is the change in trade pattern which the coming on board of the Dangote refinery is having on maritime business.
There is now originating cargoes coming out of Nigeria to the rest of the world. And this spring up opportunities for Nigerians to be able to participate, to invest in ships that can load these cargoes or bring cargoes to the refinery to refine and then take out the finished product. So it's an exciting position. It's a new thing.
I asked for full implementation of Cabotage Act of 2003. And aside from full implementation, then the government should remove the waiver clause, because the waiver clause is an opportunity for foreigners to exploit local operators. And aside from this, our shipbuilding capacity is not too high in Nigeria. Then I said they should suspend the area of shipbuilding for now, pending the time our steel industry will be okay. Aside from this, I equally asked for the disbursement of CVFF fund, which is the Ship Acquisition Fund. It gives us opportunity to get money at a very good rate for us to be able to compete with our foreign operators. Secondly, the establishment of Maritime Bank. Maritime Bank, just like the Bank of Industry and so forth, that one gives us opportunity to access funds at a very low and single-digit interest rate, unlike the normal commercial bank as well. Then the ease of doing business is one of the things that we are clamoring for.
In a display of good timing, Nigeria ventured into the blue charter waters, and the approval for the extension of the country's exclusive economy zone from 200 nautical miles to 220 was given by the United Nations. Experts say it is an opportunity to fish for more wealth from the seas.
I feel that some of the areas to look into are some of the legislative framework in terms of fisheries. Our Fishing Act is obsolete. Why? Because it does not capture IUU fishing. You know, IUU fishing, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. And we are losing up to between 10 and 20 billion annually from IUU fishing. So the Fishing Act does not capture IUU fishing, and there is need to review that act. Not only IUU, that Fishing Act, there is other acts that have resulted, some ocean activities that have resulted from blue economy. So those areas, emerging areas in the blue economy.
Tonight, Kudirat Kekere Eku takes oath of office as substantive Chief Justice of Nigeria, makes history as second female to occupy position.
I want to urge the new Chief Justice of Nigeria to continue to uphold our reputation of being an ethical, fearless, and honest jurist.
World Bank unveils plans to make forests in coastal areas in Nigeria more economically viable.
So the World Bank is going to support us in that, in trying to create economy around the coastal areas.
And words of encouragement rent the air as Nigeria gets set to mark 64 years of independence. It's great to have you join us as usual on the network news on NTA. I'm Naja'atu Tijani. I'm not alone, as Adiola Komi-Akere will join me live from Lagos. And here in Abuja, Musa Abubakar will have business updates. Musa, do give us a hint of what to expect.
The equities market end today's trading session in positive territory.
All right then, Ayo Makinde of the NTA Sports Desk also has updates. Ayo, give us a hint, please.
Well, latest we have is Samuel Eto'o has broken ethos of world football, plus some other stories here in Nigeria.
Well, we look forward to that. Do remember that NTA News is always live on Facebook these days, and you can follow us across social media for all the latest. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will make a nationwide broadcast on Tuesday, October 1, 2024 at 7 a.m. This broadcast is expected to commemorate the 64th independence anniversary of the nation. A statement by the Presidential Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, indicates that television, radio stations and other electronic media outlets are enjoined to hook up to the network services of the Nigerian Television Authority and the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria for this broadcast. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has administered the oath of office on Kudirat Kekere Ekun as the substantive Chief Justice of Nigeria, promising that his administration will not interfere or abuse the independent relationship among the arms of government, even as they get support for the judiciary towards better administration of justice in the country. State House correspondent Musbau Danwahab reports.
The Independence Anniversary celebration came so early for the judiciary, and so too for the female folk, as Justice Kudirat Kekere Ekun becomes the substantive Chief Justice of Nigeria. After Mariam Aloma Mukhtar, Kekere Ekun is the second woman to assume this lead position for the judiciary and to set new pace in the administration of justice in Nigeria. She has been acting in this capacity since August 23, before her confirmation by the National Assembly just a month later. Starting a legal career in Lagos as a private lawyer in 1985, the jurist became a judge of the High Court of same state in 1996, elevated to the Court of Appeal in 2004, and to the Supreme Court of Nigeria as the 5th female justice of the court in 2013.
Your rise to this extolled position.
President Bola Tinubu, who has apparently been keeping track of this progress, acknowledged the steadfastness and courage of the new CJN, which he believes is an encouragement to every Nigerian girl child.
I want to urge the new Chief Justice of Nigeria to continue to uphold our reputation of being an ethical, fearless, and honest jurist. The Nigerian Judiciary need a leader with these qualities at this time, and I have no doubt that he will set the pace for others to follow.
The President recognizes the strategic role of the judiciary as a pillar in the tripod of Nigeria's constitutional democracy and promises that his government will continue to respect the independence of this important arm of government while supporting it for better performance.
While we may have reasons to interface as complementing component of the same government, the government under my watch will also be mindful of the clear line demarcating the two of us. we will never interfere or abuse the relationship that exists between us as separate organs of government in our democracy. It is my administration's full commitment to preserve the sanctity of the judiciary.
Justice Kekere now wears full regalia amidst much expectation on improvements in the administration of justice.
We want that to also bring improvement in terms of prison decongestion, and then awaiting trials, which will speed up the wheel of justice. And too many people are awaiting justice, particularly in land matters. And then you see people being sent to prison for 7-8 years, and at the end being sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. What happens to the additional 5 years they spent?
If she wants to be firm, she will have no problem. But if she decides to be going here, there, then that is where the problem will start.
The National Judicial Council, NJC, recommended the 66-year-old Justice Kudirat Kekere as a successor for former Justice Olukayode Ariwola, who retired on August 22, 2024. From the State House, Musbah and Wahab, NTA News.
Incidentally, Kekere Ekun means tiger, so congratulations to the tiger of the judiciary. Meanwhile, the CJN has already hit the ground running as 87 legal practitioners have been elevated to the prestigious rank of Senior Advocates of Nigeria with a charge to be upright in their constitutional responsibilities in accordance with the law. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere Ekun, gave the charge at the swearing-in ceremony of the new learned silks held at the Supreme Court in Abuja. Dele Atumbi of our Judiciary Desk reports.
The administration of the oath of office on the 87 conferees by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere Ekun, with the charge to maintain a high level of integrity, professionalism, and ethical conduct, sealed the elevation of the distinguished legal practitioners to the rank of Senior Advocates of Nigeria. The event, which marks the commencement of the 2024-2025 legal year, provided an opportunity for the Chief Justice of Nigeria to give an overview of the preceding legal year with an optimism of building a better judicial system that will be the pride of all Nigerians.
Watch your utterances, watch your actions, and watch your company, as we now have an even higher responsibility to assist the court in attaining justice, equity, and fairness.
The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi SAN, in his speech, reiterates federal government's unwavering commitment to the continuous preservation of the sanctity of the nation's judiciary.
Zero tolerance for corruption and all forms of abuses, such as vexed phenomenon of frivolous ex parte orders, media trial by lawyers in clear breach of the principles of subjudice and rules of professional conduct.
The opening of the legal year is a time for reflection, renewal, and a dedication to the values of justice, fairness, and the rule of law.
The 87 new members of the INABA, of which one is from the academia, are now expected to make meaningful contributions to the growth and development of the legal profession and Nigeria's judicial system. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
And speaking of meaningful contributions to the nation, the Deputy President of the Senate, Barrow Jibrin, wants citizens to remain resolute in promoting national unity and pray for government to succeed in efforts to positively turn around the country's fortunes. In his message to Nigerians on the country's 64th independence anniversary, Barrow appeals to the promoters of the October 1 protest to shelve the idea, reiterating President Tinubu's commitment to reviving the economy and tackling insecurity and other challenges facing the country. Similarly, former President Atiku Abubakar is urging a united endeavor to elevate the country to the greatness envisioned by its esteemed founders. In a statement, Atiku emphasizes this milestone is not merely a commemoration, but a tribute to the indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve of Nigerians who steadfastly believe in the potential of their homeland. The Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, through its national chairman, Yusuf Mamman Lentali, in a statement, also calls for sober reflection and rededication as the nation strives to build a better society. IPAC salutes the political sagacity and tenacity of purpose of the nation's founding fathers and remains determined to ensure political stability, successful elections, sustainable democracy, and well-being of citizens. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has also urged Nigerians to embrace safety ideals, sustain positive driving behavior, avoid negative ones, and adhere to all traffic rules and regulations, especially as efforts have been put in place to ensure free flow of traffic and safety of lives and property of road users during the 64th Independence Day celebration. The House of Representatives is advising the management of universities to ensure equity and fairness in their recruitment process in line with principles of federal character. This was during an oversight by the House of Representatives Committee on University Education to Modibo Adama Federal University, Yola, Adama State. National Assembly correspondent Muhammad Rabiu Ali reports.
Modibo Adama Federal University, Yola, was among the institutions whose oversight was shifted by the committee in the Northeast Zone. Engaging the management of the university, the committee faulted some infractions in the institution's budget performance.
From the amount you collected as your receipts in 2022, 562,237,943 naira 35 kobo, you spent or utilized 545,955,558 naira 64 kobo. So presumably we have a balance of over 16 million in 2022. So you note it. And when that money was not carried forward to 2023.
Definitely we will make corrections and resubmit some of these documents to you. That's I promise you. We will look at all these infractions because some of these things are available. Only that they were not included. It was not intentional.
Members, however, identified other areas for improvement in internal revenue generation and recruitment drive.
You must take concrete measures in your subsequent recruitments to address this issue of constitutional breach. People refuse to apply because they know that they will not be taken. They know that even if they are qualified, they will not be given the opportunity to serve. So I urge you to work with the committee.
The oversight of federal universities is part of the committee's mandate to ensure check and balance in budget utilization. Muhammad Rabiu Ali, NTA News.
And now to a controversial issue which has been trending all week. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has denied allegations of receiving 15 million naira bribe to drop money laundering charges against cross-dresser Idris Okuneye, also known as Bobrisky. At the commencement of the House of Representatives investigation into the allegations, the Nigeria Correctional Service insisted that Bobrisky was not given preferential treatment but only placed in protective custody at the Kirikiri Custodial Center, Lagos. National Assembly correspondent Mitaire Ikpen reports.
Parties in the matter appear before the Joint House Committees on Financial Crimes and Reformatory Institutions, with the exception of Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky, whose lawyer told lawmakers that the cross-dresser was indisposed, though without a medical report.
Bobrisky should be brought here. Please, my dear colleagues.
Social media influencer Martins Use, popularly known as Very Dark Man, defended his allegations, submitting copies of his audio recording to the House.
How I got hold of that recording is as a result of Bobrisky blackmailing somebody he owes money. Here I have the recording, I have one part. I can't give you guys the whole part because I don't know if Bobrisky Godfather is here to collect everything.
Officials of the Nigeria Correctional Service explained why Bobrisky was placed in protective custody at Kirikiri.
I want to know why he was moved from the medium to the maximum.
Idris Okuneye Olarewaju, though male, had some female features like a breast. He has a breast that can not allow us put him in a general apartment.
Having received a report of the investigation and activities from SCUMO, which show that Bob Express is not a designated non-financial business and profession, decided to drop counts 5 and 6 of the charge in the interest of justice and fair hearing, without any inducement or prompting of any sort.
The Joint Committee has summoned the Secretary of the Civil Defense, Correctional, Fire and Immigration Services Board to appear before the House at the next investigative hearing. From the National Assembly, Mitaire Ikben, NTA News.
In a related development, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, has inaugurated an independent investigative panel to probe allegations of corruption and gross violation against the Nigeria Correctional Service. In a statement, Tunji-Ojo says the inauguration has become necessary to sanitize the service and reposition it to be transparent and accountable. Recall that the Civil Defense Correctional, Fire and Immigration Services Board, which the Minister chairs, suspended several officers overseeing the maximum and minimum custodial centers in Kirikiri, Lagos State, following allegations of misconduct involving the handling of cross-dresser Idris Okuneye, widely known as Bobrisky. The committee, headed by the ministry's permanent secretary, Dr. Magdalena Jani, has as members Omotese Eva, Director, Legal, Nasir Usman, Director, Joint Services, Dr. Uju Agomo, President, Prisoners Rehabilitation and Welfare Action, and former board member of the International Corrections and Prisons Association, Dr. Ikechukwu Eziokwu, Human Rights Radio Consultant, Forensic researcher and social impact expert with more than 27 years experience in corporate leadership. And now to health matters. How much do you know about cardiovascular or heart diseases, prevention, cure, and open heart surgery? Well, Ruth Aguele is standing by to bring us some facts and figures on these indices. Now, Ruth, how often do you go for checkups to know the state of your heart health?
Thank you, Nadia, for that question. Well, I was suspecting you were going to ask that question. But before I answer that, let's bring our viewers the fact sheet. I'll paint a scenario right now. A man starts to have a severe and excruciating left-sided chest pain, and his condition suddenly deteriorated. He was transported to the hospital where he was thought to have peptic ulcer disease, which we see happen all the time. He got admitted and placed on medication, but after 4 hours later, his condition deteriorated and he dies. Now, that is a classical case of heart attack or acute coronary syndrome, and this is likely to happen, or rather happens in different parts of the country here in Nigeria. Now, let's see more on the heart diseases. The cardiovascular disease account for 1/3 of global death, and about 20 million people die yearly because of this disease. Now, because a lot of people don't really put that into check, and it says here about 60 to 80% of these cardiovascular deaths occur in developing countries, and Nigeria, of course, is one of such developing countries. Now, let's see the common heart diseases you may want to find out. Hypertension, which is common, which shouldn't be taken as a common case, actually. Heart failure from different causes. Stroke, we see that happen all the time. Coronary artery disease, and then rheumatic heart disease. Congenital heart disease, this occur more for children. Heart rhythm disorders, and periatom cardiomyopathy. These are some of the common heart diseases you get to find. But let's look at the statistics. It can be scary, actually. 11% of non-communicable diseases, deaths are from cardiovascular diseases in Nigeria. Now, we have 30% of this, adults live without even knowing, about some of these heart diseases that they may have. 4% of the population smoking is actually part of it, increasing the risk of heart diseases. Now, reports also says that 3 to 5% of Nigerians have diabetes, a major contributor to heart diseases. Now, it is estimated that 52,000 babies are born with congenital heart diseases yearly in Nigeria. Now, a lot of babies you get to see when they're given birth to with this congenital heart disease, some cannot even afford, talking about their parents now, to, have that open surgery for them. But let's look at the projections. It is estimated that 80% open heart surgery should be done yearly in Nigeria, but less than 500 open heart surgeries we see are being done in the country every year, and mostly in the southern part of the country. Now, let's take a look at the challenges. The challenges could be human resource. How many heart surgeons do we have in the country, or even perfusionists? And then the infrastructural deficit. We have, according to reports, actually, we have less than 10 active heart centers that, offer regular open heart surgeries, and less than 20 interventional cardiology in the country. Now, the cost of open heart surgery, from reports, estimates nothing less than 5 million naira. That is if you can afford it. But how many people can afford it? And also the except, of course, you're signed on the National Health Insurance, which doesn't actually cover that aspect. Now, we're talking heart today, and I'm sure you're wondering why. Yesterday was actually World Heart Day, to raise awareness on cardiovascular diseases, a time for people to pay more attention to the well-being of themselves, especially your heart. And there's been suggestion on what we can do as individuals. Subsidy, in regular heart open surgery disease, more cardiac centers rather, and of course early detection, which is actually key. Naja, the most important thing is that we should care for our heart. You asked me at the start, how regular do I go for for checkup, right? Well, I do that when I can, and sometimes it can be overwhelming and you get to forget. But these are things we shouldn't take lightly. But I'd like to learn more because I'm not a medical expert. We have a professor, I'm sure, Naja, that will, educate us more on the heart disease.
Thank you, Ruth. Well spoken, like a true reporter. We do have an expert, like Ruth said, joining us to give an insight into what Ruth just presented, the President, Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgeons Association of Nigeria, Professor Etioma Anyetumfon. Thank you for joining NTA, Professor.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Oh. Well then, Professor. Now let's dive in, shall we? Let's begin with risk factors for heart disease, considering the alarming figures my colleague Ruth just presented. I mean, 1/3 of global deaths caused by cardiovascular disease, and 60 to 80% in developing countries. What are the risk factors which are causing these alarming figures?
The risk factors are quite many. Thank you for the question. Stretching from the congenital diseases of the heart, especially children who are born with heart diseases. It could have been as a result of maternal illness, some fevers, some familial tendencies, and possibly some drug use that was not advised, including the traditional drugs that may affect the development of the heart and produce many of the abnormalities, including the commonly called hole in heart. And this will present as at the time the child is born. Other acquired diseases, those are the ones that develop after somebody had been born with a normal heart, may come as a result of infection in the throat, the rheumatic heart disease, which is an extension of throat infection to affect the valves of the heart. and is very common in developing countries like Nigeria, where the tropical environment encourages the development of these sore throats. And when their body, their antigen cross-react with the valves of the heart, it leads to different levels of destruction of the valves of the heart. And this destruction will give rise to leaking valves and inability of the heart to pump blood forward as it should, resulting in heart failure.
So, Doctor, let me cut you there. Let me cut you there, Doctor. I'm glad you talked about that because, I mean, how is an ordinary person who isn't a medical expert, how can the person, this is what happens internally. So let's quickly talk about the symptoms. What to do in suspected cases? How do we tackle this?
Well, what to do in suspected cases is to get to the hospital and be seen by a doctor and be given appropriate treatment so that the valve damage would not occur. Many people are patronizing native doctors, just going straight to a pharmacy to buy drugs, but they need to go to the hospital first and be examined, and their diseases known before they go on to treat. The incidence of diabetes, hypertension has increased astronomically in our environment. And these diseases are associated with narrowing of blood vessels. So it gives rise not only to coronary artery disease, which disturbs the blood flow to the heart and brings about heart attack, which can kill suddenly. And this can always be taken care of if the risk factors are identified and taken care of on time, and presentation to hospital is done on time. Some of those risk factors would include excessive weight, uncontrolled diabetes, uncontrolled hypertension, a lot of lipids, cholesterol in the circulation, lack of exercise. These are the things that give rise to these acquired heart diseases. There are some that will still come.
Well, we seem to be losing the audio from Professor there. Professor, can you hear me? It seems we've lost the audio from Professor there. We seem to have lost the audio there from Professor Etioma Anietumfon, who is the president of the Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgeons Association of Nigeria, talking about the risk factors for heart disease and, of course, giving advice that in any suspected case, do go to a hospital. Meanwhile, the people of Umuezioka community in Eza North local government area of Ebonyi State will no longer travel for miles to preserve their deceased. Kanayo Okoro reports that the National Lottery Trust Fund, as part of its corporate social responsibility, has handed over a mortuary to the community.
Mortuary was one of the critical demands of the community from the National Lottery Trust Fund because of the remote nature of the area. Handing over the facility to the state government, the Executive Secretary of National Lottery Trust Fund, Comrade Tosin Adeyanjun, explained that aside the mortuary, they have also intervened in equipping some general hospitals with state-of-the-art facilities, and will continue to fulfill its mandate in the interest of the masses.
And this mortuary can be described as one of the best. This hospital alone, we have donated digital ultrasound machines, X-ray machines to
Ebonyi State government is going to actually make judicious use of the facility for what it is meant for. We are also appealing to the Lottery Commission to actually start other projects in Ebonyi State.
People have been finding it extremely difficult to get the services of morticians when the community and the virus loses anybody.
We don't do anything related to us. We shall take care of it.
The team paid a courtesy visit to the governor of Ebonyi State, Chief Francis Nwifuru, during which he commended the federal government for all the developmental plans being executed through the trust fund. In Abakaliki, Kanayo Okoro, NTA News.
Thank you, Kanayo. It's time for a break. But before that, Defense Desk presents fact sheet as 25 top terrorist commanders in Northwest eliminated in last 2 weeks. Committee to investigate allegations of gross violation in Nigerian Correctional Service inaugurated. Stay tuned for more after the break.
Hey Nigeria, ready to breathe cleaner air and save money? Let's talk about gas. Drive with CNG, the smart, cost-effective choice. Fill up for less and travel further. Save money, save the planet. Switch to LPG for cooking. It's cleaner, healthier, and better for environment. Say goodbye to smoke and eye problems. Do you know Nigeria is a gas nation ranked 9th globally with over 209 trillion cubic feet of gas reserves? Wow. Gas isn't just for cooking and driving. It powers industries too. Cleaner, cheaper, and more efficient. And the best part, conversion centers are popping up everywhere. It's never been easier to switch to gas. Join the cleaner energy revolution. Choose LPG for cooking and CNG for your vehicles. Clean energy for brighter future. This message is brought to you by the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, supported by the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA.
We at Ventu Furniture believe in Nigeria. Happy Independence Day. God bless Nigeria. Ventu Furniture, addictive quality.
Some say learning is fun, but as a mom, I see how demanding it can be for my child. That's why I ensure he starts every day with a cup of Bonvita. Bonvita, prepare them to win every day.
Attention all land allottees in Maitama 2 District, Cadastral Zone A10, Abuja. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, through the Federal Capital Development Authority, is carrying out infrastructural development in Maitama 2 District. To facilitate this development, settle your outstanding right of occupancy and other bills for the issuance of certificate of occupancy on your property. Failure to pay may result in the withdrawal of your RFO and reallocation of the land. Names of affected allottees and the outstanding bills, as well as the remitter link for payments, will be published in the following national dailies of Wednesday, October 2, 2024. Daily Trust, The Nation, This Nigeria, The Sun, This Day, Leadership, Blueprint, Daily Telegraph, Vanguard, and Punch newspapers. Comply now and secure your property rights. This message is brought to you by the Federal Capital Territory Administration, building a better Abuja for all.
Congratulations to the Honorable Minister of Defense and former Governor of Jigawa State, Muhammad Badr Abubakar MNI, as he clocked 62 years on Athlete Life. Your contribution to nation building is quite commendable. Keep the good work moving as we wish you more years ahead in good health, wisdom, foresight, and resilience to continue with beneficial mentorship and good work to all. Once again, congratulations, the Honorable Minister. Announcer Honorable Maki Abubakar El Limang, Chairman, House Committee on Police Affairs.
I beg, give me the better one.
Madam Rose, you dey select well. Why you dey use Dabo sef?
Dabo na the bonge herbal toothpaste. E get ingredients like lemon, where they protect our teeth from germs, mint, where they make our mouth smell fresh, ginger, where they come out all yama, and basil, where be the cocoa ingredients where they make our teeth kakaraka.
Madam Rose, na true you talk o. Dabo na the cocoa herbal punch, wey get plenty natural herbs, where they make teeth healthy and strong kakaraka. Dabo, the cocoa choice for my family.
A new party is here. A new party is here. Action People's Party. A new party. A new party is here. A new party is here. Action People's Party. A new party. Let's all come together and move Nigeria forward. Let's all come together and make Nigeria great. To go corruption. Some insecurity, some poor education, some one day some poverty, some unemployment, some government, some APP, and some People's Party, some
It's nice to know you're still watching the network news on NTA. We're talking money matters now. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, says depositors of Heritage Bank who are yet to receive payment should come forward with their BVN, proof of account ownership, and alternative account details to process payment. Musa Abubakar reports that the corporation made the appeal on the sidelines of the Abuja International Trade Fair.
It's another Abuja International Trade Fair, and corporation like NDIC is poised to escalate its campaign to protect depositors against bank closures. The corporation had made significant progress in protecting depositors' funds with increase in maximum deposit insurance coverage, providing enhanced protection. This ensures cover for 98.98% of total depositors in deposit money banks, 99.27% in microfinance banks, 99.34% in primary mortgage banks, and 99.99% in payment service banks.
We are committed to safeguarding Nigerians' bank deposits from the devastating impact of bank failures. In collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, we work tirelessly to ensure the stability of the banking sector.
The deposit insurer says with BVN, identification, proof of account ownership, and alternative account, claims from customers of closed banks can be submitted through various channels, including website, email, and social media platforms.
I commend the NDIC for fostering trust in our financial ecosystem. The ability to move goods, services, and capital efficiently depends heavily on a stable and trustworthy financial system.
The 19th Abuja International Trade Fair with the theme Mobility, Options for Transport, Trade, Finance and Taxation presented an opportunity for the NDIC to keep people abreast with its operations, which includes strengthening collaboration with the Judiciary to expedite the prosecution of failed institutions. In Abuja, I am Musa Abubakar, NTA News.
On the security and political front, former Zamfara State Governor and now National Assembly member representing the state's West Senatorial District, Senator Abdulaziz Yari Abubakar, is urging the people of the state, irrespective of political affiliation, to support the renewed commitment of the Tinubu administration to effectively address prevailing security challenges in the state. This was while addressing Zamfara State APC stakeholders in his hometown, Talata, Mafara. Jamilu Ibrahim reports.
This is the second time within 2 months the former Zamfara State Governor and now National Assembly member representing the State West Senatorial District, Abdulaziz Yara Abubakar, is meeting the state APC stakeholders on the state of the nation. The meeting held at his hometown Talata Mafara draws participants from each of the 147 political wards across the 40 local government areas of Zamfara State. Senator Yari commended the APC supporters in the state for their continued support and cooperation to the Tinubu administration amid what he described as a temporary socio-economic hardship.
My appeal to all of you is that let us continue praying for the success of President Bola Tinubu in his quest to take this country to an enviable position.
Senator Yadi expressed satisfaction with the renewed commitment of the Tinubu administration to effectively address the prevailing security challenges bedeviling Zamfara State and the Northwest Geopolitical Zone in general, and emphasized the need for all people in the state to support the struggle irrespective of their political affiliation. On the economic policies of the Tinubu administration, the former Zamfara State Governor expressed confidence that Nigerians will soon celebrate.
Whoever incites Nigerians to protest against this government at this crucial time is their #1 enemy.
Some Zamfara State APC leaders who spoke at the event applauded the former Zamfara State Governor for his purposeful representation and his concern to the plight of people in the state. The visit also affords the lawmaker the opportunity to interact with his political associate, especially on a number of masses-oriented programs he is currently implementing within Zamfara West Senatorial District and beyond. From Talata Mafara, headquarters of Talata Mafara local government area of Zamfara State, Jamilu Ibrahim, NTA News.
And now let's join Adiola in Lagos for more reports. Adiola.
So much, Najatu. From being a vital trade post for the export of farm produce to becoming a maritime hub driving the security architecture of the entire Gulf of Guinea, Nigeria no doubt has evolved within the global sphere of the marine and blue economy. And as the country attained 64 years of independence, harnessing the gains inherent in the industry while securing its exclusive economic zone are the focus for a prosperous future. Michael Olaleye reports.
Nigeria is strategically positioned within the West Africa coastline, and this has played a crucial role in shaping its maritime activities even before independence. Although primarily based on export of agricultural commodities, today the gains are quantifiable not only from the increase in the number of ports and infrastructural upgrade, but in terms of revenue, in which the less than 2-year-old ministry posted a revenue growth of 242 billion naira in the first quarter of 2024.
To boost investment, the Nigerian government has introduced a wide range of incentives, including tax reliefs, trade zone benefits, infrastructure development, and financial support.
Crucial to evaluating Nigeria's growth in the maritime industry is the extension of the country's exclusive economic zone from 200 nautical miles to 220, and as a way of showing commitment to keeping the space secured, a strong partnership with the Nigerian Navy is being forged.
The safety of the marine environment is key to the development of the GDP of Nigeria.
Achieving this milestone at the dawn of the country's 64th independence is significant, and experts say it will enable Nigeria to fish for more wealth from the expanse of its vast maritime reserves.
As we take from the ocean, we need to replace.
The future is truly assured, and it is a matter of time that all these efforts will translate into improved economic activities and job opportunities, thereby putting the country at the apex of maritime industry globally. In Lagos, Michael Olaleye, NTA News.
Are you having apathy in water transportation? Worry no more, because inland water transportation has great potential to generate revenue not only for government at all levels, but individual boat owners and workers in the sector, provided the trivialization of safety rules on the part of those in the sector that makes most Nigerians shy away from this massive income-generating sector becomes a thing of the past. Larry Beleyi examines the need for attitudinal change on the part of passengers.
There have been records of hazards bedeviling the nation's inland waterways. Is it the recklessness and incompetency of some captains and boat operators? Poorly constructed jetties, insufficient and substandard safety jackets, presence of waste on water surfaces, or the attitude of some passengers themselves?
Water is completely different from road. If you have incidents on the road, you can stay by the roadside. You see help. You will see somebody that will help you. A passerby will help you. But in water, as soon as the thing happened, your time start counting.
There's also issues of overloading from jetties based on connivance of some boat operators and passengers. Some operators lament on the tussle that often occurs between them and their passengers when they try to inform them about safety rules on water.
Now, if we are loading, we ask some of them to just, the boat is, look at that boat now, you see, before you know now, you see that the boat will start bending. You understand? They will know, if you go there now, so try to balance the boat, they will start harassing us. So that we have to take it personal with them.
Non-compliance of safety regulations has hindered the development of this transportation system, and this had made the federal government, through its agency, set up a constant monitoring system coupled with a gazetted document for all involved in inland water transportation in the country.
In Lagos, Larry Beleyi, NTA News.
Those are reports from Lagos. The network news will continue in Abuja with Musa on the business segment after this break.
We don't like to eat better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. No cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic, and enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
This is the story of how TomTom gave me confidence.
Nigeria is at the threshold of another milestone in its history as the country is set for the celebration of its 64th independence anniversary on the 1st of October. This year's celebration with the theme, Nigeria at 64, reflecting on the past, inspiring the future, affords the country the chance to reflect on the journey of nationhood and assess the task of nation building.
There's hardship, but how did we get here?
As this year's celebration coincides with the country's 25 years of unbroken democracy, the task of engendering an inclusive governance that caters for every segment, especially the youth, is now.
We've sustained 25 years of democracy this year. We don't want to keep the people hungry and angry.
Nigeria at 64, reflecting on the past, inspiring the future.
Ambition.
My G, for our ambition, we go hard.
We go day night till we make it.
We go hard till we find that perfect beat.
The perfect beat, the one the world will put on repeat.
So we chase greatness in every moment, making every naira count. We put out content after content, till it's comment after comment. And with Glow by our side,
we have more to offer.
Because the MyG bundle comes with bonuses giving you way more data value and way more steez on IG, Snapchat, TikTok, WhatsApp, Glow TV, Audio Mac, and Boomplay in one fly package. Dial *312# now and select MyG bundle.
Glow Unlimited.
My morning ritual starts here, surrounded by life-made furniture. From my wardrobe to my bed, Life-Made Furniture's whole house customization designs every piece to perfection. I love that in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, Ibadan,
and Kano, there's LifeMade Furniture.
For a whole house customization and furniture projects, call 081 2000 6000 or visit elifemade.com. LifeMade, your life made forever.
Wow! Your baby is here! Congratulations!
Do not waste time. Put your baby to breast within the first 1 hour of delivery to give that first yellowish milk colostrum. Colostrum has all the important nutrients your baby needs to start a healthy life. Colostrum also helps to protect your baby against diseases. Remember, put your baby to breast within the first 1 hour of delivery. This message is from the ANRIN Project, Federal Ministry of Health.
You're still watching NTA Network News. Let's now talk business. The World Bank has approved 3 operations worth $1.57 billion to support Nigeria's human capital development and climate change resilience. The new financing includes $500 million for addressing governance issues that constrain the delivery of education and health. HopeGov, $570 million for the primary healthcare provision strengthening program, which is known as Hope PHC, and $500 million for the Sustainable Power and Irrigation for Nigeria project known as PIN. The HopeGov and Hope PHC programs combined will support the government in improving service delivery in the basic education and primary healthcare sectors, which are critical towards improving Nigeria's human capital outcomes, while the PIN project will support improvement of dams safety and management of water resources for hydropower and irrigation in selected areas of Nigeria. And the capital market, the equities market and first weekday of trade and bullish as Nigerians prepare for Independence Day celebrations. The all-share index climbed marginally by 0.1% to close at 98,558.79 points. A total of 586 million shares and 10,583 deals corresponding to market value of 7.8 billion naira were traded. Today's data shows 26% decline in volume, 18% improvement in deals, and 36% improvement in turnover. Market capitalization advanced to 56.6 trillion naira. Japan Gold and Ventures recorded the highest volume of 183 million traded shares, followed by United Bank for Africa, Access Holding, and Veristas Capital's Assurance. Now, that's a quick look at business news. The news continues with Naja'atu after the break.
The story of how TomTom gave me confidence.
You left so many words and said,
how will I face this crowd? With TomTom, no Lily. Let's do this.
Stay confident and stay focused. Breathe for it with TomTom.
Hi.
You don't know when you have bacteria breath. And bacteria may be the cause of it. Don't let bacteria breath get all the attention. Use Close-Up with antibacterial zinc. Close-Up helps get rid of bacteria breath.
Join the excitement with Betano, the premier sports betting platform in Nigeria and proud official partner of Aston Villa. Enjoy our award-winning experience with fantastic betting options, cash out, and engaging missions. Discover even more exclusive features. Join now and receive a welcome bonus of up to 200,000 naira. Betano. The game starts now.
This world is not my home.
With hearts of love and joyful memories,
we announce the demise of our esteemed founder, Engineer Gilbert Obiajulu Uzodike, Ozuzo Nnewi. He lived a vibrant life and left an indelible mark on all who knew him. Funeral ceremony is as follows. East of Nigeria Tennis Club Association, Enik Night of Tribute, September 28th, 2024 at Nnewi Sports Club. Time 3:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Evening of Tributes and Wake Keep, October 3rd, 2024 at late Engineer Gilbert Obiajulu Uzodike Compound, number 109 Igwe Orizo Road, Ndiogbe Otolo, Nnewi, Anambra State. Time 3 p.m. Funeral Mass, October 4th, 2024 at St. James Catholic Church, Igwe Orizo Road, Ndiogbe Otolo, Nnewi. Time 10 a.m. Interment and other funeral activities follow immediately at Uzodike Compound. Thanksgiving service, October 6th, 2024 at St. James Catholic Church, Igwe Orizo Road, Ndiogbe Otolo, Nnewi. Time 10 a.m. May his gentle and courageous soul rest in peace. Amen. Announcer, Uzochukwu Uzodike, for the family.
All right, you're welcome to sports. More women football coaches have been certified in the country by the Nigeria Football Federation after the conclusion of 3-module CAF-C licensed coaching course. 30 coaches with 12 former Super Falcons players were subjected to weeks of field and classroom tests during and after attachments with football clubs as final examinations held at the NFF FIFA Go Project Abuja to add capacity in the women's game.
The next steps is we are going to start the Cap B license, and then after the Cap B license, we'll go on to the Cap A license. So if we have the opportunity of training more of our coaches to this high level, then I will assure you that it will come to that.
Because of the way they responded during lectures in these 3 models. First model, we're very excited. They were a little bit cold, but as time went by, they opened up. Second model was, and this third one now, so you could tell. They're very excited, they want to learn, they want to grow, so that's what gives me the confidence.
We learned a lot from philosophies to planning match days, to nutrition, first aid, safeguarding, health and safety. It was a lot, it was everything we actually need to go out there and do it. So yeah, I would applaud the course instructors, CAF, those who designed the curriculum, fantastic job. It was what we needed.
All right. 4-time African Footballer of the Year, actually I thought I had Samuel Eto'o behind me there, has been suspended by FIFA for 6 months from attending national team matches across all age grades. The 43-year-old, who has been Cameroon FA president since 2021, was sanctioned for offensive behavior, violations of fair play rules, misconduct of players and officials during the Under-20 Women's World Cup round of 16 tie between Cameroon and Brazil in September. Eto'o has been notified and was fined $200,000 by CAF in July for breach of ethics. Not a good day, but that's your sports for now. It's back to Naja.
Thank you, Ayo. Actually, Sports Update concludes the network news on NTA. Happy Independence Day in advance.
When Abraham
dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day. NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Nigeria is at the threshold of another milestone in its history as the country is set for the celebration of its 64th independence anniversary on the 1st of October. This year's celebration with the theme, Nigeria at 64, reflecting on the past, inspiring the future, affords the country the chance to reflect on the journey of nationhood and assess the task of nation building.
There's hardship, but how did we get here?
As this year's celebration coincides with the country's 25 years of unbroken democracy, the task of engendering an inclusive governance that caters for every segment, especially the youth, is now.
We've sustained 25 years of democracy this year. We don't want to keep the people hungry and angry.
Nigeria at 64, reflecting on the past, inspiring the future.
This season of Big Brother Naija is a must follow. Follow every twist and turn with eyes wide open. Cause even when the journey begins with chemistry, chaos follows. Strap in for 2 journeys in one house. Big Brother Naija Season 9 premieres Sunday 28 July, 7 p.m. West African time on DSTV 198 and GoTV 49. Gold sponsor, Guinness. Black shines brightest.
At Home Options, you're welcome to a world of elegance, where every corner whispers sophistication. Step into our showroom and indulge your senses with our timeless designs and craftsmanship, from plush sofas to magnificent dining tables that host lifetime celebrations. Our collections, the hallmark of luxury. Create your haven with exclusive bedroom selections and turn your sanctuary into a realm of refined tranquility. When it comes to bathroom solutions, our stylish fixtures, lavish tubs and showers are crafted for your well-being, transforming your daily routine into a ritual of indulgence. At Home Options, we provide lifestyle solutions. So, visit our showrooms in Lagos and Port Harcourt, because your space deserves to mirror your impeccable taste. Home Options. Live well.
A new edition of TV Guide is out.
This time, we got up close and personal with the transformational legislator, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin.
We've created a difference in terms of representation through interventions that have brought an unprecedented infrastructural development to my area.
This edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from technology, entertainment, economy, media, politics, family, and lots more.
It is indeed a park of excitement as we take you through every aspect of life. Pick up your copy and get abreast with issues and trending features within our space.
TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
This season of Big Brother Naija is a must follow. Follow every twist and turn with eyes wide open. Cause even when the journey begins with chemistry, chaos follows. Strap in for 2 journeys in one house. Big Brother Naija Season 9 premieres Sunday 28 July, 7 p.m. West African time on DSTV 198 and GoTV 49. Gold sponsor, Guinness. Black shines brightest.
Hello, you're welcome to Ip Man today on NTA, the largest network in Africa. Yes, indeed, this is another edition of IPMAN Today. And of course, as you know, IPMAN Today is the advocacy television show of IPMAN. And IPMAN is the acronym, for those of you who don't know yet, it's for the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria. Today's IPMAN Today, of course, we all know what's happening in Nigeria. The Dangote refinery has kicked off with PMS production. But what exactly are those core issues associated with the new pricing formula in Nigeria? The president of IPMAN will be revealing these and more to us on the verdict. Let's get to know exactly what's happening. We all know that Nigerians are not too pleased with the recent increment in PMS pump price. But exactly what led to that, and why are we going to be seeing new differences in price formulation concerning PMS in Nigeria? The president of IPMAN has all the answers. And don't miss that on the verdict. And right after the verdict, I'll bring you oil and gas news. Of course, we are all aware of what is happening in Maiduguri with all the flooding. The president of IPMAN, Alhaji Abubakar Migani Shetima, issued a statement in regards to that flooding in Maiduguri. And he prays that this will come to an end soon. He also thinks and he also knows that the Nigerian military has been doing incredibly well to evacuate Nigerians right there in Maiduguri and to keep homes alive. Right after oil and gas news, I'll bring you CNG roundup by Tetraco Energy Group, and the guest is Igbo Oyakere Ifeje. Now, he is the manager of technical services at the Tetraco Energy Group, and there's no going to say the truth, like I always tell you, that CNG is here to stay and CNG is here to succeed. But there is a need, a critical need for us to keep evaluating the challenges associated with CNG facilities in Nigeria and the development of CNG infrastructure. These are more we'll be talking about on CNG's roundup today by Tetraco Energy Group. And of course, we'll bring you an overview of Tetraco Energy's CNG facilities. This is IPMAN Today. My name is Afam Okone. Keep watching. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back right after this short break. Welcome back from that short break. I'll take you over now to the verdict with the national president of IPMAN, Alhaji Abubakar Migani Shetima. We'll be talking about the new price regime of PMS in Nigeria, as well as the advent of Dangote refinery. What does this portend for Nigerians in the long run? Let's go. It's a new dawn in Nigeria's oil and gas sector with the eventual takeoff of the Dangote refinery a few weeks ago. What exactly is happening in Nigeria? This is the verdict, and with the national president of IPMAN, Alhaji Abubakar Migani Shetima. With him, we'll dissect the core issues that Nigerians have been faced with in recent weeks. Mr. President, you're welcome to the verdict on IPMAN Today.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Afan.
Thank you, sir. Dangote refinery has eventually kicked off with all the noise we've been getting since last year or 2 years ago. This is the eventual kickoff of Dangote refinery. Tell us, how did IPMAN receive the news, first of all, when Dangote stated that they've started producing PMS, sir?
Well, in fact, we independent petroleum marketers, immediately when we heard about the news of the Dangote has started operation, all our marketers are happy. We're happy because it's a very good welcome development to say that today in Nigeria, we have a refinery that can be able to produce PMS, AGO, and other commodities.
Good, everybody's happy. But suddenly, Nigerians